#C701 Desperate Struggle. 5. Since he couldn't fight the golden giant python, he could only think of a way to make it unable to do anything to him. The strength of the Hanming ice coffin was so great that even diamond-level weapons couldn't penetrate it. And even if Fu Chengji, who was at level 6, was at full strength, he could only leave some dents less than half a centimeter deep on it. The golden python in front of him should not have reached level 6 yet. With the thickness of the Hanming ice coffin exceeding 10 centimeters, it should be no problem to block its attack. Hey! I don't believe you can swallow the ice coffin whole. A flash of inspiration came to Xiao Han's mind, and he thought of a way to solve the current dilemma without attracting Jing Xuemei's attention. He opened the coffin lid without hesitation and hid in it. Click, click. He pulled the latches at the 4 corners and lay down immediately. But soon he felt a violent shaking, and then the horizontal Hanming ice coffin was erected. As a last resort, he could only stand in the ice coffin. What are you trying to do? Without being able to see the situation outside, Xiao Han could only listen carefully to the movement outside. Crack, crack. Bursts of strange noises came from the ice coffin. Although he didn't know what was going on outside, he had a feeling that the golden python seemed to be tightening the Hanming ice coffin. Hee, if you can really break it, I'll take your surname. After figuring out the situation outside, Xiao Han chuckled, immediately took out a 2nd-level beast core, and calmly practiced. As time passed, the true energy in his body that had been exhausted immediately increased slowly, flowing along the meridians to resist the cold air emitted by the Hanming ice coffin. Crack, crack. The harsh friction sound continued to sound, and Xiao Han was even too lazy to open his eyes to take a look. But suddenly, a hard feeling came from his arm, and the spacious space of the Hanming ice coffin suddenly seemed to have become smaller. Realizing this change, he immediately spread his hands and feet to all directions, and at the same time opened his eyes without hesitation. Fuck! How is this possible? At this time, the cold and dark ice coffin had been squeezed into the inside by a huge force. He wanted to stretch his hands and feet, but he couldn't do. And now it continued to sink into the inside. This situation was something Xiao Han had never expected. He quickly took out the lava-cracking armor gun and pierced the cold and dark ice coffin directly. But at this time, because the space was too narrow, the spear could only stand and pierce down, and it couldn't touch the golden python at all. Crack, crack. Seeing that the cold and dark ice coffin was twisted again, and the space inside became smaller, Xiao Han frowned, put away the lava-cracking armor gun, and a black pill appeared in his hand. At this point, it seems that I can only use it. Being trapped in the cold and dark ice coffin, no matter what means he couldn't use them. This was his last straw. But Xiao Han actually knew very well that even if his strength made another breakthrough, he couldn't get out of here. But he was unwilling to give up just like that. Of course, there was another way. Just take out your cell phone, make a call, and you can quickly call Jing Xuemei over. But even if he died, he didn't want to be kept in captivity. That golden giant python outside, can't it be the strength of level 6? Xiao Han muttered in his heart, still unable to understand that the Hanming ice coffin weighing more than 300 kilograms would be deformed by being strangled. And because of this omission, he is now unable to move. He barely raised his palm and handed the dragon pattern demon pill to his eyes. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he immediately lowered his head to bite the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, a spicy feeling spread from the tip of the tongue to the stomach, and then it twitched like a river and sea. However, this feeling only lasted for less than 3 seconds, and a huge amount of energy surged out of it and then immediately split into two, one rushing to the dantian in the abdomen, and the other rushing to the mind. In just a moment, Xiao Han felt as if he had become several times stronger, and at the same time, a sense of tyranny came from his mind. Will I be demonized next? He whispered in his heart, and his eyes immediately condensed, and he whispered, "Even if I am demonized, I probably can't break free from the confinement of the golden python. Now for me, I can only do my best and leave it to fate. But since I have used the dragon pattern demon pill, let's make the demonization more thorough." A trace of madness flashed in his eyes, and he coordinated the energy surging from his stomach like a desperate move, allowing them to go to the dantian and the brain at a faster speed. At the same time, the Qingyunju was also running rapidly in the meridians. In a blink of an eye, a cycle was completed, and a cool air flow suddenly rushed into his mind, which suddenly dissipated some of the tyranny in his heart. What's going on? His head was a little clearer, and Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and the speed of Qingyunju was faster. When the second cycle was completed, another cool airflow rushed into his mind. This time, Xiao Han had already vaguely felt that the energy rushing towards his mind should be the so-called demonic energy, and the cool airflow cultivated by Qingyunju seemed to have a slight restraining effect on it. Feeling this change, he used all his strength to operate Qingyunju. But at this time, a sharp pain came from the dantian which made Xiao Han cry out in pain and immediately shift his attention. The energy contained in the 7th level dragon pattern demon pill was not something that a 3rd level warrior like him could absorb. The continuous energy poured into the dantian, and the pain became more and more intense. For this situation, Xiao Han didn't know how to solve it, so he could only run the Qingyunju Ju more quickly to further compress the energy. As time passed, the space in the Hanming ice coffin became smaller and smaller, while the energy concentration in Xiao Han's dantian became higher and higher, almost liquefying. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a drop of green liquid was generated in the center of the dantian. Then, as if a chain reaction had started, all the true energy immediately rushed to the green water drop and instantly merged into it. Level 4, I finally became a 4th level warrior. Feeling this change, Xiao Han shouted wildly in his heart, and at the same time ran the Qingyunju more seriously, feeling the situation in the dantian. With the first drop of liquid qi, it took only a few moments for all the liquid qi to be transformed. Only then did Xiao Han breathe a sigh of relief. But then, his face suddenly changed, and then his body swelled rapidly, and the black hair grew wildly. Roar! The angry beast roared, and the veins on his arms, which were more than 30 centimeters in diameter, bulged, and then he suddenly struggled outward, instantly making the space in the Hanming ice coffin a little larger. Hashtag C702 Strong Attack 1. Searching, Shishan Bridge. 3 off-road vehicles rushed towards them. And suddenly there was a crunch sound. The black off-road vehicle running at the front suddenly braked. Suddenly, made a perfect drift, and stopped at the entrance of the bridge. The 2 cars following immediately reacted very quickly, and immediately made a beautiful tail flick and also stopped. More than a dozen figures stepped out of the car one after another and looked in the direction they came from. Someone immediately said, "It's really strange. Why are there level for mutant beasts near the national highway? And it's only less than 50 kilometers away from Jing'an. If I remember correctly, this area should have just been cleaned 3 days ago, and all mutant beasts above level 3 have been recorded. Yesterday, I received a mission to clean up a group of 2nd level mutated wild dogs. Maybe he was passing by." Yin Jin's eyes flashed and he continued, "It's just that we were a little unlucky and we happened to meet him. But with Lord Rong's strength, a level 4 mutated bison cannot delay him for too long." "That's hard to say." Lu Wu shook his head and said with a heavy face, "You have never been to Linchuan, so you don't know the abnormality of this golden horned bison. In order to kill it, Brother Liang and Brother Wei and I besieged it for 6 hours. But not only was its defense extremely abnormal, but its endurance and toughness were also ridiculously strong. In the end, I had to give up the plan of killing it. In that case, there will be some trouble. Jin frowned and continued. We went to arrest Xiao Han because City Lord Jiang is not here. Even Qin Lang, Chao Gu, and Yen Tianxin were all taken away together. If we are delayed by the golden horned bison for too long and miss this vacuum period of insufficient strength, we might not be able to catch Xiao Han. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Wu sighed and said depressedly, I can only hope that the group of mutated beasts can make more noise and buy us more time. Or maybe Master Rong can get rid of the golden horned bison early and come over as soon as possible. Currently, in the Shiqing military camp, the only 4th level evolvers are Han Su and Guohuai. Without Master Rong, we are not 100% sure of snatching Xiao Han out. No, what is that? As he was talking, Lu Wu suddenly saw 2 white lights 1,000 meters away, approaching at a very fast speed. Moreover, the 2 lights are parallel, much like the headlights on the front of the car. Hey, look! There seems to be a car driving over there. Can't be Mr. Rongzi and Liang Shuquan. In the night, such lights were particularly conspicuous. When Lu Wu saw it, other people also saw it one after another. Someone immediately shouted, excitedly, Aha! Who else could it be if it weren't Lord Rong? Quick! Turn on the lights quickly and let the adults know we are here. As expected of a 5th level evolver, he managed to beat away the golden horned bison so quickly. We should be sure of catching Xiao Han now. In the midst of the discussion, in less than 2 minutes, a familiar black off-road vehicle appeared in everyone's sight at a lightning speed. Crunch! With a beautiful flick, the black off-road vehicle stopped steadily. Rolling down the car window, Rongzi stuck his head out and shouted in a deep voice, In a quarter of an hour at most, we can reach the Shiqing military camp. Everyone, please come here. I have something to say. Upon hearing this greeting, Lu Wu, Jin, Chao Ben and others did not hesitate and immediately approached Liang Shuquan's off-road vehicle. Feeling that more than 20 people had gathered around him, Rongzi immediately said, This time we will attack the Shiqing military camp directly, but we will be taking great risks. Although Jiangzhe, Qinlang, and Yen Tianxin are not here, it is still unknown whether Xiao Han can be found. So after you break in, you can strike harder, but you must not beat anyone to death. If we are sure that we can catch Xiao Han, it doesn't matter even if there are some casualties. After all, after this is over, we can go to Kyoto. But if you don't catch it, I'll leave you with a way out. You must all know what kind of character Jiangzhe is. As long as his soldiers are fine, they will tolerate it even if we make such a fuss. That's true, but... Lu Wu hesitated for a moment and continued. But you should know the character of those guys in the military camp. Once they are beaten into their lair, those guys will not stop fighting. If we hold back during the battle, our casualties may be a bit high, which is not worth the gain. Then it depends on the methods of you, Gao Ming and Liang Shuquan. Wrong. Zay's face darkened and he continued. As long as the 3 of you are fast enough, our casualties can be reduced to the lowest point. Han Su and Guohuai, the 2 4th-level evolvers, I will personally suppress them. The number of the remaining 3rd-level evolvers should not exceed 20. With full force, it will take about 3 to 5 minutes to make them all lose their combat effectiveness. Hey, it's true. Lu Wu grinned and continued. With my strength, I can defeat 5 3rd-level evolvers in 1 minute. But it's a bit early to say this now. Let's fight in first. If you have the ability to control the situation, then try to keep some tricks in hand during the battle so as to give yourself a way out. Otherwise, if the military casualties are too great and Jiangzhe gets angry, I guess Lord Nye from Kyoto will not stand up for us. It's good that you know. Rongzi nodded approvingly and said with a smile, Now that we understand, let's go. #C703 Strong Attack. 2. The 4 off-road vehicles started up again and rushed straight to the stone city at lightning speed. As a trace of dawn appeared in the east, A tall city wall made entirely of reinforced concrete slowly appeared in everyone's sight. On both sides of the city wall there was a fortress-like building more than 10 meters high with dense black gun muzzles extending from it, which looked very scary. At this time you can vaguely see that teams of soldiers are patrolling on it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, bursts of engine roars came, breaking the silence of the early morning and also made the patrolling soldiers all turn their eyes to the direction of the sound. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 off-road vehicles rushed to the city gate. At a speed of more than 200 yards. Squeak! The tires rubbed against the ground, pulling out several deep black marks, and finally stopped dangerously less than 1 meter from the city wall. Immediately, a figure jumped out of the car and shouted loudly, "Brothers! Above! General Rongza is coming! Open the door quickly!" "I'm afraid that won't work." On the city wall, a soldier holding a submachine gun leaned out half of his body and shouted seriously, "The mutant beasts in the north of the city have moved unusually, and Shurching has been under martial law last night. Now no matter who it is, no one is allowed to enter the city without the order of City Lord Jiang. Brother, if the mutant beasts in the mountains north of the city really move unusually, we can help defend the city, but can't we be allowed to enter? Well, the above has issued a death order, and no one is allowed to enter or leave Shurching." The unhesitating refusal made Jin's face darken, and he turned back helplessly and said, "Sir, if we are not allowed to enter the city, what should we do?" "Hey, why was there martial law last night?" Lu Wu sneered. He continued, "If nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Han may really be inside. Then stop talking nonsense and just go in." Liang Shuquan got out of the car and immediately said to the figure in the co-pilot seat, "Sir Rong, what do you mean? Oh, do you need to ask this?" Rong Zhe stretched out his hand to open the car door, and as his feet stepped on the ground, he sneered and said, "At this time, of course we should go in directly. You should know what Xiao Han inside means to us. At this time, is there any other choice?" Looking coldly at the soldiers on the top of the city, Rong Zhe immediately said to the figure who just came out of the back seat, "Xiao Mang, send me up, now." "Okay. Be careful." Lu Xiaomang nodded, and immediately stretched out his finger. An invisible force immediately lifted Rong Zhe and flew straight to the top of the wall. "What do you want to do?" "Stop for me." Seeing someone flying directly up from the bottom of the city wall, the soldier holding a submachine gun immediately shouted loudly, "One more step forward, I will shoot." Click, click, click. At the same time, the 10 armed soldiers behind the soldier immediately raised their submachine guns and aimed at the figure that was slowly flying up below. But neither Rongza nor Lu Xiaomang took their warnings seriously and continued to fly towards the top of the city. "This is the second warning. Please retreat quickly, otherwise I will really shoot." "Hey, you are so slow," Lu Wu sneered. Seeing that Rongza was already 5 meters off the ground, he immediately stretched out 5 claws on his hands. His figure flashed and he was close to the city wall. Then the slightly curved claws grabbed the concrete wall directly, like a monkey, and quickly climbed up. "Shoot for me, repel them." The soldier holding the submachine gun no longer hesitated. While roaring, his fingers also pressed hard on the trigger. Almost at the same time, Lu Xiaomang clenched his right hand fiercely and shouted coldly, "You still want to shoot in front of me? You are really naive." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, 11 submachine guns seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and instantly flew out of their hands and fell outside the city. Roar! Liang Shuquan on the side no longer hesitated. His body immediately swelled up and instantly turned into a werewolf over 2 meters tall. At this time, Lu Wu had already climbed up to the top of the city wall and, while throwing down a rope, he rushed straight to the team of soldiers a few meters away. Snap! 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 His body was extremely flexible, and in just a few flashes all 10 soldiers were knocked unconscious. Then, without stopping at all, he rushed straight to the left side of the city wall. Da, da, da. At this time, 100 meters away, the other 2 patrolling teams of soldiers had already discovered the situation here, and the submachine guns in their hands immediately spurted out flames. The battle suddenly became fierce in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, the loud military bugle sounded from a few hundred meters behind the city wall. Then, 2 figures with wings flew high into the sky, and then their faces suddenly changed and they shouted loudly, "Master Gua, it's Rongza. Rongza is coming with his men. These damn bastards. Do they want to rebel?" As the curses rang out, 2 figures immediately rushed out of the military camp, and their bodies changed rapidly while running. Guohuai, who was rushing in front, suddenly had a gray-black metallic luster on his body, and Han Su, who was following closely behind him, instantly grew to 2 meters, and 2 meters tall, turning into a violent bear in human form. In a few flashes, they both rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Bang! 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 On the other side, Lu Wu and Liang Shuquan knocked out 2 teams of soldiers on both sides and looked at the bottom of the city wall with shining eyes. Seeing Guohuai rushing up the city wall with a few steps, the 2 of them moved their feet and rushed up to meet him at the same time. "Ah, you are looking for death." Seeing that all 3 teams of soldiers fell down without knowing whether they were dead or alive, Guohuai roared and his speed suddenly increased by 30%. He rushed to Liang Shuquan in an instant and smashed him with a whip kick. Faced with such a domineering attack, Liang Shuquan grinned and said coldly, "Hey, you really don't know how to live or die by competing with me in strength." As he spoke, he also met him with a whip kick. Yang! Amid the deafening sound of metal collision, one of the figures immediately flew out of the city at a faster speed than when he came. Such a change immediately made the surroundings quiet. Everyone looked at the top of the city in disbelief, the figure covered with metallic luster. #C704 Strong Attack 3. Fuck. This is Guohuai. I remember he is no match for Lord Liang. Who said no? He can kick over 100 meters with 1 kick. Could he have secretly broken through to level 5? No way, don't scare me. Guohuai's ability is already quite abnormal. If he breaks through to level 5, what can we do? Amid the discussion, all the evolvers who got off the SUV were stunned by the power of this kick. Even Lu Wu, who rushed over together, suddenly stopped and looked at him with horror, not daring to believe his eyes. As evolvers from Jing'an, they actually have a general understanding of each other's strength. 3 months ago, Guohuai and Liang Shuquan had a sparring match. Judging from the results of the battle, whether it was strength, speed, or fighting skills, they were all inevitably suppressed. It's just that the defense was too abnormal and it ended in a draw. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Liang Shuquan rushed over without hesitation when he saw Guohuai. But this time he was kicked away in an instant. Why is this happening? Did Guohuai really break through to level 5? Although he felt that the facts should not be like this, everything he saw in front of him made Lu Wu have to think so. He looked behind him blankly. More than 10 meters away, Rongzhe's face also showed a trace of solemnity. Whispering softly, 9 flaming spears appeared in the sky in an instant. Then, the red spears, in groups of 3, instantly merged together and turned into 3 dark red spears. Such fusion did not stop immediately. With Rongzhe's whisper, the fused dark red spears collided again. Don't even think about it. Seeing such changes in the sky, Guohuai roared, stepped on the wall with both feet and rushed straight over. This made Lu Wu's face look ugly in an instant, but then he gritted his teeth and went up without hesitation. 9 spears returned to 1. This is an extremely abnormal attack skill. Even if it hits a level 6 mutant beast, it can break its defense. The appearance of this skill can be said to be extremely accidental. And to master it thoroughly, Rongzhe not only spent a lot of effort, but also spent a whole year and a half. But using this skill is not so easy, he needs to buy time for it. If you want to go, you have to pass me first. After the scene just now, although he knew that he might not be Guohuai's opponent, Lu Wu still waved his hand and chopped it. Get out! The 3 flaming spears in the sky were about to condense into shape at this time. Guohuai knew very well what kind of abnormal attack power the 9 spears returned to one had, so he didn't dare to be careless at all and ran faster. At the same time, he also took advantage of the situation and punched the oncoming long sword. Yang! There was a metal collision sound, and suddenly there was a huge force in his hand, and the silver long sword flew out of his hand immediately. And this made Lu Wu's face suddenly change, and he wanted to retreat immediately. But Rongzhe behind him was preparing his killer move of 9 spears into one. If he retreated, not to mention catching Xiao Han, even if he wanted to leave here safely, it might be a luxury. TMD, I'll fight you. Lu Wu immediately rushed over with a ruthless look in his eyes. At this time, Guohuai's face also flashed a trace of impatience. His waist sank slightly and his running speed instantly increased. Boom! The 2 figures collided with each other, and one of them was knocked out without any resistance. Guohuai, you are looking for death. Seeing that the 2 level 4 men were repelled by one move, Rongzhe suddenly roared, and the 3 dark red spears in the sky instantly merged together. Whoosh! The next second, the flame spear, which had turned black and looked like a solid entity, immediately stabbed at the figure running wildly. Facing such an attack, seeing that there were no non-military evolvers around, Guohuai was not afraid, and a smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. However, this smile was extremely obscure, and it disappeared quickly after a flash. Then, he hurriedly dodged to the left, avoiding the moment of the black spear, and his footsteps also stumbled. At the same time, Rongzhe flicked his fingers with a serious face, and the fused spear also bent a large arc and pierced into Guohuai's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the smell of blood immediately spread around, and Guohuai also fell to the ground. But at this time, the spear that pierced his body dissipated like smoke, and even the wound that should have existed seemed to have never appeared. However, at the moment when he was about to fall to the ground, a small pistol suddenly appeared in Guohuai's hand. While pressing against his chest, the unique metallic luster on his body also quickly faded. Puff! The next second, without anyone noticing, a bloody hole appeared on his chest, less than half a centimeter away from his heart. While putting away his pistol, Guohuai struggled to get up again, pointed at Rongzhe and stammered, You dare to kill me, Jiang, City Lord. Jiang? I will not let you go. After saying that, he shook twice and then fell headfirst. Such a change made all the evolvers under Rongzhe stunned. They looked at the figure on the top of the city wall in disbelief. The death of a level 4 evolver is not a trivial matter. If Jiang Zhe knew, he would definitely be furious. The anger of a level 6 evolver is not so easy to calm down. Maybe someone will pay the price of his life for it. What are you still standing there for? Get in here quickly. Looking at Guohuai on the ground for 2 seconds, Rongzhe shouted angrily, You must find Xiao Han for me within 15 minutes. If you can't find him, no one will live. Hashtag C705 Strong Attack. 4. Quick! Rush in. Under the city wall, Lu Xiaomang's face suddenly changed. He pointed at Gao Yuan beside him, and the 2 of them flew quickly to the top of the city. At the same time, fist-sized water drops suddenly appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! 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 As Gao Yuan suddenly waved his hands forward, hundreds of water drops flew 100 meters away like bullets, knocking out all the armed soldiers who appeared in his sight. On the other side, Liang Shuquan, who was kicked away, stood up again and limped towards the city wall. Roar! With an angry roar, Han Su picked up a stone the size of a human head and kicked it towards Rongze with a bang. At the same time, he rushed to Guohuai and shouted in a muffled voice, "How? Are you okay? Don't care about me, hurry. Go back and take him away." The intermittent voice sounded, and Han Su's face suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked fiercely at Rongze, who was more than 10 meters away, roaring, "Fuck you. I'm going to kill you. Don't be impulsive. Take him away." Han Su, who was furious, just wanted to get up, and a hand grabbed his calf. And this scene happened to be seen by Lu Xiaomong and Gao Yuan, who had just approached the top of the city. Their eyes were all bright, and a touch of excitement appeared on their faces. "Ah!" The unwilling roar sounded. Han Su picked up Guohuai on the ground, and the moment he rushed to the edge of the city wall, he jumped down without any hesitation. "Quick, hurry up and catch up. Don't let him take Xiao Han away." Although Guohuai didn't say the name just now, the few people who heard this sentence had all guessed it. Rongze immediately said to Lu Xiaomong beside him, Send me down quickly. Gao Yuan, you can't keep up with the speed. Clean up the soldiers here. Guohuai is not dead yet. Maybe there is still a possibility of saving him. Be careful when you do it." "Don't worry." Gao Yuan nodded quickly and said in a deep voice, "I know what to do. I won't kill him unless it's absolutely necessary." Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from under the city wall. Lu Xiaomong immediately used telekinesis and took Rongze to chase up. And in their sight, the sturdy figure with a height of more than 2 meters has rushed to the military camp a few hundred meters away at a faster speed than when he came. "Yi Jiangwen, get out of here." More than 200 meters away from the military camp, Han Su's anxious roar spread far away. "Bring out all the heavy weapons for me. I want all the guys behind." 2D. Bang! 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 Swish! 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 The moment the voice fell, the heavy sniper rifle roared, mixed with the sound of rockets. This made Lu Xiaomong, who was slowly falling, change color and quickly speed up his landing. When his feet stepped on the ground, a silver-white shield formed by telekinesis appeared in front of him. Bang! The bullet hit the shield, as if it fell into the water, creating circles of ripples. And Rongze, who was a few meters away, moved his feet and moved half a step to the left. With a muffled bang, a bullet had already shot at the place where he had just stood. Then he twisted his upper body slightly, and another bullet grazed his shoulder and shot at the wall behind him. Amid the flying stone chips, more than 10 red flame spears suddenly appeared, and then pulled out long red tail flames and shot straight towards the military camp. Whoosh! 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 The speed of the spear was not much slower than the bullet. In just a flash, it had already pierced into several conspicuous commanding heights. And the next second, the dull gunshots immediately became much sparser. Without the suppression of guns and artillery, Rongze saw Han Su, who had disappeared at the gate of the military camp. His face instantly became ugly, and he immediately ran after him. Bang! 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 The intermittent gunshots continued, and Lu Xiaomong also wanted to catch up, but immediately several sniper bullets were fired at him, forcing him to find a nearby bunker and hide his body temporarily. Looking at the figure running towards the military camp, he showed an unbelievable look in his eyes and whispered in amazement, "How is this possible? Isn't Lord Rong a magician? How can he accurately judge the landing point of each bullet?" Bang! 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 Suddenly, more than a dozen gunshots sounded almost at the same time. Rongse pushed forward with one hand, and a red shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 More than a dozen tungsten armor-piercing bullets instantly hit the suddenly appeared flame shield, but they could not penetrate it and fell to the ground. in front of him with a ding-dong sound. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaomong couldn't help but show a touch of envy in his eyes. However, he didn't see it because he was behind. At the same time as the bullet hit the flame shield, a silver-white shield, condensed by telekinesis, happened to block it in front. Against the red flames, this silver-white light is even less conspicuous. Seeing that Han Xiao had disappeared in the military camp, Rongzhe even gave up counterattacking and rushed into the military camp with a flame shield. With the explosion of rockets, the stone city, which was still quiet in the early morning, suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Is there another mutant beast attacking the city? City Lord Jiangzhe is in our searching. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Stay calm. Even if there are mutant beasts attacking the city, it's okay. Let's go to the air raid shelter quickly. Don't cause trouble for the soldiers guarding the city. Wife, protect Xiao Wu and stay alive. I am a man. I can't miss such a battle. The sound of gunfire immediately activated searching. Some people ran to the air raid shelter, some ran to the city wall, and some hid in the corner and shivered. In the villa area in the center of searching, a figure wearing only pajamas was already standing at the highest point of the villa, looking in the direction of the sound. A dozen seconds later, a black figure ran from a distance, suddenly jumped, and flew 7 or 8 meters high. Then he grabbed the corner of the wall, threw it hard, and climbed up to the 3rd floor. Then he looked at the fire in the distance, frowned and said, "Tong Li, what's going on over there? Is it really a mutant beast attacking the city?" "It shouldn't be." Tong Li shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If it was really a mutant beast attacking the city, the first reaction of the soldiers defending the city would not be to fight. Since the alarm didn't sound, it should have nothing to do with the mutant beast. But we just happen to have nothing to do, so we might as well go over and see what Jiangzhe is up to." #C706 Jiangzhe goes crazy 1. The moment he rushed into the military camp, Han Su immediately handed Gua Huai, who was holding him, to Yi Jiangwen, who had already come over. Then he looked back behind him, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the camp door that had just been closed was blown open in a burst of fire. A familiar figure walked in under the light of the fire, carrying a flame shield. Seeing this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately moved and ran towards the depths of the military camp at full speed. Ouch! At this time, outside the military camp, Liang Shuquan, a man with a wolf head and a body, kicked the ground hard and jumped more than 3 meters high. The sharp claws on his hands dug into the cement wall. Then, with a little help, he climbed over the wall of the military camp. On the other side, Lu Wu, who had transformed into a leopard form, was even faster than Liang Shuquan. He had already jumped off the wall and went straight to chase Han Su. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of machine guns, the explosion of rockets, and the roar of groups of soldiers determined to fight to the death spread far away, facing the strong attack of a 5th-level evolver, 3 4th-level evolvers, and more than 20 3rd-level evolvers. Although the evolutionists of the military fought hard under the crushing force of their absolute strength, all their efforts were in vain. However, because of the desperate obstruction of these people, whether it was Rongzhe, Lu Wu, or Liang Shuquan, they were all tightly entangled. Han Su was bought enough time to rush towards the depths of the military camp. "Follow me!" A slightly deliberate roar sounded, and he hugged a figure wrapped in black robes and rushed straight to the north of the military camp. "We can't let him go." Hearing this voice from afar, Rongzhe immediately shouted loudly, "Damn it, you too stupid. I can't catch up, so you can't catch up either? Go and stop Han Su. Don't let him take Xiao Han away." As this roar rang out, Lu Wu's expression also changed. But when he saw the military evolver in front of him who was determined to fight to the death, he frowned deeply. You can't make a fatal move, it's not that easy to break through there. Encirclement. Seeing Liang Shuquan not far away, Lu Wu's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "Brother Liang, lend me a helping hand." As he spoke, he flashed and rushed over. Liang Shuquan kicked a Tauren away. Seeing Lu Wu jump up from the ground, he instantly understood what he meant. While catching him, he immediately shouted, "Get here!" With an arm strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms, he threw it out. Instantly. At the same time, he himself ran rampantly over there. Without the obstruction of his fellow fourth-level evolutionaries, he was an invincible existence, and no one could block the power of his blow. And this also attracted everyone's attention. No one noticed that Rongzhe, who had killed everyone before, had disappeared. Quietly. On the other side, Lu Wu, who was thrown out, only needed more than 10 seconds to catch up with Han Su, who was running wildly with a person in his arms. However, he did not dare to attack the bear-human beast-turner, who was thick-skinned, and extremely powerful. The only way to slow him down is through constant harassment, hoping that Liang Shuquan behind him can come over as soon as possible. Tear. The sharp claws scratched across the black robe, revealing an extremely unfamiliar face. Lu Wu's expression changed and he immediately shouted loudly, "Fuck! This is not Xiao Han. Han Su is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Let's go back." Quickly. The roar spread, making Liang Shuquan, who was running, stunned. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the military camp again. But more than 10 meters away, two figures in casual clothes suddenly paused, and one of them immediately said, "What are those guys talking about? Are they arresting Xiao Han?" Before the words could be finished, another figure had already rushed over. With lightning speed, he grabbed Lu Wu, who was turning around and running towards the military camp, and asked sternly, "What did you just say? Tell me again." Tong, Master Tong, lifted up in the air. A trace of fear flashed across Lu Wu's face, and he quickly said, "Master Rongzhe has received the news that Xiao Han is in the military camp. Are you telling the truth?" Tong Li's face flashed with joy, and then he asked coldly, "Since you received such news, why didn't you inform us as soon as possible? We also wanted to notify you, but there is no signal on the mobile phone." Lu Wu took a breath and hurriedly continued to explain, "Maybe the magnetic field has changed again, and everyone's mobile phones suddenly lost signal. Because we were worried about Xiao Han escaping again when we got here, we didn't even have time to take a breath before we launched an attack on the military camp. Although he hasn't been found yet, judging from Han Su's current reaction, the Xiao Han we have been looking for should be in the military camp hidden over there." "No signal," Tong Li whispered, immediately took out his mobile phone, and then whispered, "Oh, there is really no signal." While sneering, he immediately released Lu Wu from his hand. Then, with just a flicker of his body, he caught up with the figure who was still running towards the north of the city, and then he whipped his leg. Boom! Although his height is less than 1.7 meters, he is far from comparable to Han Su, who is 2.2 meters tall. But with a whip kick, he instantly knocked the running bear man to the ground. "Humph! You're still trying to run away in front of me." Tong Li snorted coldly, stepped on Han Su's joints, and with a click sound, he slowly said, "I advise you to be sensible and hand over Xiao Han. Otherwise, even if Jiangzhe comes, he can't save you today. Bah! If you have the guts, kill me." Han Su endured the severe pain in his leg, spitted directly, and shouted angrily, "It's just death. I don't care. If you can't catch Xiao Han today, you will all die in his hands next year." "Heh, what a joke." Tong Li sneered and continued, "You don't really think that Xiao Han has a legendary pet materialization talisman in his hand? That purple flame thunder wing horse is indeed powerful, but he must have the ability to materialize it." "Really can't materialize it?" Han Su showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and continued, "There is a panda in the military camp, you should have seen it. Xiao Han. That kid is Xiao Han. Stop him for me." Han Su hadn't finished speaking when Liang Shuquan, who turned back and rushed back to the military camp, suddenly shouted loudly, "Fuck! Don't kill me, I want to live." Hashtag C707 Jiang goes crazy too. Such a roar caused Tong Li's expression to change suddenly. He no longer cared about Han Su on the ground and rushed towards the military camp like lightning. At the same time, Rog, not far away, was not slow at all. In just a few blinks, he rushed to the outer wall of the military camp, his legs only slightly bent, and he jumped directly on. "Damn it! Don't you have any brains when riding a horse?" Liang Shuchuan's angry curses rang out, but the military camp suddenly became quiet and everyone looked to the south. The figure wearing a camouflage military uniform with a long gun stuck in his chest. At this time, he was lying motionless on the ground. The rising sun also allowed everyone to clearly see that the blood around the spear was quickly spreading around. Snap! After feeling for his pulse, Liang Shuquan stood up and slapped Yin Jin on the face. His eyes were blazing and he shouted, "I'm a fool, is there something wrong with your fucking brain? I told you many times on the way here that we must capture them alive. We must capture them alive. What's going on now? You stepped on your horse and shot him to death. Do you want to satisfy everyone by killing them all?" I didn't mean it." Feeling the burning pain on his face, Yin Jin didn't even dare to touch it and timidly explained, I really didn't want to kill him. Throwing the spear, I just wanted to stop him. I have heard before that Dagong was killed by Xiao Han, so he must have at least the strength of a third-level evolver. But who would have thought that he wouldn't even hide? Damn it! You stepped on the horse and killed me. Liang Shuquan cursed, immediately squatted down again, put his fingers on Xiao Han's neck and said, angrily, "There is no pulse at all, what should we do now?" The shot hit the heart without even a chance of saving anything. "What did you do before riding a horse? Is it necessary to shoot so accurately? Get out of here." Rog rushed over with a gloomy face, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and whispered, "It's really Xiao Han, but why is he dead?" As he spoke, he immediately knelt down and felt the pulse on the corpse's neck, his face becoming even more ugly. Then he looked at Xiao Han's waist and saw a gray cloth bag over there. He immediately reached out and took it off, then turned his palm and took out a bottle of pills from it. "They are all Peiyuan Dan." At this time, Tong Li also ran over, looked at the corpse on the ground, and then looked at the elixir that Rog had just poured out, and shouted angrily, "Who can explain to me what is going on? There is a Peiyuan pill and there is also a storage bag. The body on the ground is not Xiao Han, so who can it be? The person he tried so hard to find could be caught at a glance. But in an instant he turned into a corpse." Tong Li's depression could no longer be expressed in words. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at the leopard man beast transformer on the side, Tong Li slapped him with his hand. Snap! The huge force instantly knocked it away and hit the barracks more than 10 meters away. It immediately became motionless, and then said with a gloomy face, "What should we do now? Our mission has failed. Take the body back first." Rog frowned and said hesitantly, "When Lord Nye and the others come back, let's study what to do." "General, they killed Brother Gua and also Xiao Han." Outside the military camp, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Liang Shuchuan's expression suddenly changed. He took 2 steps back without any hesitation, immediately climbed up the high wall to the south and soon disappeared. At this time, the more than 20 evolvers who came with Rongza all fled in fear. What a bunch of guys who don't succeed enough but fail more than they should. Tong Li snorted coldly, reached out and grabbed the corpse on the ground, and walked directly to the camp gate, ignoring the guys who were frantically escaping. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of rapid horse hooves sounded, and before leaving the military camp, a man and a horse appeared at the camp gate. "Hey, you also have a black-scaled war horse." Tong Li snorted coldly, narrowed his eyes and said, "I just said that you and Xiao Han are connected, but you still refuse to admit it. Now that I've caught you, what else can you say? Did you kill Xiao Han?" Zhangzhe did not answer directly, but asked with a gloomy face, "Do you know what his living means to us humans? Do you know that as long as he is still alive for at most 1 month, Jing'an will be able to stop the 7th level mutant wolf? But now, you bastards dare to kill him. Since you are going to block everyone's way of life in Jing'an, then just stay and bury them all with me." As he spoke, Zhangzhe immediately pulled out the blood demon warblade, hanging on the black scale beast, and shouted, "Qin Lang, let the people over. At Jing'an, take action and blow up the aerial vehicle for me." Then he jerked the horse's reins and rushed towards Tong Li, slashing at him with the legendary blood demon blade in his hand. "Fuck!" Rog's face suddenly changed, and he shouted quickly, "There is still no signal on the mobile phone. You are faster than me. I will hold him back. You can find a way to contact the boss immediately. We must not let anything happen to the aerospace vehicle, otherwise we won't be able to go back." Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog's body immediately swelled up and turned green in the blink of an eye. As he pointed his palm forward, more than 10 thorny vines immediately extended from it and blocked Tong Li's body. At the same time, his body seemed to have turned into a green tree stump, and hundreds of gray-green vines surrounded Zhangzhe from all directions. Hashtag C708 Zhangzhe goes crazy 3. How is this possible? Rog is actually a level 6 plant mutant. Looking at the dancing vines, the faces of the soldiers and evolvers in the army suddenly turned ugly, and they said worriedly, "It's bad, the city lord may not be his opponent. Plant mutants are almost impossible to kill, unless you can find his crystal core. What's the point of saying this? The vines as thick as arms look very strong. Let's go up and help the city lord." Amid the discussion, some soldiers and evolvers immediately rushed over. Without hesitation, "All of you retreat." Seeing the gray-green vines dancing wildly, Zhangzhe's face was not afraid at all. While roaring, the blood demon battle blade in his hand immediately swept across. Snap, snap, snap. The more than 10 vines in front of him were cut like tofu. Roar. Then Zhangzhe squeezed the horse's belly, and the black-scaled beast roared, and rushed straight to the body of Rog, which had turned into a tree stump. How is this possible? More than a dozen vines were cut off, and Rog immediately exclaimed. Dozens of vines immediately entangled together, instantly becoming thicker than a basin, and rushed straight to Zhangzhe. At the same time, more than a dozen vines, like spirit snakes, entangled the limbs of the black-scaled beast. "Break it for me!" Suddenly a roar sounded, and Zhangzhe did not dodge, and directly chopped it with a knife. Crack! With a muffled sound, dozens of vines that were entangled together were cut off again, and red juice immediately flowed out of them. At this time, Zhangzhe had already rushed to the stump and shouted fiercely, "Since you dare to kill Xiao Han, then die for me." The red blood demon battle blade chopped down without any hesitation. Plant mutants have extremely strong recovery abilities. As long as they are not restrained, they can easily crush their peers. Their only shortcoming is that once they have completed the transformation, even if they want to move one step, it will become very difficult. At this time, although Rog still has thousands of vine tentacles, it is too late to retract them. He can only shout loudly, "Zhangzhe, calm down. Xiao Han was not killed by us. Didn't you kill him?" After cutting off more than a dozen vines that were returning to defend, Zhangzhe said coldly, "Hee hee. The body is already in my hands. Do you think I am blind? Don't explain anymore. Anyway, Jing'an can't be defended, so you all go to death. Puff. As the voice fell, Jiangzhe also slashed, and the treasure-level blood demon battle blade immediately cut off half of the stump. According to Rog's height ratio, this stump should belong to the head part. But even so, he was still alive. He looked at the red long knife in Jiangzhe's hand with horror and shouted hurriedly, "Don't be impulsive. Killing me will cause big trouble." "Heh, trouble." Jiangzhe grinned and sneered, stopped his hand, and continued, "Xiao Han has been killed by you. Do you think you are still afraid of getting into trouble? Anyway, the level 7 mutant wolf will soon attack the city. What's the difference between dying a few days earlier and a few days later? You have aerospace vehicles. Jing'an is just a temporary place for you. Of course, you don't care about the tens of millions of people living there. You are wrong. Who said we don't care?" Seeing that Jiangzhe did not continue to attack, Rog hurriedly explained, "Once Jing'an is in danger, Kyoto will definitely provide support. There are often level 7 mutant beasts attacking the city in Liangzhou. You should know that we have supported them more than once." "I know, but so what?" Jiangzhe's face sank, and he said hatefully, "They have 2 level 7 evolvers who can wait for your support. But what do we have in Jing'an? A level 6 evolver plus 6 level 5 evolvers, 5 of whom are still cowards. With such strength, can you hold out for an hour against that level 7 mutant wolf? Jing'an has a Xiao Han. You don't know how happy I am. Later, Lord Wang wanted this person. Even if I didn't want to, I still agreed and even offered it with both hands, just asking for a level 7 evolver to sit in Jing'an for 2 years. But such a simple request that dog-day bastard actually refused and sent you guys over, blocking all Jing'an's ways of survival. So now, don't complain in front of me, you'd better die." In a rage, Jiangzhe didn't listen to Rog's explanation at all, and waved his hand at the wooden stake in front of him and slashed again. Puff! The moment the blade passed, half of the remaining tree stumps were gone, and the vines that had come back to defend immediately softened, spreading all over the ground like dead snakes. Without the vines dancing wildly in the sky, Jiangzhe immediately looked around. There was no trace of Tongli in the military camp, and even Xiao Han's dead body was taken away. "Since you're here, do you think you can still run away?" A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Jiangzhe's left hand immediately stuck to the back of the black-scaled beast, and the true energy that had just been cultivated in his body immediately rushed into it. Roar! With a roar, the black-scaled beast suddenly turned around under the control of the reins and rushed straight out of the military camp. But at this time, there was no trace of Tongli. Beep! Suddenly a shrill whistle sounded, and Jiangzhe quickly looked up at the sky. A figure with bat wings has already flown out of the stone city and is moving quickly towards Jing'an, whistling from time to time. Although the distance is a bit far, it can be seen that he is wearing a military uniform. Go! Seeing this, Jiangzhe no longer hesitated, and the true energy in his body once again flowed through his arms and into the body of the black-scaled beast. The moment the charge was used, he chased after the figure in the sky at lightning speed. #C709 Second Awakening. Shishan Lake, Reed Marsh. With a thunderous roar, the black cold ice coffin suddenly thrust outward, followed by a crisp sound of crack. Between the coffin lid and the coffin body, a gap of more than 10 centimeters has already opened. From this huge gap, you can clearly see that a monster covered with black hair has already stretched its head out. It is a head similar to that of ancient humans, with a flat nose, high forehead bone, and thick lips. Just one look at it can make you feel a fierce and wild breath. Roar! With the roar, the monster's body swelled again, and at the same time it also broke free from the snake body that was tightly tied to its body. On the expressionless face, a touch of ecstasy has already flowed from the Pupils. Is this my second awakening? Feeling the crystal core that suddenly appeared in his dantian, Xiao Han muttered softly, and did not continue to break free from the confinement of the golden giant python, but immediately closed his eyes. In the dantian, a yellow crystal the size of a fingernail is absorbing the liquid-like true qi with all its strength. With this huge energy supplement, it is also slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the completion of the beast transformation, the strength of the body and meridians has directly increased several times, and the energy released by the dragon pattern demon pill is no longer enough to make him explode and die. The Qingyunju is constantly running rapidly in the body, not only producing a wisp of cool breath but also preventing him from being controlled by the demonic energy. At the same time, the energy overflowing from the stomach is also moving rapidly to the dantian, nourishing the yellow crystal core that has just appeared. It's only been a short while, and it's already level 3. Xiao Han whispered with some excitement. He could clearly feel that in just a few minutes the crystal core the size of a fingernail had expanded to the size of a ping-pong ball. For a beast with such a crystal core, he can almost exert the strength of level 3. Now, he is not only a level 4 warrior but also a level 3 beast. And the level of beast transformation seems to have no signs of stopping. The energy contained in the 7th level dragon pattern magic pill is extremely huge. It not only supports him to complete the breakthrough of the 4th level warrior but also seems to allow him to peek into the bottleneck of the 4th level beastman. Feeling the energy in the stomach, which is constantly flowing to the dantian, Xiao Han didn't even have time to break free from the shackles on his body, and he concentrated on running the Qingyunju. Hiss! A low roar spread in the reed marsh, and the front half of the golden giant snake suddenly raised high, aimed at the head exposed outside the cold ice coffin, and bit it. Crunch! A harsh friction sound followed, and Xiao Han immediately felt a sense of difficulty in breathing, and his eyes went black. Is it going to swallow me whole? With this judgment, he also heard the golden giant python's teeth biting the flaming purple gold armor crackling, and Xiao Han's heart clicked. However, a ruthless look flashed across his face, and he still stood there, motionless. Since he cultivated the true qi, he has the ability to breathe internally. So at this moment, even though his head was stuck in the throat of the golden python and he couldn't breathe, he still calmly practiced the Qingyunju. As long as he wasn't bitten in half, he wouldn't be in any danger for at least the next half an hour. Both the beast and the warrior have broken through to level 4. I will at least have the strength of level 5. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was even more unwilling to interrupt this breakthrough and tried his best to transport the true qi in his stomach into the dantian in his abdomen. Beast, evolver, and alien are actually a little different from warriors. The cultivation of true qi requires one step at a time. It is impossible to say that you can break through from level 1 to level 4 by taking a pill. But when beast, evolver, and alien awaken for the first time, as long as the awakening level is high enough and the energy contained in the body is enough, it can directly break through to level 2 or even level 3. When he first awakened, he was misunderstood as a perfect evolver because he absorbed too much energy. But now, what is happening in his body can no longer be explained by a perfect evolver. Even in Tianshui City, which is known as the cradle of evolvers, the perfect evolvers that appeared only reached the 3rd level at the moment of awakening. Hey! A perfect evolver! What a surprise! Muttering excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han felt the state of his body while running the Qingyunju. At this time, the yellow crystal core had expanded to the size of a fist. Crack! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the crystal core, without any warning, and then it seemed as if a chain reaction had started. Crack! 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 Continuous sounds came from the abdomen, and the yellow crystal core also completely shattered. At this time, Xiao Han could clearly feel that his body seemed to have expanded a little more, and his head was strangled even more. And the completely shattered crystal core in the dantian revealed a bright yellow light finally broke through. As the crystal core fragments turned into wisps of mist and were absorbed, Xiao Han immediately felt that his body seemed to be completely different. A huge force was generated in his limbs and bones which made him feel like roaring to the sky. After breaking through to level 4, he was able to sense the energy and sense that the golden python wrapped around him was probably a level 5 mutant beast. But now he had a strong feeling that he could tear this guy apart with his bare hands. Roar! With an angry roar, venting the frustration he had felt during this period of time, feeling the powerful force in his body, Xiao Han suddenly shouted loudly, "Ah! Die for me!" With this roar, on the reed marsh of Xishan Lake, a giant ape over 3 meters tall suddenly stretched out its arms and broke free from the entanglement of the golden giant python. Then the giant palm like a palm fan immediately grabbed the snake kiss that was biting on the chest and wanted to swallow it alive, and shouted loudly, "Open for me!" Hashtag C710 Perfect Beast Transformation 1. In Linchuan City, a gust of wind enveloped 2 figures and rushed toward them. When Jing Xuemei, who was hovering in the sky, saw it, she immediately flapped her wings and flew over. At the same time, she said with a depressed look on her face, "Brother Nye, Brother Luo, are you here?" Nye Yen nodded, looked down doubtfully, then frowned and asked, "Didn't you say you found the man with the grimace? Where is he now? Could it be possible that you have also lost him?" Jing Xuemei's face looked a little ugly, even though she didn't want to admit it. She still nodded and said, "That guy is too cunning. I accidentally lost him. But he probably didn't leave the city, he just hid somewhere." "Are you sure?" Nye Yen was silent for a moment and continued to ask, "With the speed of the black-scale war horse, if you lose him, you will not be able to find him again in 2 or 3 minutes at most. How are you sure that he is still here in Linchuan City and has not left? Because he didn't escape on a black-scaled war horse." Jing Xuemei's eyes flashed and she continued, "The speed of that war horse is indeed very fast. Even I can't catch up. I don't know why, but as soon as he disappeared from my sight, the sound of horse hooves disappeared together. I have already tried that guy's strength. At most, it is only a 3rd-level evolver. Even a speed-type evolver cannot run out of a 10-kilometer radius of Linchuan in less than a quarter of an hour. According to what you say, maybe he really hasn't left." Nye Feng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then continued, "If he is really hiding, there is no way for the 3 of us to find him. One of you and Brother Luo go to the south, and the other goes to the north. Don't let him find a chance to leave. I'm gonna call Li Feng to bring someone over now. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find him. Besides..." Roar. Before Nye Yen could finish his words, a roar came from the west, causing the 3 of them to look over there with curiosity. "What's there? Isn't Xiao Han hiding in the reeds?" A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Luo Lai immediately interrupted. "Brother Nye, should we go over and have a look? It won't take long anyway." "Okay. Then let's go and have a look." Nye Yen nodded and said softly. Listening to this voice, it seems to be a mutated beast of about level 5. As he spoke, a strong wind roared up and headed straight for Xishan Lake. Jing Xuemei, who was on the side, flapped her wings fiercely and flew towards the direction of the sound at a speed faster than Nye Yen. It only took her less than half a minute to cover the distance of several kilometers, and among the withered yellow reeds, a golden 100-meter python suddenly appeared in sight. In addition, there is also a black giant ape with a fierce aura and a height of more than 3 meters. Roar. The angry roar sounded again. The black giant ape grabbed the golden python's head with one hand and hit the golden python's head with the other hand like pile driver. Red blood flowed from the giant python's mouth, and it struggled hard But in terms of strength comparison, it is obviously weaker than the black giant ape by more than one level, and it is impossible to break free from its hands. The golden snake body immediately wrapped around the arm. Roar! The black giant ape roared again, and smashed down its fist like a sand bowl. Crazily. Fuck! How is this possible? Watching the fight in the reed swamp, Jing Shuamei said in shock, a level 5 golden python can be suppressed and beaten by a level 4 black giant ape. Looking at the situation, we can kill it in 4 to 5 minutes at most. It turns out to be another alien species that can fight beyond levels. Ni. Yen hovered next to Jing Shuamei and whispered with a serious face. If we wait until it reaches level 5, maybe even we won't be able to kill it easily. Dead. Since we met him today, let's kill him easily. Otherwise, even if Jingon is not captured by the 7th level mutant wolf, it will be captured by this giant ape sooner or later. Yeah. Luo Lai's eyes narrowed and he whispered. But in recent years, the frequency of alien species with abnormal talents seems to be increasing. I heard that a flying tiger was killed in Tianshui some time ago, and it was also for this reason that a riot of mutant beasts was completely triggered. All 5 adults rushed over and barely suppressed it. Well, it's precisely because of this that we can't stay here for too long. Trace of solemnity also flashed across Nyeyan's face, and he said in a deep voice, kill this guy first and then find the Grimace Man as soon as possible. No, wait. Luo Lai reached forward and grabbed the void, and a damaged black coffin and several pieces of armor flew towards them in the air. The red fragments looked very familiar. Moreover, the scales inlaid on it were obviously not taken from the mutated beast. Luo Lai frowned and guessed in a low voice. This thing can't be the man with the grimace. It seems to be true. Jing Shuamei took a fragment and said seriously, I fought against the grimace man, and this is his armor. It should be at least legendary level equipment. Its defensive capabilities are extremely strong, but I didn't expect it to be damaged like this. So, our trip was in vain again? Nyeyan's eyes flashed with a haze, and he said with an unpleasant face, I hope he is not Xiao Han, otherwise we will be in big trouble. Since the ghost-faced man has been killed by this big guy, let's act quickly. After killing him, we must go back to strengthen Jingan's search force and find Xiao Han in the shortest time. Ha! As he spoke, Nyeyan stretched out his hand and waved forward, and dense wind blades suddenly appeared in front of him, whistling and turning into a tornado flying towards the black giant ape at a high speed. At this time, Luo Lai threw out a dagger and also stretched out his hand and pointed forward. The dagger whooshed and shot straight to the head of the black giant ape at a speed faster than the wind blade tornado, like a flash of lightning. #C711 Perfect Beast Transformation. 2. Seeing several familiar figures flying in the air, Xiao Han was extremely anxious, but he couldn't get rid of the golden python for a while. He could only punch the python's head again and again, hoping to break free. Bang! 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 Amid the dull sound of the collision, a gravity suddenly pressed on him, and, at the same time, he heard a swoosh sound in his ears. At this time, as his strength was promoted to level 4, his hearing also changed dramatically. Without testing, he had no way of knowing how far his maximum listening distance could be. But he heard the voices of Nyeyan, Luo Lai, and Jing Shuamei in Linchuan City. This means that the level for hearing can at least hear sounds 3 kilometers away. More importantly, his ability to capture sound is no longer limited to the speed of sound propagation in the air. It seems that after being promoted to level 4, he can capture sound in an incredible way. So he had already caught the whistling sound in the sky as soon as it appeared, and even the sound of the dagger piercing the air also entered his ears. At the same time, he also guessed the source of gravity on his body. Level 6 telekinesis is really powerful. While muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes also showed a gleam of brilliance. and the true chi that had just recovered less than 10% instantly flowed into the meridians of his arms. Roar! With a roar, he instantly broke free from the shackles of telekinesis. At the same time, his legs were slightly bent, and at the moment of squatting, he used the golden giant python in his hand as a boxing glove and punched the dagger. Puff! The sound of the sharp weapon entering the flesh sounded, and Xiao Han immediately felt that the force of the snake's body wrapped around him was instantly reduced a lot. Such a change made his eyes suddenly brighten, and he immediately couldn't wait to clasp the head of the golden giant python with both hands. Roar! With an angry roar, the muscles on his arms bulged, and the 100-meter snake body was immediately swung up and smashed into the fast-flying wind. Blade tornado. Yang! 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 The wind blades chopped on the hard scales, making only a ding-ding-dang sound, but the damage caused was extremely limited. Gather! A roar suddenly came from the sky, and dense wind blades immediately gathered together. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a green wind blade about 100 meters long, carrying an unmatched momentum, whistling and slashing down. Fuck! After cursing in his heart, Xiao Han could only exert force with his arms again and swung the golden giant python in his hand as a whip. Although he is only at the 4th level now, with the increase in his beast ability by the true chi, he can still fight even against the 6th level evolver. But what makes him upset is that the 3 guys above his head all have the ability to fly. In this way, no matter how strong he was, he could only stand on the ground and let them attack him without any means of counterattack. Puff! The 100-meter wind blade slashed through the snake body, and the weight in his hand suddenly lightened. With a loud bang, a piece of the snake's tail hit the withered reeds heavily, and this also made the 100-meter wind blade dissipate instantly. But the next second, the whistling sound sounded again, and another 100-meter wind blade condensed out. Beep! 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 Before it chopped down, a rapid phone ring came from the sky, and this also paused the speed of the wind blade's descent. Roar! Worried that they would discover his true identity, Xiao Han immediately imitated the habits of the mutant beast and roared angrily, and the green figure in the sky also took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket and put it to his ear. Boss, it's bad. Zhangzhe is furious. He wants to blow up the aerospace vehicle. Although the voice on the phone was very low, Xiao Han still heard it. With a twist of his mouth, he thought to himself, "Oh, I didn't expect that the kind-hearted Zhang would be so tough. I just don't know if he can succeed. If I can really destroy the aerospace vehicle, I can use the mobile phone signal to lure Qing Biao and Gao Qiu out. Then I will give General Fu a treasure-level weapon. With the cooperation of the 2, there may be a chance to kill them." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han still waved half of the snake body and roared to the sky like crazy. At this time, Nie Yan's gloomy voice came over. "What's going on? What happened during my absence? Zhangzhe will not get angry for no reason. You must have provoked him. I've said it before, don't provoke an honest man like him unless it's absolutely necessary. Did you just ignore it?" "I didn't provoke him," Tongli shouted in a resentful voice on the phone. "I don't know what happened this time. I was forced into it. Now Zhangzhe is still chasing me." "Zhangzhe is chasing you?" Nie Yan felt a little relieved when he heard it, and immediately said, "Then you just entangle him and don't let him go to Jing'an. I left 2 people on the aerospace vehicle. If Zhangzhe didn't do it himself, even if Jing'an's army fired all the cannons, there would be no accidents there. What I want to know now is what happened that night." "Ah." Tongli sighed depressedly, panting and explaining. Rongzhe got the news from somewhere and knew that Xiao Han was in the Shirqing military camp. As a result, he didn't notify anyone and came to attack directly. Coincidentally, Zhangzhe happened to go to the north of the city to investigate the mutant beasts. There were only 2 level 4 evolvers, Han Su and Guohuai, in the military camp, and he really beat them in. As a result, the person was found, but he turned into a corpse. Corpse? What do you mean? Nianyan's face changed suddenly, and he asked, anxiously, don't you want to tell me? Xiao Han was killed? What can I do? I didn't kill him. Are you sure that it was Xiao Han who died? Nianyan still didn't believe it, and asked seriously, could it be a mistake? Could be that Zhangzhe found a substitute. What a substitute? Tong Li's voice was full of depression, and he continued, his body is still in my hand, and it's getting hard. Fuck. You are in Shurching. How could this happen? Nianyan cursed angrily and shouted coldly, wait for me, I'm going over now. Hashtag C712 Perfect Beast Transformation 3. As the call was hung up, the 3 figures in the sky quickly disappeared. In the reed marsh, Xiao Han looked up at Nianyan, Luo Lai, and Jing Shuamei, who were disappearing quickly. His face turned pale in an instant, and he whispered in a low voice, she's dead, and her body has become stiff. He knew very well what this meant. Only Zhang Xiaoyan's ability could achieve such a realistic effect, and the corpse in Tong Li's hand, if nothing unexpected happened, should be the woman who could die for him. You actually let her die? A piercing chill flashed across Xiao Han's eyes, and he roared coldly, I gave you so many things, but you couldn't even protect my wife. People are dead. There's no point in getting angry now. You actually killed my Xiaoyun. I will make you pay the price. I will definitely make you pay the price. Although he knew that the mobile phone signal could determine his location, Xiao Han didn't care so much at this time. While raising his hand to take it out, he immediately dialed the familiar number. Sorry. The number you dialed is out of service. The voice from the phone made his face darken again. He called Guohuai and Zhangzhe, but they were all out of service. Guohuai's phone was also unreachable. It seems that something really happened. Putting the phone back into the space ring, Xiao Han's eyes immediately turned cold, and he whispered to himself, Master Wang of Kyoto, sooner or later I will kill you with my own hands. Now, let's start with Gao Qiu and Qing Biao in Tianqing. Since you want to catch me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. I won't let you go easily. After removing the beast state, Xiao Han's murderous intent in his heart rose steadily, but his eyes seemed like a pool of dead water, so calm that it made people tremble. Putting the half of the snake body in his hand into the space ring, he didn't even look at the remaining half of the level 5 snake body, and ran straight to Linchuan City. While running, he whispered to himself, with my current strength after beastification, I can almost be comparable to a level 5 mutant beast. And the meridians in my body haven't changed much, so I can use true chi when I am beastified. Combining beastification and true chi, I can almost have the combat power of level 6, but I still lack the strength to kill Gao Qiu and Qing Biao. But as long as I can materialize the dragon pattern magic pill, I can almost suppress them. Thinking so in my heart, Xiao Han ran faster. When he broke through to become a level 4 beast, the Hanming ice coffin had been blown up from the inside by the huge body of the giant ape. So now, he needs to find a bank vault to materialize the dragon pattern magic pill. My beastification this time seems to be a little different from others. While running, Xiao Han frowned slightly and muttered softly, but suddenly received the news of Zhang Xiaoyan's death, so he didn't care about these things. The beastification of a normal person actually only gives the body some characteristics of a beast. For example, Liang Shuquan, the lord of Linchuan City, is a beastman in wolf form, but when he is fully combat capable, he only has wolf hair and claws on his body, and his facial features are still human. There are also some beastmen such as Han Su, Gao Qiu, Tu Ningkue, etc., and the same is true. They are black bears, bison, and tigers, but after completing the beast transformation, although their bodies expand to more than 2 meters, they are still in human form. Even if there are a lot of hair on the face, the original appearance can still be distinguished. But Xiao Han is completely different after completing the beast transformation. Not only are his arms thicker than his thighs, but his face shape has also become a flat nose, high forehead bone, and thick lips, without any previous features. And it is precisely because of this that Niefeng Luo Lai Jingshueme and others regard him as a species with abnormal talents and want to kill him completely. At this time, even Xiao Han himself did not realize that his beast transformation this time was a perfect beast transformation without any flaws. If nothing unexpected happens, level 7 will not be his end. At this time, he is still running wildly. Having lived in Linchuan City for more than 10 years, he was very familiar with the city. At full speed, it took him less than 5 minutes to stand at the door of Yanhua People's Bank. After skillfully prying open the vault, he entered the game directly. Ding! Ding! As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard 2 soft sounds in his ears. Xiao Han immediately opened the friend list and took a look. He had added Fu Qingji as a friend before, although his avatar was black at. This time it was jumping quickly, and there were 2 unread messages on it. Click it and immediately see the previous sentence and 2 weapon diagrams. If Fu Qingji can help me kill Gao Qiu and Qing Biao, it should be much easier. Although he wanted to kill them immediately, Xiao Han knew clearly that he needed to do some preparation. With the current strength alone, it is not realistic to want revenge. Although the incarnation of the giant ape will have extremely strong defense, the defense strength is not even as strong as Gao Qiu. The flaming purple gold armor had been blown up, and now he needed to forge a new set of suitable ones. He also needed to change his weapons. Although the lava armor-breaking gun was sharp, it was less than 2 meters long and less than 3 centimeters in diameter. After transforming into a giant ape, such weapons were not easy to use at all. He needed to change to something more violent. Only in this way can one maximize his strength. He took out 4 materialization talismans, although he wanted to take revenge. Right now, Xiao Han still had to suppress the anger in his heart. He pasted the 4 materialization talismans on the dragon pattern magic pill, one by one, and waited until they all turned into tattoos in the palm of his hand before he whispered to himself, "Wait! I won't let you go!" #C713 Iron Armored Dragon Scale Shield. Forging room. The hammer fell on the anvil, making a continuous ding-ding-dang-dang sound, and the black dagger on the anvil slowly took shape. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes were already red, but his movements were firm and powerful. Ding! With a sudden sound, he immediately put away the black dagger on the anvil, took out several pieces of red metal the size of a human head, and threw them directly into the furnace. Then he pulled the bellows at a high speed. Whoosh! 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 As the flames rose, the temperature in the forging room rose by dozens of degrees in just a dozen seconds. -157, -159, -164. Blood-red damage values kept popping up from Xiao Han's head. Fortunately, the furnace wall was very thick, isolating most of the heat so that the figure pulling the bellows could not care about such a small loss of life value at all. After an unknown amount of time, the metal in the furnace finally turned completely red and even showed signs of melting. "Let's make a shield." After clipping out the red metal, Xiao Han muttered softly and picked up another large iron hammer from the forging table. Bang! 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 The deafening knocking sound continued, and his eyes immediately became serious. In fact, making a piece of armor is not a difficult thing. But to make a piece of armor suitable for giant apes to wear, it is impossible. To succeed without dozens or hundreds of experiments. And each time it takes no less than 10 minutes. If it is normal, it is actually very cost-effective to spend so much time to make a piece of defensive equipment. After all, this is not a little bit of improvement in strength, But now, with the death of Xiao Han, Nie Yen, Gao Qiu, Tong Li and Jing, Xuemei may leave at any time, and he no longer has so much time to waste. Compared with armor, the shield will be much simpler to make, just enlarge it. According to the proportion. Bang! 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 The violent knocking sound continued to ring, and the red metal on the anvil kept changing its shape. Gradually, there was finally a little prototype of the shield. As the large hammer was raised, lowered, raised again, and lowered again, the roar in the forging room continued to echo, and Xiao Han continued to take out more red metal and threw it into the furnace, making the shield being forged bigger and bigger. Time passed slowly, and the half-forged shield was suddenly thrown out. Then, another large piece of red metal was thrown into the furnace, and the bellows were quickly pulled up, and the temperature in the forging room rose rapidly again. Bang! 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 Shields were thrown away one after another, but Xiao Han didn't care at all. Until a red shield was forged, he showed a touch of satisfaction on his face, and then immediately took out more than a dozen black scales the size of basketballs and threw them into the furnace. Ha! 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 It took more time to burn the black scales red and even added some accelerants so that more health points floated above Xiao Han's head. However, he didn't care and immediately clamped it out with pliers. Bang! 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 The deafening knocking sound sounded again, and the scales gradually stuck together under the action of force, and Xiao Han continued to take out more black scales and threw them into the furnace that was burning fiercely and emitting hot fire. As the hammer kept repeating the same action, a 1-meter-long shield slowly appeared on the anvil. At this time, 2 familiar system prompts finally rang in the ears. Ding! You successfully forged the Diamond Equipment Dragon Scale Shield, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you got the legendary equipment Iron Armor. Dragon Scale Shield. Ding! You successfully forged the Diamond Equipment Dragon Scale Shield, gained 1 proficiency, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 100 proficiency points. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and immediately looked at the attributes of the equipment. Iron Armor Dragon Scale Shield, Legend Level 55. HP plus 84,000. Stamina plus 3,700. Defense plus 3,700. Strength plus 3,700. Energy plus 3,700. Special. Absolute defense. When using skills, you can be immune to all damage. The stronger the attack, the more energy is consumed. Lasts for 1 second. Cooldown 300 seconds. Special effect. Toughness. Reduce control time by 10%. Special effect. Damage reduction. When attacked, the damage received is reduced by 19,000 points. Special effect. Explosion free. When attacked, reduce the probability of being critically hit by 40%. The moment he saw the equipment special effects, although Xiao Han was extremely unhappy today, he still couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh my God!" It turned out to be absolute defense. Doesn't this mean that as long as I have enough energy in my body, I can withstand the attack of a level 7 mutant beast? And after it is materialized in reality, this skill has no cooling time. No, this doesn't make sense logically. If absolute defense can block the attack of a level 7 mutant beast, then I only need to materialize the Siming Metal. Siming is a passive invincible skill. If there is no cooling time, then I will be invincible in the world. Forget it, even if the effect of this absolute defense will be weakened. The defense of the Iron Dragon Scale Shield alone is enough for me to use. Let's go to Tianqing first and kill Gao Qiu and Qing Biao. With a flash of hatred in his eyes, Xiao Han took out several materialization talismans without hesitation, not only materializing the Iron Armor Dragon Scale Shield but also the dagger made for Fu Qingji. At this time, he didn't even have time to make a new Hanming ice coffin for himself and chose to log off directly. #C714 Robbing Corpse. 1. Stone City. With the disappearance of Rong Zhe and the departure of Liang Shuquan, Gao Yuan, Tong Li and others, the military camp finally became quiet again. But at this time, the place had become a mess. The steel camp gate fell to the side, and there were pitted and scorched marks on the playground used for training new recruits. Military doctors in white coats were busily shuttled among them. Han Su, who had released his beast form, was helped to walk to the half-stump, and said in a deep voice, "The 6th-level alienated person is really powerful. Half of the body was chopped off, but he's still alive. Looking at his recovery speed, if he splices 2 tree stumps together, it seems like he can recover in minutes. Sir, what should we do with him?" On the other side of the tree stump, a soldier holding an energy detector said, angrily, "We have detected the location of the crystal core. Do you want to take it out? We can't do this for the time being." Han Su lowered his head and thought for a moment before continuing in a deep voice. "After all, there are still 9 6th-level evolvers in Kyoto. Even if the city lord is not weak, he should not be their opponent. So we must completely control this person. Even if Nieyan, Luolai, Jingshuame, and Gao Qiu all come over by then, we will still have some bargaining chips in our hands." Han Su paused and continued, "By the way, how is Brother Guo? Is his injury serious?" "For now, there should be no danger." Yi Zhongwen, who ran over with a medicine box, took a look at Han Su's broken leg and continued, "Fortunately, the spear was inserted half a centimeter wrong. Otherwise, even if the gods came, they wouldn't be able to save him. Stop standing, lie down quickly, and I will help you straighten your bones." "Okay, but please wait a moment." Han Su nodded and quickly said to the soldier beside him, "Brother Guo has a diamond sword over there. Please borrow it. Chop off all the branches and branches on this tree stump. I won't be able to move even if I want him to." Outside Shurching, Jiangzhe raised his hand and threw a chi-reviving pill into his mouth. As the technique continued, the qi in his meridians quickly filled up again. Seeing that Tong Li was running further and further away, he hurriedly reached out to touch the mount beneath him. Roar! As the true energy was poured into the body of the black-scaled beast, it roared excitedly, and its speed more than doubled in an instant. In less than half a minute, he caught up with Tong Li, who was running at top speed. Seeing him like this, still holding Xiao Han and refusing to let go, Jiangzhe felt slightly anxious. Then a ruthless look flashed across his face, and the blood demon blade slashed at him without any hesitation. At the same time, he roared angrily, "If you want to run away, I want to see where you can run on horseback today." Jiangzhe, calm down. Hearing the rapid sound of horse hooves behind him, Tong Li knew that the black-scaled war horse was starting to explode again, and hurriedly defended loudly, "I didn't kill Xiao Han. Why are you always chasing me?" "Humph, you didn't kill him?" The blood demon war blade flew past Tong Li's scalp. Jiangzhe snorted coldly and said, "The body is still in your hand, and you have the nerve to tell me that a human is not. Did you kill him? If I don't kill you bastard today, I won't be able to swallow this breath. F***CK.
Tong Li cursa angrily.
Seeing the red long knife strike again, he quickly dodged to the right and shouted in a depressed tone, "Xiao Han is dead. Do you think I am willing? For the legend manifestation talisman on him, we came with 10 6th-level evolvers at once. But now that he's dead, there's nothing left. And the purple flame thunder wing horse, once it materializes, it will have at least level 7 combat effectiveness. I didn't find that bastard Rongza when I was on horseback, otherwise I would have cut him into pieces. At this point, you're still shirking responsibility." Jiangzhe roared angrily, immediately controlled the black-scaled beast, and chased after him again. And this also made Tong Li look helpless. He was far outmatched in speed by the black-scaled war horse in an explosive state. He could only slightly widen the distance between the two through constant changes in direction. These things happen so suddenly today. Looking at the corpse under his arm, Tong Li still couldn't understand how things could develop to this point. He was still very happy to learn that Xiao Han was in Shurching. After all, as long as this guy is caught, the mission is completed, but now all he gets is a corpse, which even made Jiangzhe go crazy. Boss, you have to come here quickly. After running at full speed for more than 2 hours, Tong Li felt that the energy in her body was almost exhausted. If he continued running at the current speed, he could last for half an hour at most. But Jiangzhe behind him was still in peak condition because he had a black, scaled war horse. Even if he stopped to fight now, he would still be no match for him. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of horse hoofbeats came from behind, and Tong Li didn't even need to look back. He dodged to the left without hesitation and hid behind the high-voltage tower nearby. Crunch! But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the long bloody knife passed by his eyes, and the triangular steel plate as thick as his finger was instantly opened. The rusty high-voltage iron tower immediately began to tilt towards him. Fuck! That knife is not a legendary weapon. I just breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to rely on the high-voltage iron tower to tangle with Jiangzhe for a while, but I didn't expect it to be like this. At this time, not only was there a person under his armpit, but his legs were still a little sore. It was too late to avoid the rapidly falling high-voltage iron tower. Even Jiangzhe, who was standing aside, was holding a bloody long knife and looking at him with a covetous look. If it weren't for the falling high-voltage iron tower, Tong Li had no doubt that he would rush over immediately. Fuck! Am I going to die here? Although he only needed one step to run out of the range of the high-voltage iron tower, he didn't dare to do so he could only run in another direction. Crack! Without a fulcrum, the high-voltage iron tower with a height of more than 40 meters has completely tilted, aiming at the one person and the corpse below, and smashed directly down. Come out! But at this moment, a roar came from the sky. #C715 robbing corpse. 2. Under the high-voltage iron tower, Tong Li suddenly felt a strong force acting on his body, and even the weight of the body under his armpit suddenly disappeared. Ha! Has Brother Luolai arrived? He laughed excitedly. Although he hadn't seen anyone yet, he already knew the source of this force, and stomped his feet on the ground. With this force, his figure immediately turned into a flash of lightning, and moved forward more than 10 meters in an instant. Da! 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 At this time, he also heard the sound of horse hooves again. It was obvious that Jiangzhe was chasing him again, and he had no intention of stopping. Get up! Another roar sounded in the sky, and Tong Li could clearly feel that the force exerted on him was carrying him up, and the body under his armpit was also pulled out by a strong force. Then a gust of wind suddenly blew, and less than 2 seconds later someone shouted angrily, "Fuck! This is really Xiao Han." At the same time, there was a roar from below. "Nian, you old man, come down if you have the guts. Get down to the Gobi Desert?" Grabbing the body of Xiao Han with one hand, Nian cursed angrily. "You old bastard. Since you want to hide Xiao Han, you should hide him for me. As long as he is alive, it's nothing more than spending more time. You don't know how important Xiao Han is. What is this now? You still have the nerve to yell at me?" While cursing, Nian waved his hand forward, and a wind blade more than 2 meters long immediately formed in front of him, whistling towards Jiangzhe. The figure riding on the black-scaled beast slashed out a white blade of light, smashing the wind blade, and roared, "You fucking bastard, get off me, if you have the guts. If you bastards hadn't come to Jing'an, how could this shit happen? And that Lord Wang, I have already told him very clearly before, it's very simple to want Xiao Han. Just send a level 7 evolver to guard for 2 years. I will immediately offer him with both hands. But that bastard not only rejected my proposal, but also sent you here." Holding the blood demon battle blade, Jiangzhe pointed angrily at the people in the sky and cursed loudly. Now that Xiao Han is dead, are you satisfied? Such a precious child. I also hope he can go to Kyoto and grow up safely. But the level 7 mutant wolf that destroyed Jiangqing will come to attack Jing'an at any time. Is my simple request too much? You know nothing. Nye Yan roared and then cursed. All level 7 evolvers are strategic forces. Do you think they are all idle? You dare to say that you will be in charge for 2 years. Jing'an only has tens of millions of ordinary people. Are they more valuable than the hundreds of millions of people in Kyoto? You should take at least half of the responsibility for Xiao Han's death. We'll teach you a lesson today. Seeing Xiao Han's body with his own eyes, Nye Yan's anger could no longer be expressed in words. He raised his hand and waved forward, and the wind whistled immediately. Hundreds of wind blades immediately formed around him and then spun rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. During the continuous spinning process, the harsh whistling sound of the wind came from far away, and the wind blade tornado formed at the same time also. Flew directly to the man and horse below. Humph! Will you learn this lesson? Jiangzhe snorted coldly and said with disdain. If you dare to come down, I can beat the shit out of you. As he spoke, a layer of white light immediately appeared on his body. Thousands of wind blades swept past, making a ding-dong sound, and also left wounds on the unprotected face and arms. But the next second, these wounds disappeared in the faint white light. Gather. But a roar came from the sky immediately, and thousands of wind blades collided quickly. In the blink of an eye, a green wind blade with a length of more than 100 meters had condensed in the air, and then whistled and slashed at the white light figure below. Humph! Jiangzhe snorted coldly, and the blood demon battle blade in his hand immediately slashed in the air, and a white light blade flew out instantly. In just a blink of an eye, the wind blade and the light blade collided together. Although the length of the white light blade was less than 1/10 of the blue wind blade, it shattered it in an instant. At this time, more wind blades condensed again. Jiangzhe on the ground was not to be outdone, and the red battle blade slashed out repeatedly, shattering attacks again and again. Sometimes even if you are hit, the armor on your body will also play a good protective role. Moreover, the white light has an extremely abnormal healing effect on wounds, making Nye Yan's attack not even as good as tickling. Such a battle is boring and tedious, but both of them are angry and have no intention of stopping. Whoosh! Suddenly Luo Lai moved his fingers, and a black dagger immediately flew out of his body and shot towards Jiangzhe with a whistling sound. Humph! 2 against 1. You cowards without balls? Get down here! Feeling his body suddenly sink, Jiangzhe snorted coldly and immediately burst out with all his strength. The moment he broke free from the restraints, his head also swung to the left. Whoosh! A black dagger brushed past his ear and flew backwards. At the same time, 3 wind blades more than 10 meters long also condensed into shape in an instant and shot towards Jiangzhe in no particular order. Yang! Yang! 2 of them hit the armor and disintegrated instantly, unable to break the legendary Bloodscale armor at all. However, there was another one which, with the help of Luo Lai's telekinesis, chopped Jiangzhe's head with a bang. Blood flowed out instantly, staining half of his body red. He could only passively take the beating and could not fight back. No matter how strong his defense was or how abnormal his recovery ability was, it was still useless. As the white light flashed, the wound on his head slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Jiangzhe stopped his movements and looked at the 3 people in the sky with a gloomy face. #C716 robbing corpse. 3. Stop! Suddenly there was a roar, and 2 figures ran over here at lightning speed. The man running in front was holding an oil drum in his arms with half a tree stump looming inside. The entire stump was bare except for one trunk. But at the top of the main trunk, there is a green crystal stone, which is particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Are you looking for death? Seeing Rog become like this, Luo Lai's eyes widened suddenly, and bloodshot eyes appeared instantly. Then he waved his right hand forward, and the dagger that was attacking Jiang Zhe flew past with a roar. Moreover, his hair stood up automatically without any wind, and the turbulent thoughts in his mind immediately surged out. The flying board under his feet supported his body, and he flew towards that direction at an extremely fast speed. I advise you not to move. Feeling a sudden force of gravity exerting on himself, it was very difficult to even move his fingers. Qin Lang immediately said with a smile, "If I die, your brother will not survive either. This is filled with heavy oil that cannot be extinguished by pouring water or covering it with sand. And as soon as this oil barrel leaves my hand, it will be immediately ignited. It's not a loss at all to have a 6th-level evolver to accompany me. You." Luo Lai's face froze, and he immediately did not dare to act rashly. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and asked, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do on horseback? If my brother dies, I will let all of you in Jing and bury him with him." "Ha! Are you threatening me?" Qin Lang sneered, while holding the oil drum. With one hand, he took out a dagger with the other hand and knocked it on the green crystal stone a few times and then again said, "Anyway, our way of survival has been blocked by you. Tens of millions of ordinary people are buried with your brother. Do you think I will care? Without Xiao Han, we no longer have the capital to resist the 7th level mutant beast. Now it's just the difference between dying a few days earlier and dying a few days later. Then what do you want to do?" Nie Yen flew to Luo Lai, pulled him behind him, with anger on his face, and said in a deep voice, "The death of a 6th level evolver is a huge loss to mankind. In today's world full of mutant beasts, it is already very difficult to survive. Do we have to kill each other like this?" "Huh? You still know how to kill each other?" Qin Lang snorted coldly and said, with disdain, "How could Xiao Han die without you? If it weren't for you, how could we fight among ourselves? Now that your people are going to die, you come here to tell me this. Don't you think this is ridiculous? As for what I want to do, you have to ask the city lord." "You stepped on the horse." Nie Yen cursed angrily, but immediately saw the dagger in Qin Lang's hand, striking the green crystal again. He quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Jiang with an angry face. Chef asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want to do? Could it be that if Xiao Han dies, will you really not care about the tens of millions of ordinary people in Jingon?" "Humph." Jiang Zhe snorted coldly and continued, "Now that you know how to care about ordinary people, you are really funny. If you screw up something and just want to walk away, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Since Rog fell into my hands, I can never return it to you. If Jing'an is always here, then he can always live. But if Jing'an is gone, then it depends on his own ability. As for you, get out of here now, get out of Jing'an, go back to Kyoto, and never appear in front of me again. Also, Xiao Han's body must be returned to me. Don't you think this request is too much?" Nie Yan's eyes flashed with anger, and he said word by word, "The body can be returned to you, but you must give it to me intact, Rog." "Humph, at this point, I'm not negotiating terms with you." Jiang Zhe snorted coldly and continued, "You have to agree today if you agree, and you have to agree if you don't agree. Either watch Rog die immediately, or get out of here immediately. Of course, you can also find a way to kill the 7th level mutant wolf. Then I can lead my brothers and capture you without mercy. Whether it's killing or beheading, I'll do whatever you want." "You!" Seeing Jiang Zhe's desperate look, Nie Yen, although very angry in his heart, didn't know what to do. Rog was a level 6 alienator. He couldn't ignore him, let alone watch him. And Luo Lai behind him is his biological brother. But the situation has developed to this point. Even if you want to rescue, you Can't find any chance to make a move. Qin Lang's thoughts were too careful. The trigger-type ignition device and even a black alloy iron chain tied to Rog's body prevented him from making any rash moves. You better just go back. At this moment, the wooden pile in the oil barrel said in a hoarse voice, "This heavy oil. The taste of heavy oil is not very good. If it continues like this, I will die in it. Jiangzhe, since he said so, he will definitely will not kill me. Whether you stay in Jinan for the time being or not, you'd better go back. First, go back and hand in the mission." "No, I can't just leave you here." Luo Lai stepped forward and roared with anger on his face. "If I go back like this, how can I explain to my sister? Law? Explain? Rog chuckled and said intermittently, Then you do it now. Now, let me die here. This explanation isn't it better? Okay. Listen to your eldest brother." Although he was very reluctant in his heart, there was no better choice at this time, and he could only accept such a result. At least in this way, Rog can continue to live. Even if the level 7 mutant wolf attacked the city, Jing'an would have 3 level 6 evolvers, which could allow them to hold on a little longer and wait for support from Kyoto. Next time he can take him back. Having made such a decision in his heart, a gust of wind immediately rolled up the body of Xiao Han and flew towards Jiangzhe. #C717 signal of reappearance. After catching the body of Xiao Han, Jiangzhe breathed a sigh of relief, but a hint of anger still appeared on his face. He winked at Qin Lang and Chao Gu, and the three of them immediately walked towards the direction of Shurqing. In the sky, Nieyan's face turned ashen as he watched the figures slowly disappearing from his sight. Luo Lai, who was standing by, looked as if he was about to spit fire from his eyes and said angrily, "Boss Nye, are you just going to ignore my brother? We came out together. No matter what, we should go back together. I want to go back together too." Nieyan's face condensed, and he asked in a deep voice, "But you also saw the situation just now. What do you think we should do?" Rog's body was chopped into that state, and he has no resistance to fire. And the crystal in his body has been exposed. Once the barrel of heavy oil is ignited, none of us can save him. Could it be that you want to watch him die? After being scolded like this, Rog calmed down a little but still said with a grim face, "I know, but we can't just leave like this. We haven't left yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Nieyan shouted loudly and continued, "In the situation just now, your eldest brother must not be able to be snatched back. Let's go back and study first to see if there are other ways to snatch Rog back from their hands, and then we need to report the situation here to Lord Wang. Now that Xiao Han is dead, we should also consider what to do next." Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a quick ring suddenly rang in Nieyan's shirt pocket. He quickly took a look and immediately said, "It's Lord Wang. You guys be quiet." After speaking, he immediately swiped the screen of the mobile phone. "The target of this mission is dead, and it must be reported to the higher-ups." But before he could speak, the scolding voice came over the phone. "How did you do it? Why did Xiao Han's cell phone signal appear in Tianqing again? Hurry up and get ready. Go there immediately. Although I notified Gao Qiu and Qing Biao with their speed, they should not be able to stop the ghost-faced man you mentioned. This time, we can't let him run away again. We must catch him back for me." "What? Xiao Han's cell phone signal appeared again?" Nieyan was stunned and said with disbelief, "But this is not right. We clearly found him in Linchuan City. And at that time, we saw that he was killed by a 4th-level alien giant. Hey, how could this cell phone signal appear in Tianqing? What do you mean? Do you suspect that my equipment is malfunctioning?" The Voice on the phone paused and continued to ask. The ghost-faced man was killed. Did you see it with your own eyes? No, I didn't. Nie Yen was also a little suspicious, and immediately continued. But when in Lin Chuan, the armor worn by the ghost-faced man had been torn to pieces. That's why we judged that he should have been killed by the alien giant ape. Don't jump to conclusions if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. The scolding voice sounded, and the voice on the phone continued. Many times, even if you see it with your own eyes, it may not be true. Besides, you only saw a few pieces of broken armor. Maybe that guy did it on purpose. Don't dawdle, go to Tianqing as soon as possible. This time you must catch him for me no matter what, and don't let him run away again. Okay, I'll go now. Nie Yen waved his hand, waiting for the strong wind to blow under his feet. After the generation, he immediately said, But I have a more important thing to report to you. No matter what, put it aside first. Catching Xiao Han is the most important thing. What I want to report is about Xiao Han. Nie Yen did not wait for Lord Wang on the other side of the phone to ask and said directly, Just now we have actually caught Xiao Han. Unfortunately, he has become a corpse. The signal from Tianqing should be deliberately disrupting our vision. Otherwise, he would not appear one after another. It is no secret that mobile phone signals can be located. It doesn't make sense to appear so frequently. More importantly, wait a minute. What did you just say? The voice in the phone sank and immediately interrupted. If I heard it correctly, you said Xiao Han is dead? Just 10 seconds ago, I told you not to jump to conclusions without seeing it with your own eyes. How long has it been now? And you actually told me that Xiao Han is dead. Do you want to quit as captain? No, I saw it with my own eyes this time. Nie Yan's voice sank, and he quickly explained. And not only did I see it, Tong Li, Luo Lai, and Jing Xuemei also saw it. Just 5 minutes ago, Xiao Han's body was still in my hands. I have carefully checked it, whether it is height, appearance, or body shape. It is exactly the same as in the information. Dead. How is this possible? A puzzled voice came from the phone, and then immediately said loudly, What is going on? Explain it to me from beginning to end. At the same time, in a dense forest less than 50 kilometers away from Tianqing, a figure in gray armor hung up the phone in his hand and whispered, I still can't get through. It seems that something really happened. Since you dare to do this, don't blame me for being cruel. The moment the voice fell, he immediately clicked a few more times on the phone and dialed another number. Beep, beep. The phone was connected after only 2 rings. The figure in gray armor flashed a cold light in his eyes and immediately said, General Fu, your weapon has been made. But I accidentally materialized it. So now you have to come and get it in person. I'm already in Tianqing. You should know Baisongling in the West. Hashtag C718 Demonized Violent Ape 1. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Han immediately looked towards Tianqing, and the coldness in his eyes became stronger. Then he flipped his palm and took out a black pill with a pungent smell, and said in a low voice, The dragon pattern demon pill with a cooling time of 10 days should not be used continuously, but as long as you use the Qingyun Ju with all your strength, it will have a strong restraining effect on the demonic energy. And Ye Yen, Luo Lai, Gao Qiu and Qing Biao will leave Jing'an soon, and I can't care about so much now. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, thinking of the news he heard from Nye Yan's mobile phone, Xiao Han felt a breathless feeling in his chest. Even the heart would feel a needle-like piercing pain from time to time. And this feeling of heartache, he experienced it once 2 years ago and thought it would never happen to him again. But today he experienced it again. Xiao Yun, why are you so stupid? Mumbling, Xiao Han's eyes instantly turned red, and a drop of crystal tears slowly slid down from the corner of his eyes. Although he had such concerns before, and even reminded her several times, But he still didn't expect that this woman who has become more and more important in his life would still not listen to his advice. In the end, he chose this way to attract the attention of Niefeng Luo Lai, Jing Xueme and others. Pa! Reaching out and slapping himself, Xiao Han said with a painful face, "It's all my fault. If you didn't use your mobile phone to make calls, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble. I'm such a big idiot. The number one big idiot in the world. I know that once I use my mobile phone, my location information will be revealed, but I still use it one after another. If I could realize this earlier, you wouldn't have to become like me and try so hard to attract Nie Yen, Luo Lai, and Jing Xueme." Pa! Raising his hand and slapping himself again, Xiao Han couldn't express the regret in his heart in words at this moment. This is the only way to relieve the self-blame in his heart. When Gao Qiu found him in Anliang County, he knew that Zhang Xiaoyun had transformed into his appearance near the Zero Bar in Hongshan District, Jing'an, in order to attract the attention of Nie Yen and Jing Xueme. And that action was perfect. Not only did he successfully attract the attention of Nie Yen and others, but he also escaped without any danger. But today he failed to repeat the miracle of the last time. The mobile phone signal was captured. Nie Yen, Luo Lai, and Jing Xueme should have flown from Jing'an to Linchuan immediately. She must have been very anxious to get such news suddenly. She even turned into her own appearance to attract more people's attention in order to attract the three of them back. Although the cause and effect of today's incident is still unclear, Xiao Han can guess that Zhang Xiaoyun's death must have something to do with him. But now it's too late to regret it. "Xiaoyun, I will live well." Muttering softly, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said, "You saved my life, I must live well. But I will not let go of any of those who hurt you. I heard that the 6th-level evolvers are very powerful. I will kill 2 of them today to comfort your spirit in heaven." As he spoke, Xiao Han closed his eyes tightly, and the Qingyun Ju, which he had just learned not long ago, immediately ran quickly in his body. Baisongling is less than 50 kilometers away from Tianqing. With Gao Qiu and Qing Biao's speed, they can get here in half an hour at most. In order to cope with the upcoming battle, he needs to adjust his state to the best, although he has just broken through to level 4. Once he completes the beast transformation, he will immediately have the combat power of level 5. Such strength is indeed a bit lacking to deal with 2 6th-level evolvers. But even after completing the beast transformation, the true energy in the body can still be used, and even the increase in strength is not low. With the 4 dragon pattern magic pills that had just materialized, he was confident that Gao Qiu and Qing Biao would stay here forever. Whoosh! At this moment, a whistling sound was heard in his ears. Has Fu Chengji arrived? With this in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately turned over and quickly climbed up a white pine tree next to him, looking in the direction of the sound. Although the distance was still a bit far, he still saw a black figure a few kilometers away, flying towards this side at a very fast speed. Although he couldn't see the man's face clearly, Xiao Han knew clearly that it was Fu Chengji. "Hey, I can't meet you now." With a sneer, he immediately jumped down from the white pine and threw the mobile phone in his pocket into the space ring. Then he immediately found a hidden place and hid himself completely. Compared with Zhang Zhe, Fu Chang should be considered a decisive person, but at the same time a very rational person. If he just beat Gao Qiu and Qing Biao up, Xiao Han believed that he would definitely help him. But if 2 people were killed, the situation might be different. Level 6 evolvers are not cabbages in the field. They are high-end combat forces no matter which city they are in. For all humans, this is a powerful weapon to resist mutant beasts. So Fu Qingji, who has always been rational, should not stand on his side in the matter of completely killing Gao Qiu and Qing Biao. And this requires some tricks. Hiding in the cave that has been prepared long ago, Xiao Han watched from afar. As Fu Chengji took out his mobile phone and dialed again and again. He still had no intention of going out. Time passed slowly until a burst of hurried footsteps came from a distance. His eyes lit up, avoiding the figure in the sky, and slowly approached the direction where the footsteps came from. #C719 Demonized Violent Ape. 2. Sorry, the number you dialed is not at the waiter. Please call again. Later. The blind tone coming from the mobile phone made Fu Chengji frown and murmured in a low voice, "It's strange. Xiao Han clearly said he was here. It's only been a while. Why can't I get through the phone?" Suspended in the air. He looked at the endless white pine forest below him, hesitated for a moment, and then shouted loudly, "Xiao Han! I'm here, are you?" There. Although Baisong Ridge is not very big, it covers an area of 30 hectares. Fu Chengji shouted loudly and gradually flew into the distance. At this time, at the edge of Baisong Ridge, 2 running figures suddenly stopped. One of them frowned and said depressedly, "Let me go, this place is so big. How are we going to find it? Also, the grass is taller than a person. As long as it doesn't make any sound, you probably won't be able to see it even from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. As long as the man with the grimace is not too stupid and just finds a bush and burrows into it, we won't be able to do anything, let alone find him. You have to look for it if you can't find it." Gao Qiu replied and immediately took out 2 military green helmets from the backpack behind him and continued, "These things should be helpful to us. Thermal imaging monocular." Qing Biao was stunned and said with some surprise, "I was still surprised just now. After receiving the call from the master, you didn't act immediately. Instead, you went to the first area. You must have snatched these 2 thermal imaging telescopes from the military camp, right?" "Yes." Gao Qiu nodded, handed one to Qing Biao, and said in a deep voice, "Actually, I went to the first area not just for this thing. Last time in Anliang County, I suspected that Fu Chengji rescued the grimace man. This time, I actually planned to call him together to completely eliminate the possibility of him taking action in secret. I didn't expect that guy wasn't there. He seemed to have left in a hurry before I went." "Leaving the city?" Qing Biao was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "I heard from the Shanmao guy that the mutated beasts in Tiancheng seem to be acting strangely recently. Is that level 7 mutant wolf really planning to attack Jing'an? I can't say." Gao Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "But it is really possible. The learning ability of the 7th level mutant beast is very strong. It's been almost a month since Jiangcheng was destroyed. Shouldn't wait too long. So this mission cannot be delayed any longer. Xiao Han must be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the mutated beasts really start to attack the city, even we won't be able to escape." "I know." Qing Biao nodded, immediately took the helmet from Gao Qiu's hand, put it on his head, adjusted the monocular telescope on it, and immediately looked into the depths of Baisong Ridge. "Holy shit! What is that?" Just as he turned on the thermal imager, a red human-shaped object came into view a few hundred meters away, although the weeds as tall as a person have completely blocked the view ahead. But with the other eye through the thermal imaging camera, he could clearly see a human-shaped heat source, sitting cross-legged on the ground motionless, as if he was practicing. On the side, although Gao Qiu was half a beat slower, he also saw it. With a smile on his face, he stamped his feet on the ground and rushed over without any nonsense. At the same time, his body shape also changed rapidly. A minotaur over 2 meters tall seemed to have transformed into a rampaging locomotive, crossing a distance of more than 300 meters in less than 10 seconds. The other eye, which was not wearing a thermal imager, instantly saw the figure sitting cross-legged. Although the gray armor is inconspicuous, it is obviously not a real item. There was no familiar grimace mask on his head. At this time, his closed eyes had slowly opened, and he looked over calmly. Xiao Han. When he saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, Gao Qiu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn it, how could it be you, the man with the grimace?" "Ha!" Xiao Han chuckled, slowly stood up from the ground, grinned and said, coldly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Haven't you been looking for me all the time? As for that grimace man, is he still important to you as long as I'm here?" "You're right. It's really not important anymore." Gao Qiu stood still in front of Xiao Han. Although his expression was a little confused, he still said, "It's really not easy to find you. Since you also know that we have been looking for you, then come with me. Actually, there's nothing wrong with going to Kyoto. It's not only safer there, but also has more resources for cultivation. I really don't understand why you have to resist so much." "Haha, that sounds really nice." Xiao Han laughed and continued, "But those resources have nothing to do with me. Once we get to Kyoto, it would be a good idea if you don't steal my things. I showed up here today not to go to Kyoto, but to kill 2 level 6 evolvers, to comfort my wife's spirit in heaven." "Ha! It's just you?" Qing Biao laughed and said to Gao Qiu with disdain on his face, "What nonsense do you want to talk to him? Just arrest him. Such a 3rd-level kid. How could he still want to resist?" Before he finished speaking, he had already taken 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Han's neck. "Be careful." Seeing this scene, Gao Qiu felt something was not right in his heart, and hurriedly reminded loudly, "Quickly retreat. Something is wrong." At this time, Xiao Han also showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and a red spear appeared in his hand, stabbing directly at the oncoming Qing Biao. #C720 Demonized Violent Ape 3. "Hey, what are you afraid of? Isn't it just a legendary spear?" Qing Biao grinned nonchalantly and continued calmly, "No matter how sharp the weapon is, it has to hit me. I don't know why you are worried about this little guy who doesn't even have hair." With level 6 strength and a relatively high-ranking muscle evolver, Qing Biao is very confident in his own strength. Seeing the blood-colored spear stabbing straight into his chest, he didn't even dodge. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Hey, I want to see if this is a legendary weapon. I also happen to be short of a handy weapon. Your spear looks pretty good." "Legendary spear? Is this bad enough?" Xiao Han replied and continued with a sneer, "But if you want to own it, it depends on your ability." As he spoke, a burst of true energy immediately poured into the lava armor breaking gun. At the same time, a faint red light also appeared on the spear, and the armor breaking blow that could ignore all defenses was instantly used. At the same time, his arm shook slightly and swept across. Even Qing Biao did not dare to take the attack of the legendary weapon head on. He dodged and took half a step back, laughing softly. "Oh, there are still 2 more strikes. But these 2 tricks I learned from the game are of no use to me." "Really?" Xiao Han grinned and said with disdain. "Then don't run away. Didn't you just want to grab this gun? Why, you've just started and you're already getting scared? I thought you could snatch this lava armor-breaking gun away when you came up, but I didn't expect it to be a fake." "Don't worry." While avoiding the spear, Qing Biao took another step forward. In an instant, before Xiao Han could react, he grabbed the spear in his hand and said immediately, "Isn't this done? I'm sorry now, but give this legendary spear to me." As he spoke, Qing Biao's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and then he shouted sternly, "Let me go!" A force came from the barrel of the gun, and Xiao Han instantly felt that the force was extremely huge, and he could no longer hold the lava armor-breaking gun in his hand. After all, there is still a huge gap between level 4 warriors and level 6 muscle evolvers. Just now, Qing Biao was still afraid of the gun in his hand, so he stepped back slightly, otherwise he might rush up and punch him directly. In his current state, he definitely cannot be his opponent, and the lava armor-breaking gun in his hand will certainly be taken away. But after being promoted to a 4th-level warrior, his strength is not limited to these. Feeling that the power from the gun barrel was getting stronger and stronger, Xiao Han was too lazy to talk nonsense and immediately mobilized the energy in the crystal core in his abdomen. Roar. Feeling a huge force suddenly generated within his body, he couldn't help but roar. At the same time, the body size also expanded rapidly. In less than a second, it surged to 3 meters away, and the gray armor on his body was instantly burst. The muscles on the arms have more than doubled in size. Even though they are covered by long black hair, you can still feel the terrifying power inside. Hey! After completing the beast transformation, the surge of power in his body also gave Xiao Han the confidence to confront Qing Biao head-on. He sneered and said, "If you want to steal my weapon, you are worthy." As he spoke, a surge of true energy immediately surged into the arm holding the spear. As his strength increased, he pulled the lava armor-breaking gun in his hand hard. Tear. As a muscle evolver, Qing Biao was very powerful, but inadvertently, the spear in his hand was still pulled out. There were even 2 wounds left when the gun blade passed through his palm. But the pain in his hands was far less shocking than the scene that happened in front of him. He turned to look at Gao Qiu in shock and asked in confusion, What is going on? Why did he become like this? Is this also a beast? I don't know either." Looking up at the giant ape that was over 3 meters tall, Gao Qiu couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart, and the bad feeling became even stronger. Over the years, he has come into contact with no less than 1,000 beast shifters above level 5. But I have never heard of anyone who can completely transform into a beast like Xiao Han, without even a trace of being human. Level 4 energy fluctuations, but at least level 5 combat effectiveness. How did this guy do it? And after completing this level of animal transformation, he seems to be able to remain rational and clear-headed. This is a bit abnormal. But even if this is the case, it doesn't make sense at all. After completing the first job transfer, Xiao Han clearly awakened the ability of his ears. Is this considered the second awakening now? Roar. The roar sounded, interrupting the thoughts in his heart. Seeing the spear in the giant ape's hand suddenly disappear and turn into a black iron rod, Gao Qiu's expression suddenly changed. Damn it, if this thing were solid, it would probably weigh 1,000 pounds. While scolding angrily, his eyes instantly became solemn, and he said in a low voice, "You have to be more careful. Don't be as reckless as before." "Hey, it's just 1,000 pounds? Qing Biao replied, nonchalantly. Even if his beast transformation is very strong and he has the ability to fight beyond the level, so what? Judging from the energy intensity in his body, he is at most a level 4 beastman. I am level 6 and also a muscle evolver. I have never been afraid of anyone in a competition of strength. If he wants to kill me, I want to see where his confidence comes from." As soon as the voice fell, Qing Biao rushed forward without fear. Even if the iron rod hit him head-on, he had no intention of dodging. #C721 Demonized Violent Ape 4. Bang! A violent impact sounded, and Qing Biao's eyes flashed with joy. Although there was a strong pain in his arm, he rushed forward immediately. Bang! 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 The sound of impact continued, and the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks were all smashed by iron rods and turned into a mess. If it were an attack from the legendary spear, he would still be a little wary. After all, Gao Qiu is a buffalo beast transformer, and his defense itself is extremely strong, but the horns with the strongest defense were still chopped off by the grimace man. Although his defense was not weak, it was not as good as the buffalo hide, so he could only dodge again and again when faced with attacks from the legendary spear. But if you change it to an iron rod, you don't have to worry about it at all. The ability of this body's muscles to withstand blows has been tested in countless battles, and it can withstand even if it is hit Hey! You are so naive to compete with me in strength. After several head-to-head encounters, Qingbiao has tested Xiao Han's strength. It is indeed very strong, almost reaching level 6. But this strength is still not enough for him. Seeing the black iron rod attacking again, his eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered. I've been playing with you for so long. It's time to end. Oh, are you sure? Not paying attention to Qingbiao's attitude, Xiao Han and Gao Qiu exchanged punches head-on. He immediately took out a black dagger, looked up to the sky, and immediately shouted, Fu Chengji, come here. The sound waves spread around and more than 2,000 meters away. Figure standing on the pedals was suddenly stunned, and then said in shock, Is it Xiao Han who is fighting over there? But there's something wrong with this voice. Although he was a little confused, he instantly increased his speed to the extreme and flew in the direction of the sound. But at this time, when Gao Qiu and Qingbiao heard Xiao Han's roar, their faces sank and they instantly became ugly. The two did not continue to attack, but took a few steps back in perfect agreement. Whoosh! In just over 10 seconds, a familiar figure appeared in the sky above his head. Gao Qiu's face darkened and he immediately asked, What are you doing here? Are you helping Xiao Han escape? Help Xiao Han escape? Looking at the two people and the beast below, Fu Qingji was a little confused. But then he saw that the giant ape was holding a familiar dagger on his fingers and asked quickly, Are you Xiao Han? Well, it's me. Throwing the black dagger over, Xiao Han continued, This is custom-made equipment for you at the level of a treasure. Even the 7th level mutant wolf can be harmed by this dagger. Treasure dagger. With a movement of his fingers, Fu Chengji caught the dagger in the air, but when he looked at Xiao Han who had returned to his original appearance, his expression turned ugly. After hesitating for a while, he said in a deep voice, You too, go away Xiao. Han is covered by me today. Are you serious? Gao Qiu's face darkened and he immediately said, We have been looking for Xiao Han for more than a day or two. Nie Yen, Luo Lai, Tong Li and Jing Xuemei have all come over. Now that he has been found today, he will not be allowed to escape again. Don't make a mistake. I said you can get out. Fu Chengji's face flashed with anger and he said, coldly, You will definitely not be able to take Xiao Han away today even if they come. Okay, it's really good. I hope you can still say the same thing after Nie Yen comes. Hearing what Fu Chengji said, Gao Qiu's face turned completely gloomy, and then he immediately said to Qingbiao beside him, He can fly. It's useless for us to stay here. Let's go back. Wait a minute. Who allowed you to leave? Xiao Han took a step forward, looked at Fu Chengji with a serious face, and said in a deep voice, They killed Jiang Xiaoyun. I want these two people to die. Are you willing to help me? What? It's impossible to kill Jiang Xiaoyun. Fu Chengji's face flashed with surprise and he immediately said, Where did you know this? Could you be mistaken? Tong Li said it himself. A trace of pain flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he immediately said, My appearance has been seen by the two of them. Once Nie Yen comes over, it will not be easy for you to explain. So now let's kill these two guys. No. Fu Chengji shook his head and refused. You may not be clear about the current situation of our human beings. Except for Kyoto in the north, no city is absolutely safe. Both of them are level 6 evolvers. Even if you want to avenge Jiang Xiaoyun, you shouldn't look for them. I'll start with them first. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han continued, Aren't you just worried that without 2 6th level evolvers, human strength will be weakened? Let's do this. I'll give you 2 more Hanyan Shenyuan pills. With these 2 pills, at least 2 level 6 evolvers can be cultivated. If the level 6 evolvers take them, it is even possible to break through to level 7. That's not okay. Fu Chengji continued to shake his head and said in a deep voice, It's already this time. Can't we humans kill each other? You can't kill each other. So what happened to Xiaoyun? Xiao Han's eyes flashed with anger, and he continued, these guys have done everything they can to catch me. Couldn't they be killing each other? Help me kill these two guys, and I promise to let you advance to level 7. Within a year. Calm down. Killing people won't solve the problem. Seeing Xiao Han's red eyes, Fu Chengji quickly advised, I think there is some misunderstanding here. Logically speaking, they all need your help, so you shouldn't attack Jiang. Xiaoyun. The person is already dead. There is still a misunderstanding. Xiao Han roared and continued word by word. I ask again, are you really unwilling to help me? It's not that I don't want to help, but that I can't. Well, I'll do it myself. He took out a dragon pattern magic pill with his backhand. Because of the cooling, he didn't plan to use it at first. But now he can't care so much. While raising his hand to throw the pill into his mouth, he immediately looked at Gao Qiu and Qing Biao. His pupils were originally black, but a trace of blood flashed. #C722 Demonized Violent Ape. 5. The elixir entered the stomach along the throat, and Xiao Han immediately felt 2 streams of air surging out, one rushing to the dantian of the abdomen, and the other flowing to the sea of consciousness in the brain. Thinking of Fu Chengji's rejection, he became even more angry. However, swallowing a level 7 dragon-marked magic pill will qualitatively improve your strength, and it may not be impossible to kill Qing Biao and Gao Qiu. It's just that this elixir is somewhat special after all, and its cooling time is as long as 10 days. Even though he had the Qingyun Ju, he didn't dare to use it casually. What's more, it's less than 6 hours since the last time I took it, which is somewhat dangerous. But now, I can't care about that much anymore. Roar. As the gas flow from his stomach entered his dantian, Xiao Han roared and completed the beast transformation. At this time, he could clearly feel that his strength had at least doubled. At this time, another stream of air also entered the sea of consciousness. He did not dare to hesitate at all, and the true energy in his body immediately started to circulate quickly according to the route of Qingyun Ju. Seeing this scene, Gao Qiu's eyes bulged not far away, and a feeling of panic suddenly arose in his heart. He quickly exclaimed, "Fuck, what kind of pill did he take? With such a strong energy reaction, aren't you afraid of bursting yourself?" Male Gobi, you still have the nerve to ask. Fu Chengji cursed angrily with an extremely ugly face and shouted loudly, 7th level elixirs can only be used by 6th level evolvers. Xiao Han is not even level 4. Is there any way to survive using this kind of elixir? Why do you want to push him to this level? Since you want his manifestation. Talisman, can Jiang Xiaoyun kill him at will? There is a misunderstanding here. There must be a misunderstanding. Gao Qiu's face darkened and he immediately shouted, "We already discussed it on the way here. Neither Ding Yi nor Jiang Xiaoyun can move. At most, I can only force Xiao Han out after catching them. I will never kill them. Get out of here. Get out of here." Fu Chengji cursed angrily, and the black dagger floated on his chest, and continued to shout, "Don't step on the horse, and let me see you again or you will all die." Roar. The roar sounded again, and as the Qingyun art quickly moved through the body, the blood in Xiao Han's eyes gradually receded, and he roared, "Now that we are here, don't even think about leaving. I have already said that today we will use their heads to pay homage to Xiaoyun." The angry voice echoed on the Baisong Ridge. The black giant ape, which was more than 3 meters tall, suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed straight towards Qingbiao, who was more than 10 meters away. Ha! Just in time. Although a pill more than doubled the energy intensity in Xiao Han's body. Strength and energy intensity are 2 different things. Seeing that the iron rod was also put away, Qing Biao narrowed his eyes with a sneer. In a competition of strength, he has never been afraid of anyone. Even if he faced a level 6 tiger or a black bear beast shifter, he would not be at a disadvantage in the slightest. If he took out the bloody spear again, he might have been a little wary. Before. Now, the energy in the crystal core in the body immediately flows to the limbs and bones. After being nourished by this energy, the muscles immediately gush out. A huge amount of energy. And this also gave him enough confidence to punch the black fist the size of a basketball. I want to see why you kill me. After the words fell, Qing Biao's eyes flashed with disdain, and he punched him with his tightly clenched right fist without any hesitation. Boom! The moment the fists collided, one of the figures immediately flew out. And this also made Gao Qiu's eyes suddenly bulge, and he exclaimed, "Damn it! What kind of elixir is this riding horse? Can be transformed into combat power instantly." After knocking Qing Biao away with one punch, Xiao Han had no intention of answering other people's questions. He immediately followed the flying figure and grabbed his left foot. Roar! Feeling the explosive power in his body, he immediately roared and threw the figure in his hand against the blue stone beside him. Qing Biao, who was flying in the air, immediately put his head in his hands. Boom! As the rocks flew, the blue stone exploded instantly, but Xiao Han still had no intention of stopping, and threw it to the ground again with his hand. Bang! There was another dull explosion, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. That's enough! Fu Chengji roared angrily, and the telepathy in his mind immediately surged out, and he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Han, calm down. If you kill Qing Biao today, a 7th level evolver may come to Kyoto tomorrow. You want to stop me?" Feeling a sudden invisible pressure on his body, Xiao Han shouted gloomily, "It's okay if you don't help me, but you still want to help them deal with me? I don't want this either, but they really can't die here." Fu Chengji firmly grasped Xiao Han with his right hand and snatched Qing Biao out while immobilizing Xiao Han. Then he immediately shouted to Gao Qiu, "Why? Are you still standing there? Why don't you get out of here quickly?" "Oh!" Gao Qiu was stunned for a moment, looking at the giant ape that was over 3 meters tall with some fear, and exclaimed in amazement. "He is only level 4, but he can actually exert a combat power that is infinitely close to level 7. What kind of elixir is that thing, and this complete animal transformation? It's so damn perverted. As long as Xiao Han doesn't die this time, it seems our plan should be adjusted." Gao Qiu looked at Qing Biao, who was still able to quickly turn over and stand up even after suffering 2 heavy blows, and he no longer hesitated and immediately ran away. Xiao Han's current state was not something he could deal with, even with Qing Biao. Roar! Seeing the two running farther and farther away with the weight of 10,000 pounds on their bodies, Xiao Han's eyes flashed red, and he shouted angrily, "I will help you break through the 6th level and I will give you treasure equipment. And now you turn your gun against me for these bastards? They really can't die." Fu Chengji's eyes flashed with a trace of entanglement, and then he immediately said, "The strength of Kyoto is beyond your imagination. I don't care. I must kill them today." A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he asked coldly, "Let me go or I will fight you to the death." "Calm down. My wife was killed by them and you are still calm." Xiao Han cursed angrily, and his anger rose in his heart, but the power suppressed in his body made it difficult for him to catch up with the 2 fleeing figures. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red, and the black pupils immediately turned blood red. #C723 Demonized Violent Ape 6. As his anger rose, the demonic energy in his mind seemed to be affected by some kind of power, instantly suppressing the breath cultivated by Qin Yun Ju. His pupils completely turned blood red, and Xiao Han could feel that a crazy, killing intent suddenly rose in his heart. At the same time, the 10,000 pounds of gravity pressing on his body did not seem so unbearable. Does the demonic energy also improve strength? Feeling this change, a trace of madness flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately stopped suppressing the demonic energy. Roar! With a roar, he slowly stood up. Bang! 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 The black fist the size of a basketball hit his chest again and again. While he was roaring, wisps of black demonic energy also escaped from the pores of the giant ape. The red pupils exuded a strange light, staring at the figure in the sky, and the crazy killing intent gathered in his eyes. But the figure in the sky was beyond his reach. Roar! With an angry roar, the black giant ape suddenly turned his head to look at the direction where Qing Biao and Gao Qiu fled, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Then he immediately bent down and lay down, kicked his limbs on the ground, and chased after the two. In the sky, Fu Qingji's face suddenly changed, and the telekinesis in his mind surged out without any reservation. But the moment it touched the black gas, it was immediately dispelled. No, this is trouble. Unable to suppress Xiao Han at the same time the speed of the black giant ape was even faster than Qing Biao and Gao Qiu, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught up, and he couldn't watch two level 6 evolvers die in front of him. Whoosh! Under the control of telekinesis, the flying board under his feet immediately chased after him at the fastest speed. But despite constantly closing the distance between him and the giant ape, his speed was only a little faster than him. A few hundred meters away, two figures fleeing frantically suddenly split into two at this time, running in two completely opposite directions. But at this time it was already a little late. Roar! The furious black giant ape suddenly roared, then kicked the ground with all four limbs and rushed out 100 meters in an instant. Then the black giant palm as big as a palm leaf fan grabbed Qing Biao, who was running wildly. Fuck! Feeling the movement behind him, Qing Biao suddenly dodged to the left and narrowly avoided the grab. But at the same time his speed also slowed down. After missing the first attack, the black giant ape slapped him with another palm in the backhand. For such an attack, Qing Biao did not dare to take it hard, nor did he dare to be caught by him, so he quickly rolled to the ground. Bang! With a dull sound, a piece of bluestone the size of a football on the ground was instantly smashed into powder, which made his face change suddenly, and he hurriedly shouted, "Fu Chengji, pull me up!" The pupils of the furious black giant ape had completely turned blood red, and the madness in his eyes had swallowed up his reason. There was no place on the ground that was safe at this time. In the sky, Fu Chengji clenched his right hand fiercely, and then suddenly lifted it up, and the more than 300 Jin Qing Biao immediately flew into the roar. Seeing the target disappear again, the black giant ape shouted in anger. But there was nothing he could do, so he could only raise his head and roar. But soon, he looked at Gao Qiu, who had stopped 100 meters away. Fuck! You pull me up too! Seeing the crazy blood-red pupils looking over, Gao Qiu hurriedly shouted, "I can't stay on the ground. What kind of elixir did Xiao Han eat? This is too perverted. Damn it, it's not forced by you."
Fu Qingzi curse d'angrili.
Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he still raised his hand and pointed, and the mental power in his mind surged wildly, pulling it up alive. Roar! And this move also completely angered the black giant ape. In the angry roar, he hit his chest frantically, but he couldn't do anything about the three figures in the sky. The killing intent in his pupils was gathering, and he gradually calmed down, and there seemed to be a flash of clarity in his eyes. Roar! The roar sounded again, and the black giant ape clenched his right fist, suddenly and instantly hit the figure in the sky. Boom! A black lightning suddenly flew from his fist, instantly hitting Qing Biao and dispelling his mental power. Boom! Boom! Two more punches were thrown, and the black lightning also hit Gao Qiu and Fu Qingji almost at the same time. The three of them froze and fell down at the same time. At this time, the black giant ape had already rushed under Qing Biao, and, before he landed, he jumped high with a bang. While grabbing him, a bloodthirsty smile flashed across his face. Then he ignored the other two, and the figure in his hand was smashed to the ground with a bang. The soft ground was instantly smashed into a human-shaped pit. But this did not satisfy the black giant ape. He raised his hand to pull it out and smashed the body in his hand to the other side. Boom! 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 With a dull explosion, the surrounding ground quickly sank 30 or 40 centimeters. On the other side, Gao Qiu felt that the paralysis effect of his body had disappeared the moment he landed on the ground. But when he saw Fu Chengji falling down, he rushed over without hesitation. As a wild bull beast, he could withstand falling from a height of 100 meters, but the weak 6th-level mind reader could not. Even if it is only more than 10 meters away, it may be thrown to death. Seeing that the figure was still 3 or 4 meters above the ground, Gao Qiu immediately jumped up and held it firmly in his arms. Rise! After recovering from the paralysis effect, Fu Chengji did not dare to delay at all, and immediately took Gao Qiu up to the sky again with a look of fear on his face. Even because he was too afraid of the Black Thunder, he didn't stop slowly, until he was 300 to 400 meters above the ground. General Fu, rescue Qing Biao too. Unknowingly, Gao Qiu changed his name to Fu Chengji and said anxiously, Is Xiao Han crazy now? If you don't save him, Qing Biao will be dead. I know, but I can't save him. Fu Chengji's face darkened and he continued, the pill Xiao Han took was definitely not an ordinary pill. His eyes were full of madness and there was no sense at all. So if you want to save Qing Biao, you can only use telekinesis. But the black gas coming out of his body has the effect of dispelling the power of thoughts. Even if I want to save him, there is nothing I can do. Are we just going to watch him die like this? Gao Qiu looked down at the giant black ape at his feet with a face full of reluctance. Boom! 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 Amidst the crazy and dull sound, the soft ground even sank more than 1 meter, becoming almost as hard as a rock. At this time, the black giant ape suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky, and punched out in the air. Boom! Black lightning shot straight into the sky, but it only rose more than 200 meters before dissipating. Roar! And this seemed to anger the black giant ape. He slammed the figure in his hand to the ground again, and then aimed a fist the size of a sand bowl at its head and smashed it down. Boom! 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 After just a few punches, Qing Biao's body was still on the ground, but his head had sunk deeply into the rock-hard mud. Hashtag C724 Level 3. Qing Biao's defense is very strong. Even the specially made alloy weapons can only pierce the skin, but cannot cause effective damage to the tough muscles. Boom! 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 But at this time, as the black fists continued to fall, his head had completely turned into a pile of minced meat. The two figures in the sky looked ugly when they saw this scene. The death of a 6th-level evolver is not a trivial matter, and the subsequent consequences will be serious. Roar! The roar is still coming, and the black giant ape at his feet is still manically attacking all living creatures it can encounter. Fu Chengji exhaled heavily and said with an ugly face, the sequelae of that pill are a bit serious, and I don't know if Xiao Han can survive. Just after breaking through to level 4, you can exert your peak combat power at level 6. If people like this can continue to grow, maybe our human condition will turn around. It's okay for you to come to Jing'an. Although I feel unhappy, I won't say anything more. But why did Tama want to kill Jiang Xiaoyun? Is it all shit in his head? It shouldn't be. Gao Qiu frowned and said in a deep voice, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please wait a moment and I'll call and ask. Humph, I don't believe your people. Fu Chengji hooked his finger slightly and snatched the phone that Gao Qiu had just taken out, then took out his own phone and dialed a familiar number. Stone City. Holding Xiao Han's body in his arms, Jiangzhe walked into the messy military camp with a solemn expression. In order to let those who came from Kyoto leave Jing'an as soon as possible, he planned this incident. This level of sacrifice is also essential. Looking at Han Su, who was leaning on a cane, Jiangzhe looked at the northwest corner of the military camp from the corner of his eye, and there was an undetectable flicker. Judging from the results, tonight's action can be said to be perfect. However, Nie Yen, Luo Lai, and Jing Shuimei have not yet left Jing'an, so the plan is not completely successful. Fortunately, Xiao Han is dead, and without the mission target they shouldn't stay too long. Handing the corpse in his hand to Hidanshua standing aside, Jiangzhe said, in a deep voice, "Everyone who sacrificed this time will have their pension doubled. Although Xiao Han is not from our military, he died here after all, so he can't be thrown into the wilderness and cremated with our soldiers. When you find Jiang Xiaoyun, give her the ashes." "Okay." Hidanshua nodded, immediately took the body from Jiangzhe and walked towards the incinerator. Because of mutant beasts, military personnel are the most dangerous profession. In the past 10 years, almost no one has survived until retirement. There is only one way to leave the military camp, and that is to become disabled. After losing combat effectiveness, you can naturally retire. Therefore, there are far more than one incinerator in each military camp. Crunch. Raising his hand to pull out a rectangular iron box, Hidanshua put the corpse in his hand and immediately pressed the red button next to it. On the other side, Jiangzhe had already greeted several people around him and walked towards the Chinese army's tent. Bang! As the door was tightly closed, the anger on his face immediately disappeared, and a smile immediately spread on his face. Even the Oscar-winning actor did not have such skills. Han Su, Chao Gu, and Qin Lang on the side also showed the same expression, and said excitedly, "I was worried about an accident at first, but now not only. Tong Li has seen Xiao Han's body. Nie Yen, Luo Lai, Jing Shuimei, and others all saw it, so it's time to worry about it. Xiao Han has a disguise mask in the game. As long as he stops being high profile, no one will be able to find out that he is still alive." "Yes." Qin Lang nodded and said equally excitedly, "Jiang Xiaoyun is not strong enough, but he didn't expect his brain to be so good. Nie Yen probably wouldn't have thought that even if he died, we would trick him into hiding everything. Oh, don't be too careless. They haven't left after all." The smile on Jiang's face became stronger, and he said with a smile, "Chao Gu, you will go out of the city in a while and help Tianxin watch Rongzi together. Although his appearance won't change anything, if it really arouses Nie Yan's suspicion, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. When things calm down, we still have to move him to the dungeon here as soon as possible. The purple flame thunder winged horse that Xiao Han has tamed will have level 7 combat power once it manifests itself. Keep it locked up until it manifests." "Okay, I understand." Chao Gu nodded quickly and promised with a serious face, "Don't worry, I'll be there soon, I promise." Beep, beep, beep. Before he finished speaking, the bell rang rapidly. Jiangzhe immediately lowered his head and said with a smile, "It's General Fu. I was just about to talk to him." As his finger swiped across the screen of the phone, a slightly anxious voice came from the receiver immediately. "Sir, Jiang Xiaoyun should always be with you. How is she doing now? Has she really been killed? Who did you listen to?" Jiangzhe was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Fu Chengji asked this, but he still said immediately, "Xiao Han only used one pill to allow you to break through to level 6. I'm still waiting for him to take out more pills so that Han Su, Chao Gu, Qin Lang, Yen Tianxin, and others can all break through to level 5. Jiang Xiaoyun is Xiao Han's wife. No matter who gets into trouble, I can't let her get into trouble." "So, Jiang Xiaoyun is not dead?" The voice on the phone was stunned for a moment and then shouted angrily, Fuck. Then you quickly let Jiang Xiaoyun call Xiao Han. What's going on? What's going on? Jiang Zhe's face changed. He couldn't take things related to Xiao Han lightly. He hurriedly asked, "Don't say this. Without a beginning or an end. What's going on over there? Damn it. I still want to know what's going on." Fu Chengji cursed, suppressed his anger, and explained loudly, "Xiao Han heard the news of Jiang Xiaoyun's death from Tongli. I don't know what's going on, but the result is that this guy got mad. Just a what? As soon as the pill was swallowed, he killed Qing Biao. Now he has lost his mind and is completely crazy. I don't know if he can survive. You should contact Jiang Xiaoyun quickly to see if you can calm him down." Xiao Han killed Qing Biao? Jiang Zhe was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief, and then immediately said, "Did I hear it wrong, or did you see it wrong? That kid is really strong in the game, but in reality he is only level 3. Level 3. Fu Chengji roared, and continued, "Qing Biao was killed by Xiao Han with his fists, one punch after another. I know you don't believe it, and I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Hurry up and ask his wife to come and see if Xiao Han can calm down. Open the video for you now, and you can see it for yourself." As Fu Chengji's voice fell, the picture on the mobile phone screen immediately changed, and a black giant ape appeared in it. Boom! 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 Even though they were hundreds of kilometers apart, they could still hear the explosions, the body lying on the ground, and the familiar tattoo on the chest. Oh my god! This guy is really Qing Biao. Hashtag C725 calling. 2. The screen of the mobile phone is not big, only about 6 inches, but the signal is very good, and the image inside is also very clear. Looking at the picture in the mobile phone, Han Su said blankly, "If this body is not deliberately forged, then it is indeed Qing Biao, but who is this gorilla? Is there any need to ask this?" Although Qin Lang's eyes were full of disbelief, he still said, "According to what General Fu just said, maybe it is Xiao Han." "I know," Han Su replied, and immediately said, "General Fu asked us to see this gorilla. The meaning is already obvious. But I have never heard of anyone who would be transformed into a beast like this. More importantly, Xiao Han has completed an awakening. Is this the second awakening?" Jiang Zhe didn't care about the discussion around him. He stared at the crazy figure with his eyes and whispered to himself, "It's completely beastified, but how is it possible? Brother Zhang's conjecture can only exist in theory, right? The energy required for complete beastification cannot be provided by energy liquid at all, but the 6th level beast core can. But it's impossible to drain all the energy in a short time." The picture on the mobile phone screen made Jiang Zhe frown deeply. He couldn't believe that Xiao Han, who was only at the 3rd level, killed the 6th level Qing Biao. If he can successfully grow into a 7th level beast, wouldn't he be able to easily kill the 9th level mutant beast when facing it? Thinking of this in his heart, his eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly reached out and twisted the chair beside him. Creaky. The wall where the Yanhua map was hung immediately cracked slowly to both sides, revealing a reinforced concrete passage winding downwards. Jiang Zhe did not hesitate, and immediately entered the passage and walked towards the incinerator. After a while, a familiar figure came towards him, with a dried red blood clot on his heart that was particularly conspicuous. Just a few minutes ago, he was thrown into the incinerator by Hidanshue. But now he appeared here intact. "Uncle Jiang, why did you come down?" Seeing Jiang Zhe's anxious look, the oncoming figure's face sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Did our plan have any accidents?" "The plan is fine, but something happened to your husband." Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyun was not hurt, Jiang Zhe was finally relieved. While handing over the phone, he said anxiously, "I don't have time to explain to you should quickly persuade Xiao Han." What's going on? What's going on?" Jiang Xiaoyun hurriedly looked at the screen of the phone and asked hurriedly, "Where is Xiao Han? Where is Xiao Han?" "Gorilla, that gorilla is Xiao Han." Hansu stepped forward and explained, "I don't know what happened. Xiao Han thought you were killed by Nie Yen and his men, and he ate a black pill. Now he has not only killed Qing Biao, but also completely fallen into madness. As for why he became like this, we don't know, but it is estimated that only you can wake him up now. Don't worry about it. Change back quickly and try to wake him up." Xiao Han went crazy? After hearing Han Su's explanation, Jiang Xiaoyun immediately looked at the crazy figure on the screen of his superior. Although there was no trace of Xiao Han on his body, his heart still hurt for no reason. Then his appearance changed rapidly, and his figure immediately became plump. In just a blink of an eye, a stunning woman with skin as white as cream and eyebrows as beautiful as paintings appeared in front of several people. By Songling. Seeing another Xiao Han appear on the phone screen, Gao Qiu's eyes bulged out, and he exclaimed, "Fuck! Why is there another Xiao Han?" At this time, Fu Qingji was also confused and couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Han had clearly turned into the black giant ape under his feet. But after the call was connected, another Xiao Han appeared in it. What's more shocking is that the face of Xiao Han on the phone screen changed rapidly at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, she turned into a stunningly beautiful woman. Seeing this scene, Gao Qiu's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in shock, "So, that's how it is. I finally understand." Understand what? At this time, Fu Qingji also had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but his eyes flashed, and he pointed to the phone screen and said, "What on earth did you understand? This is not Jiang Xiaoyun." "Oh, isn't it?" Gao Qiu chuckled, and continued with a self-deprecating face. "I really didn't expect that a group of us 6-level evolvers would be fooled by a little girl. I don't know what happened in Shurqing for the time being, but last time in Anliang County I was almost sure that the man with the ghost face was Xiao Han, but Jing'an sent a different message. Now it seems that it should be her handwriting. I'm really curious, what kind of ability is this? It can change the appearance and body shape at will, and even the gender can't be distinguished. Don't say you, in fact, I'm also very curious." Fu Qingji's eyes flashed again and continued, "But let's talk about this later. First find a way to wake Xiao Han up. The main thing is, Xiao Han, this is Xiao Yun. Can you hear me?" At this moment, a slightly anxious voice came from the phone, repeating the same words over and over again. However, this place is more than 300 meters away from the ground, and her voice can't reach there at all. It is not an easy thing to wake up Xiao Han remotely. The mad giant ape has the ability to release black lightning. As long as it enters the attack range, it will be hit instantly without even having time to react. If you approach him with a mobile phone, you may lose your life if you are not careful. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the ground. The black giant ape that was madly ravaging Qing Biao's body suddenly looked up at the sky, and the anger on his face became stronger. Did he hear it? Fu Qingji frowned slightly, and immediately let go of the mobile phone in his hand, controlled it with telekinesis, and slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, the direction of the screen was also aimed at the black giant ape so that he could see the figure inside that he was crazy about it. The first time. #C726 calling 2. As the phone slowly dropped, the black giant ape, which had been in a violent state, finally became a little quieter, staring directly at the screen of the phone. "Xiao Han, I am Xiao Yun." Waves of shouts continued to come from the receiver of the mobile phone, and, even because there was no response, a cry came from it. "I am your Xiao Yun. Don't you recognize me? Xiao Yun." In the blood-red eyes the size of ping-pong balls, the crazy killing intent was still gathering, but there was a hint of confusion in the eyes, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Yun, my Xiao Yun." "Well, you're Xiao Yun. After receiving the response, the voice on the phone immediately became excited with a hint of crying in it. With joy, he hurriedly continued. You said you would protect me, and you will. Always protect me. He also said he would take me to Jiangcheng to kill the 7th level mutant. Wolf. When you are strong enough, we will have a child, preferably a boy or a girl. Have you forgotten all this? You Wawa. Why have you become like this? I am Xiaoyun. Amid the heartbroken cry, the color in the black giant ape's eyes faded. Slightly, it reached out to touch the phone, but was afraid of damaging it and quickly retracted it. Xiaoyun, my Xiaoyun. Even though he had completely lost his mind, there was still a hint of instinct in his heart that made him gradually quiet down, and he kept mumbling to himself, Xiaoyun, my Xiaoyun. And Xiao Han's appearance also made the figure on the phone even more sad. Li Hua cried with rain. You still remember me? You really still remember me? Husband, you must wake up. I'm going to give you birth to many more children, so don't scare me, okay? Little Xiaoyun, my little Xiaoyun, don't cry. A trace of struggle suddenly flashed in the blood-colored pupils, but then disappeared immediately. At the same time, the black demonic energy rolled violently as if it had been stimulated in some way, and the black giant palm suddenly swatted at the phone. Ah, don't! Anxious exclamations sounded, and a trace of struggle suddenly flashed in the eyes of the black giant ape, and the giant palm that slapped the mobile phone suddenly stopped, but the black demonic energy escaping from the palm was blown away, instantly, dispelling the telepathy on it. Crack! As soon as the phone fell to the ground, it immediately flew up again and was suspended directly in front of the black giant ape, with the screen facing his head. It's so good that you're okay. At this time, a clear color appeared in the pupils of the black giant ape, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. But this state is not stable, and there will be a hint of struggle from time to time. Jiang Xiaoyun on the phone saw this situation and immediately shouted, delicately, Husband, you must hold on. I'm waiting for you to come back. There will be a surprise when you come back. Ha, surprise. Xiao Han chuckled. Then his face darkened, and he asked, seriously, why are you disobedient, and why do you want to become like me? Again, with the appearance of Jiang Xiaoyun, the anger in his heart quickly dissipated. Coupled with Qingyunju running at full strength, the demonic energy was finally suppressed bit by bit. Thinking of the news he heard from Nieyan's cell phone, he still felt a little scared. Looking at the woman on the phone screen, Xiao Han said seriously, except for Ding Yi, you are now my only relative. I don't have high demands on you, and I don't need any surprises. I just hope that you can live in peace. Instead of suddenly hearing the news of your death from others one day, I also want to help you. Knowing that Xiao Han's current state was unstable, Jiang Xiaoyun did not dare to overly stimulate him and said quickly, don't be angry. I won't be like this in the future. Okay? Humph. I don't believe you. Xiao Han snorted and continued. I warned you before, don't become like me. Even if those guys in Kyoto find me, I still have a way to escape. But all my words fell on deaf ears. Are you still in Shurching? So, just stay there and don't move. I will pick you up in a moment. Pick me up. A hint of joy flashed across Jiang Xiaoyun's face, and he nodded. Immediately, okay, I'll wait for you in Shurching. After hearing these words, Xiao Han finally relaxed a little. He immediately closed his eyes and felt the state of his body. Qingyunju circulated faster in his meridians. As the demonic energy was suppressed by the cold breath, the crazy murderous intention in his heart finally slowly dissipated. At this time, less than half an hour had passed since he swallowed the dragon Mark demon transformation pill, but the energy coming out of his stomach was still huge, one flowing into the dantian and the other flowing into the sea of consciousness. However, not all of this energy has been absorbed. In less than 6 hours, he had used 2 dragon-marked demon transforming pills, and his dantian had been filled with liquid jinchi. Even the violent battle just now only consumed a very small part. The excess true energy has escaped outside the body through the meridians. Fortunately, there is still a yellow crystal core in his dantian which is slowly absorbing the infuriating energy, so that his losses will not be too great. Sensing this change, Xiao Han frowned and whispered softly, "Only by absorbing the true energy can I break through and become a 5th-level beast transformer. If the crystal core absorbs liquid true essence, will the effect be better?" With this thought in mind, Xiao Han immediately took action and let the liquid true essence in dantian surround the crystal core. Time passed slowly, and the true essence in dantian continued to decrease. However, the huge true chi gushing out of the stomach, after traveling through the meridians, merged into dantian and filled it again. At this time, Xiao Han could already vaguely feel that his strength seemed to be stronger. This is more than twice as effective as the practice of a normal beast. Compared with true essence and true chi, they are still different after all. Said in a low voice with emotion, Xiao Han's eyes lit up instantly, and his face was even more excited. After this practice, he could already feel that the speed at which the crystal core absorbs energy is actually constant. This is like eating grass and eating meat. Although both can make you full, the energy released after they are thoroughly digested is different. The more energy absorbed per unit time, the faster the cultivation speed will be. And the difference between true chi and true essence is not just the difference between grass and meat. As a passive beast, it is actually very difficult to advance quickly, and it usually takes a lot of time to accumulate, or often eat some high-level mutant beast meat so that the crystal core in the body is in a state of energy absorption for 24 hours a day. With true essence in the body, whether there is high-level mutant beast meat or not, his cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. #C727 Surrender. There was no more energy gushing out of his stomach. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and at the same time released the beast transformation from his body. "You finally woke up." Slowly falling from the sky, Fu Chengji took a breath and asked with a worried look, "How are you? Do you feel okay?" "Humph." Xiao Henin snorted and glanced sideways. Because of this guy, he had no choice but to swallow a dragon-marked magic pill. Although he felt a lot unhappy in his heart when he learned that Jiang Xiaoyun was fine, he didn't bother to continue to worry about it. Being affected by demonic energy is actually very dangerous, and Fu Qingji helped him contact Jiang Xiaoyun, which was an indirect help. No matter what, he had to accept this love. But from now on, the elixirs, equipment, mounts, and other things that can improve the strength that appear in the game will no longer be given to such people. Seeing the hill slowly falling to the side, Xiao Han asked in a deep voice, "I have killed Qing Biao. What are you going to do with this guy? Your wife is not dead. Do you still want to kill her?" Fu Chengji's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately reached up and lifted Gaucho up to a height of 100 meters. At the same time, he said, urgently, "He is a 6th-level beast transformer and he is really important to human beings." Humph.
Xiao Han snorted dissatisfiedly.
Seeing that there was no chance to kill Gao Qiu, he said directly, "For a 6th-level beast transformer like him, it would be better to have nothing. I'm in a hurry to pick up Xiaoyun now, and I'm too lazy to listen to these big principles from you. Hurry up and pray that they get out of here quickly. When I manifest the purple flame thunder wing horse, none of these bastards will survive. Don't be so extreme." Fu Chengji frowned and continued to persuade, "It's certainly wrong for Nie Yen and others to do this, but there is no need for you to kill them all. I told you, don't talk to me about these big things." Xiao Han waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I'm just an ordinary person. no matter who targets me, they have to fight back. Only by making them feel the pain will they not have any bad thoughts towards me. Even if I don't say it, I think you should understand the principle of a good person being bullied by others, and a good horse being ridden by others. Pointing to the figure 100 meters high in the sky, Xiao Han continued, instead of trying to persuade me here, you might as well go and persuade him. Let's see if this guy is willing to go back to Kyoto like this. After saying that, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he grabbed Fu Qingji's cell phone that he hadn't taken back, and rushed straight towards Baisong Ridge. Just in the blink of an eye it disappeared. Why? With a depressed sigh, Fu Qingji looked up at a height of 100 meters, moved his fingers slightly, and the figure above his head slowly fell down. He could actually understand Xiao Han's current reaction. After all, it is really unpleasant for people to feel like disaster is coming from the sky while they are sitting at home. Once he has the ability to fight back, of course he will not give up. He will not be balanced unless he kills a few. But Gao Qiu, Qing Biao, and Ye Yan were all level 6 evolvers. Each of them is a precious asset of mankind. Even if they die, they should die in a battle with mutant beasts, instead of dying like Qing Biao in this meaningless cannibalism. Turning his head and looking at the mangled corpse not far away, Fu Qingji said with a troubled face, actually, you should know that I don't want to kill you. Qing Biao is dead. I really don't want humanity to lose 2 6th level evolvers in one day. But what you just saw is too much, and I can't let you go back alive like this. What do you think I should do now?
I understand.
Gao Qiu chuckled and said with a serious face, Xiao Han, who is at the 4th level, has the peak combat power of the 6th level. Once he is promoted to level 5 or even level 6, Jing'an will no longer have to fear the threat of the level 7 mutant wolf. Think about it for a second. If I were you, I wouldn't allow this news to leak out. But I don't want to die yet. If you can answer me a question, I can provide you with a perfect solution. What's the problem, tell me? Actually, your promotion this time is a bit unexpected. Gao Qiu fell silent for a while and continued, logically speaking, even if you succeed in breaking through, your strength will not be so strong. Luo Lai is also a 6th level telepathic practitioner, but he can't control Qing Biao and me at the same time. So I want to know if your success in breaking through to level 6 this time has something to do with Xiao Han. Why do you think so? Fu Qingji did not answer directly, but asked, don't you think that Xiao Han gave me some awesome pill? Isn't that so? Seeing Fu Qingji's wary look, Gao Qiu further confirmed his guess, and continued with a serious face. Before you came, Xiao Han and I had fought. Although his strength has reached level 6, before he used that black pill, he was even weaker than me. But after taking that pill, even if the 3 of us put together, we were still no match for him. Qing Biao was even beaten to death without any resistance. Half a year ago, a crack was created in the crystal core in my body. Without special circumstances, it would be impossible to be promoted to level 7. If your breakthrough is related to Xiao Han, then I can still see a glimmer of hope for recovery from him. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to create a fake death scene here, and then change your identity and stay in Jing'an in the future? You are telling the truth. Fu Qingji's eyes lit up, but he still asked, half doubtfully, are you really fooling me? Hee. I know you don't believe me. Gao Qiu looked towards Jing'an and said in a deep voice, if nothing unexpected happens, Nye Yan, Luo Lai, and Jing Xuemei should all be here in about an hour. Have you ever thought about why Xiao Han left just now? Took your phone? You mean you locked his signal? Fu Qingji's face darkened, and he immediately said, then last time in Anliang County it was also for this reason. Yes. Gao Qiu nodded and continued, and a few hours ago in Linchuan City we also locked his position through the signal. But in Baisongling, he must have deliberately exposed himself If you believe me, I am willing to surrender, you can imprison me anywhere, and you can release me after Nieyen and others return to Kyoto. But you have to make a decision quickly, you don't have much time left to arrange the battlefield. Hashtag C728, just thinking about it makes me excited. Boom, boom, boom. As Xiao Han left, the silent Baisong Ridge roared again. The rocks were shattered, the trees were broken, and there were many human-shaped pits on the ground which looked extremely tragic. After some thinking, Fu Chengji decided to believe Gao Qiu. He still couldn't bear to kill a level 6 beast shifter like this, and Gao Qiu was also very cooperative during the time of setting up the battlefield. The 7th level mutant wolf that destroyed Jiangqing was always a sharp sword hanging over his head. I don't know when it will be cut off. Nieyen, Luo Lai, Tong Li, and Jing Shuimei cannot stay in Jing'an forever. Sooner or later they will all leave. Leaving behind the surrendered Gaoqiu, Jing'an will have 4 6th level combat forces. Even if the 7th level mutant wolf drives the mutant beasts to attack the city, they will not be defeated instantly, and they may still be able to hold on until Kyoto's support. Compared to the lives and deaths of tens of millions of people in Jing'an, it is still worth a gamble. Boom! Once again, a human-shaped crater was created. Gao Qiu jumped out of the crater and said in a deep voice, "It's almost done. Now let's see if you can deceive Nieyen, Luo Lai, and the others. It should be fine." Fu Chengji looked around and continued, "With Qing Biao's body here, they can't believe it even if they don't believe it. But the time is coming. You can't stay here any longer." On the other side of Baisong Ridge, Xiao Han rode on the black scale beast and dialed Guo Huai's number using Fu Chengji's mobile phone. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the blood-colored pupils of the black-scaled beast have returned to normal and the madness has disappeared, and it seems to be stronger than before. "Hey hubby, I miss you." As the phone was connected, Jiang Xiaoyun's soft and flirtatious voice soon came from inside. Xiao Han felt a heat rising from his abdomen and twisted his butt in discomfort, but thinking that he would be able to pick her up in 2 or 3 hours. Smile immediately appeared on his face. Drive. The legs gently clamped the horse's belly, and the black-scaled beast immediately started running wildly. Xiao Han then said, "I miss you too, but don't try to change the subject. I heard with my own ears that a guy named Xiao Han was shot through the heart, and his body was already hard. What on earth is going on? Don't tell me. I don't know who that Xiao Han is. Hee hee." Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled and said with a smile on his face, "So you went crazy. In order to avenge me, you killed the 6th level Qingbiao. You are so awesome. I like it so much. I heard Uncle Jiang say that Qingbiao is very strong. Even he is no match. How on earth did you do it and kill him? Also, how can you turn into a gorilla? Don't change the subject." Xiao Han frowned and said in a deep voice, "I'm asking you now, don't talk to me about whether you have these things or not. Hee hee. Don't be angry." Seeing Xiao Han's angry look on the phone screen, Jiang Xiaoyun was even happier, but he still explained, "You should still remember that you drew a legendary skill manifestation talisman for me yesterday." "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded and asked doubtfully, "But does this have anything to do with what I asked about?" "Of course it does matter." Jiang Xiaoyun's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "You may not know it yet, but Uncle Jiang actually planned to hand you over at the beginning. But he seems to have broken up with Mr. Wang in Kyoto, and the mutated beasts here in Shiqing are acting strangely, and there seem to be signs of attacking the city. In order to keep these people and let them help guard Jing'an, you can have a chance to escape." "I know this," Xiao Han interrupted. "Fu Chengji told me, but you still didn't answer the question I just asked." "Don't worry. I have to explain the cause and effect." Jiang Xiaoyun paused for a moment, and seeing that Xiao Han did not interrupt, he continued, Just yesterday, the mutant beasts gathered in the north of Shurching suddenly dispersed for some reason. This way, there is no need to keep Nieyen, Luolai, and Jing Shuamei in Jing'an. In order to free you as soon as possible so that you can have more time and expose more manifestation talismans, I will discuss a solution with Uncle Jiang. What method? Xiao Han's face darkened, and he said with a chill on his face, could your so-called method be to make you become like me and die for me? Only when Xiao Han dies, those people from Kyoto will leave. But what nonsense is this? Hey, you're angry. Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled and continued, okay, don't be angry, I'm fine. Actually, we did have this plan at the beginning. But fortunately, you bought me a legendary level skill manifestation talisman which allowed me to successfully break through to level 4, and my abilities have changed again. Level 4. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and said with some surprise, so, you have also become a level 4 evolver. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded and said somewhat depressedly, but even if I am promoted to level 4, I still have no combat effectiveness. It's okay. Don't you still have me? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyun looking a little disappointed, Xiao Han quickly comforted her. I will protect you in the future, even if I am weaker, it doesn't matter. But I don't want to be like this forever. I also want to fight side by side with you one day. This is a bit troublesome, but it's not completely impossible. Xiao Han was silent for a while and continued, I will go to Hanbing City after the task at hand is completed. I will give you a complete Shen level cultivation method and dozens of skill books at that time. As long as there are enough elixirs, you should become a 4th level warrior soon, and your strength will not be much weaker than that of a 4th level evolver or a beast. Really? Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I'm serious. You have to come quickly. Of course. I will go there immediately after the task at hand is completed. Although the Shen level cultivation method is not easy to obtain, killing the remaining 8 Emperor bosses in the Abyss Cave should be rewarding. Moreover, he already had a treasure-level skill materialization talisman in his hand. As long as a Shen-level cultivation technique was revealed, it could be materialized immediately. Looking at the smiling figure on the phone, let alone a Shen-level cultivation technique, even if it was a ground-level or even a heaven-level one, he was willing to give it. But what is Xiaoyun's 4th-level ability? Muttering softly, Xiao Han was also a little curious, and immediately asked, with a smile, Wife, after you were promoted to the 4th level, did you become more beautiful? So, I made a lot of money. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Hashtag C729 Beast Tide. Screw you. Seeing the squinting look in Xiao Han's eyes, Jiang Xiaoyun's face turned red, and he smiled and cursed. After I was promoted to level 4, I actually developed 2 abilities. What ability? Fake death? Xiao Han was curious and asked quickly. Jiang Xiaoyun shook his head, slowly stretched out his palm, and said with a smile, It's not a fake death. It's just that I have stronger control over the cells in my body. You see. As he spoke, the palm on the phone screen suddenly cracked and split into 2 halves in the middle, with red blood even flowing out of it. But the next second, it healed again, as if it was not injured at all. And this also made Xiao Han in front of the phone stunned. The ability to change appearance and body shape at will is strange enough. Now he can actually make his palms crack and control the blood flow. Xiao Han's heart moved. After the palm on the screen returned to its original state, he asked in a deep voice, Then you were stabbed through the heart before, and you also had this ability. Jiang Xiaoyun smiled and nodded, and said with excitement, And our plan this time is really perfect. Now Nieyen, Luo Lai, and Tong Li all think you are dead. So from now on, you have to pay more attention when you enter the game. You must not let that Mr. Wang in Kyoto find you again. Okay, I understand. Xiao Han responded, and then asked a little strangely, But I heard that Rongze attacked the Shurqing military camp. What's going on? Hee. I changed him too. Jiang Xiaoyun laughed playfully, his eyes filled with pride. But Xiao Han, who was holding the mobile phone, looked a little confused and asked doubtfully, I can understand that you can become like him, but he is a fire element evolver. When attacking the Shurqing military camp, he needs to use skills. I have seen the flame spears he summoned. They are all made of energy. Is it possible that you can imitate them? Hey, don't you think I'm good at it? A trace of pride flashed across Jiang Xiaoyun's face and he continued, Actually, when it comes to this, I have to talk about my second ability. Seeing the confused look on Xiao Han's face, she explained without waiting for Xiao Han to ask any more questions. After changing his appearance and body shape into Rongze, I actually also mastered his abilities. It's a pity that although the flame spear can also be summoned, what is summoned is just an illusion and has no offensive power at all. But when I led Lu Wu, Gao Yuan and Liang Shuquan to attack Shurqing, my opponent was Brother Gua. With his cooperation, no one can see the flaw. Even when I attacked the military camp, there was a level 3 reader inside, who cooperated with my actions so that the flame shield I summoned could have a more realistic effect. Seeing that Xiao Han still looked angry, Jiang Xiaoyun could only continue to explain. Actually, we have gone through many discussions on this plan. Before I was promoted to level 4, the success rate was less than 30%, and it even had to be at the cost of my death. But after I acquired these two abilities, my score climbed directly to over 90%. With such a high success rate, and among the evolvers brought by Rongze, there are also undercover agents arranged by Uncle Jiang to go in. Of course I have to give it a try. Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Xiao Han said dully and continued, with an ugly face. I learned from others that as Xiao Han was killed. Do you know how panicked I was? I meant I afraid that you won't agree? Humph. Do you still know that I will disagree? Xiao Han snorted and continued, Wait for me in Shurqing. I will be there in no more than 2 hours. Jiang Xiaoyun did not dare to refute, and like an angry little daughter-in-law, she nodded quickly and said, Well, I'll wait for you. After receiving such a clear answer, Xiao Han didn't know what to say. He glanced at the upper right corner of the phone and said immediately, The phone is almost out of battery. I'm going to hang up right now. I'll contact you when we get to Shurqing. After reluctantly chatting for a few more words, seeing that the remaining battery was less than 10%, I reluctantly hung up. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The dull sound of horse hooves rang rapidly in the silent wilderness. In order to see Jiang Xiaoyun quickly, Xiao Han even sent his true energy into the body of the black-scaled beast. Roar. An excited roar sounded, and the speed more than doubled in an instant. Roar. Ouch. Moo. But at this moment, I suddenly heard echoing roars from a place thousands of meters away. What the hell? What's going on? Hearing this voice, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly shrank, and he quickly mobilized the true energy in his body and quickly poured into the meridians around his ears. Ouch! Suddenly a wolf roar came, and the chaotic roar of the beast suddenly disappeared without a trace. But despite this, through his evolved hearing, he could still hear the sound of thousands of footsteps thousands of meters away, running towards this direction. Moreover, these footsteps are different, and they are obviously composed of many kinds of mutant beasts. Tide of beasts? Are mutant beasts about to attack the city? With this thought popping up in his mind, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat, and his face instantly turned ugly. He looked down at the black-scaled beast that was still running wildly beneath him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Drive. Slapping his horse's hip, Xiao Han rushed forward without hesitation even, though he knew that a beast tide might appear ahead. With his current strength and the level 5 black-scaled beast mount under him, There was no need to worry about safety as long as he didn't encounter the Level 7 mutant wolf. The most important thing now was to go ahead and see if a beast tide had already formed. If the scale was not too large, he could even try to disperse it. After all, if left alone, the beast tide would engulf all the wild beasts and mutant beasts that could be encountered, and eventually become larger and larger to the point where it could not be handled. Judging from the direction they were heading, they might eventually appear in Tianqing. I hope the scale of the beast tide can be smaller. Listening to the voice that came into his ears from afar, Xiao Han prayed. Secretly, and at the same time, the speed of the black-scaled beast ran faster and faster. A distance of several thousand meters only took a few tens of seconds. At this time, a black line with no edge appeared in the sight, rolling towards this side. Fuck. This horse is going to destroy Tianqing. #C730 Red-Crowned Crane. In the endless wilderness, foxes, wild dogs, leopards and other wild beasts were running wildly together. Extending his gaze to both sides, it was also a dark mass. In the sky, sparrows as big as basketballs, white-headed buntings as big as bathtubs, and eagles with wingspans of more than 2 meters almost blocked the sun's rays. Fuck! After just one look, Xiao Han cursed angrily and immediately lost the intention to disperse them. The number of wild beasts and mutant beasts coming towards him was at least tens of millions. This scale of beast tide could no longer be dispersed, and they would definitely attack the city, and only when their casualties exceeded 50% would they slowly retreat. If there were high-level mutant beasts with extremely strong dominance among them, the situation would be even worse. No, we have to notify Tianqing as soon as possible. Taking out the mobile phone from his pocket, Xiao Han was about to call Fu Chengji, but his expression suddenly froze. Then he remembered that he didn't know who to contact. When he left Bei Songling, in order to avoid being located by mobile phone signals again, he had already snatched Fu Chengji's mobile phone. Now even if he wanted to contact him, he couldn't do it. Awoo! At this moment, a high-pitched wolf howl suddenly sounded from the beasts in the distance, and Xiao Han turned his head and looked over. More than a dozen leopards with shoulder heights of more than 1 meter were already running towards this side. And in the sky above their heads, there were nearly 100 flying mutant birds with wingspans of more than 1 meter, and their speed suddenly began to soar. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han cursed again, immediately controlled the black-scaled beast under him, turned around and ran towards Tianqing. Go! While lightly squeezing the horse's belly, the true essence immediately poured into the body of the black-scaled beast. In just a moment, the man and the beast turned into an arrow from the string, under the drive of the charge, and quickly left the chasing leopards and mutant birds far behind. At this time, it was completely impossible to go to Shurching again. The beast tide behind him was so overwhelming that it was not something that a small 4th-level warrior like him could break through. Seeing that he was a little safer, Xiao Han immediately took out his phone. Again. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing sounded rapidly, and he whispered softly, "Hurry up, Guohuai! Hurry up and answer it. Hello!" The devout prayer seemed to move the heavens. A familiar voice came from the phone, and Xiao Han hurriedly said, "The phone is running out of power. Don't talk. Listen to me carefully. A large beast tide has been discovered in Tianqing, at least tens of millions. According to their current moving speed, Fu Chengji will have no more than 6 hours to prepare. But this is only the best-case scenario. There are still hundreds of mutants following me. Birds, if they fly at full speed, they should be able to appear over Tianqing in 2 hours at most. I can only think of a way to take them out for a while. By the way, please apologize to Xiaoyun for me. The road to Shurching is now blocked and I can't pick her up. I'm here. I'm here. I've been waiting for your call." Another voice immediately rang in the phone, full of anxiety. "Be careful. Don't get into trouble. You don't have to come now. I will wait in Shurching obediently until you come to pick me up. No, you should hurry back to Jingen. Xiao Han's face darkened, and he said, solemnly, this beast tide may be a little bit complicated and Shurching may not be safe enough. I have the strength of level 6 now, you don't have to worry too much about safety, you must protect yourself. My phone is out of battery, I won't say much, Brother Gua, you should find a way to notify Tianqing as soon as possible, whether it is retreat or defense. You must prepare in advance. I know, I will arrange it now, Guahuai said in a solemn voice. Yesterday we were still celebrating that the beasts that gathered in Shurching disappeared without any warning. Now it seems that they did not disperse, but moved to Tianqing. If nothing unexpected happens, the one who triggered this beast tide should be the level 7 mutant wolf that destroyed Jiangqing. You must be careful. If Tianqing can't be defended, you must find a way to break through. At that time, General Fu will fully cooperate with you. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Han was relieved a little and immediately turned his head to look at the sky behind him. Although he was very fast, the mutant birds behind him were not slow at all. Even if they were only level 3, they were born with the ability to fly, which made them have a flying speed comparable to that of level 6 swan beasts. And those level 4, level 5, and even level 6 flying mutant beasts were even faster than the black scale beasts in the charging state. Cry. At this time, a white crane with a wingspan of more than 3 meters had already stood out from the mutant birds and flew over at a lightning speed. Behind it, there were also some mutant birds such as white-headed cranes, magpies, eagles, etc. following closely. Fuck! A level 5 red-crowned crane. Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed. But at this time, the speed of the black-scaled beast had already increased to the extreme. Cry. Another crane cry came, and the distance between the two sides had been shortened to within 100 meters. The red-crowned crane flapped its wings fiercely. 2 flawless white feathers suddenly fell off its wings and shot over like arrows. The previous flaming purple-gold armor had been blown up. Xiao Han did not dare to take such an attack head-on. He stretched out his hand and grabbed an iron-gray shield appeared in his hand. This shield was very large, 1 meter long and more than 50 centimeters wide, covered with fine scales. Dang! Dang! 2 crisp collision sounds rang out, and the white feathers exploded instantly and turned into powder. Xiao Han's right hand holding the shield shrank back slightly, whispering, "Damn! This power is not weak." Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the red-crowned crane in the sky 100 meters high waved its wings again and more than 10 feathers shot out again. Damn it, if you really think you can fly, I can't do anything to you. Xiao Han roared, and the true energy in his abdomen immediately flowed along the meridians in his body to the purple fire thunder ring on his left hand. Boom! A lightning bolt immediately shot out from his palm and instantly hit the level 5 red-crowned crane in the sky at a height of 100 meters. And its body suddenly paused and fell stiffly. Seeing the paralysis effect take effect, Xiao Han immediately turned over and dismounted. While posing a throwing posture, a dark golden spear appeared in his hand. Swish! The next second, the spear pierced the air and went straight to the level 5 red-crowned crane. #C731 Lies and Speculation. Baisong Ridge. Looking at Gao Qiu's quickly disappearing figure, Fu Chengji didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong. But at this time, even if you want to regret it, it's too late. Hey! I hope my choice is not wrong. Sighing helplessly, Fu Chengji immediately looked around at the deliberately arranged battlefield, checked to see if there are any omissions or obvious flaws. Although it took more than an hour to decorate, this place was not real after all. Even with Qing Biao's body, there was no guarantee that Nye Yen Luo Lai and the others could be deceived. If they checked carefully, they might find some clues. Floating in the air, Fu Qingji checked over and over again, not bored or tired at all. Time passed by slowly, and he slowly made up for some small omissions. Not knowing how much time had passed, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Call. At this time, the howling of the wind also sounded in my ears, and the three figures in the distance flew in front of me in just a few flashes. Why are you here? Looking around, he didn't see Qing Biao or Gao Qiu. Nie Yen couldn't help but frown and asked in a deep voice, Fu Qingji, don't tell me. This is another coincidence. It seems that no matter how I explain it, you won't believe it. Do you think I should believe it? Nie Yen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, if it's just once, I can still believe that this is a coincidence. But today you appeared in a place where you shouldn't have appeared. This cannot be explained by coincidence. Humph. Then I won't explain. Fu Chengji snorted coldly, flicked his finger upward slightly, and a black dagger immediately flew out of his arms, and then said, I can tell you clearly, this is a legendary weapon. Even if I help that grimace man, what can you do to me? As expected, you know? Nie Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and he said angrily, not many people know this news, and you still said that you didn't rescue the man with the grimace. Ha! What a joke! Fu Chengji laughed loudly and said with disdain, with your intelligence you still want to catch Xiao Han. Cell phone signals can lock the location and everyone will know it. How long has it taken for me to be able to accurately lock it 3 times? And every time I step on the horse, I think it's Xiao Han? I'm really laughing to death. You! Nie Yan's face flashed with anger, and then he asked in a deep voice, so, that grimace man was sent out deliberately by you and Jiangzhe to attract our attention. Isn't this nonsense? Fu Chengji did not deny it, but said nonsense. Originally, this matter was very simple. We only need a 7th level evolver to stay in Jing'an for 1 year, and we can give it to Xiao Han with both hands. But you don't even have to pay any price and you just plan to take the person away. There's no way in the world that you can take advantage of someone. It's okay now. Xiao Han was played to death by you, so he just broke up. As for the grim-faced man, all his targets are dead. Do I still need to risk being suspected by you to help him escape Qingbiao and Gao Qiu's pursuit? Forehead. Nie Yen was stunned for a moment, thinking of Xiao Han whose heart was pierced. A look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. Now that Fu Chengji already knows that Xiao Han is dead, even if the grimace man is caught, they can at most vent their anger and not hurt his life. After all, for humans, every evolution is hard won. After thinking about this, Nie Yan's face calmed down a little and he continued to ask, if it's not for the grimace man, then why are you here? Heh, I should ask you this. Fu Chengji sneered and continued, I was already here before Qingbiao and Gao Qiu arrived. If you don't believe it, you can go to Tiansheng to check. I left before the 2 of them left the city. As for why they appear here, it's because the mutated beasts in Baisong Ridge are acting strangely. I even found a herd of beasts gathering before, but fortunately they have been dispersed. Are mutant beasts moving again? Nie Yen frowned and looked a little ugly, but he still asked, didn't you just say that Gao Qiu and Qingbiao are already here? Where are they? Why didn't I see them? Isn't that right? Fu Chengji stretched out his hand, his face suddenly became solemn, and he said in a low voice, I heard the sound of fighting and came over immediately, but it was still a little late and I only saw Qingbiao. As for where Gao Qiu is, I don't know. What are you talking about? That corpse is Qingbiao? Luo Lai's eyes widened, with disbelief on his face. At the same time, he reached forward and grabbed him from the air. At this time, Nie Yen and Jing Xuemei on the side couldn't wait any longer and flew over immediately. It was only then that they noticed that there were many human-shaped pits on the ground, as well as bluestones that had been broken into powder and white pine broken into several pieces. The corpse flew in front of them, and several people immediately turned their attention to the tattoo on the chest. Tong Li immediately stepped forward and groped around on his body. After a while, he said with a gloomy face, "It is indeed Qing Biao." All the bones and internal organs in his body were smashed by brute force. While speaking, he pinched out 2 black hairs from his paste-like neck and continued, "It seems that the one who attacked is a mutant beast, a very powerful mutant beast. But Qing Biao is a muscle evolver, and his strength is not weak among his peers. Even compared with black bears and tiger beasts, he is not inferior at all. But what kind of mutant beast would have such power to completely crush it? This is too incredible." Grabbing a right hand on the ground, Tong Li he continued, "Also, look here, there is no scar on it, which means Qing Biao didn't even have a chance to punch. With such overwhelming power, the one who attacked couldn't be a level 7 mutant beast."
No.
No way. Luo Lai's eyes changed, and he said solemnly, "Did you see it wrong? How could it be a level 7 mutant beast? Isn't there only one level 7 mutant wolf on Jingan's side? If there is another level 7 mutant beast with power, my brother will be dead. If he is captured by Jiangxia, #C732 what the hell do you call that, a small beast tide?" Listening to the reasonable analysis in his ears, Fu Qingji was immediately confused. He didn't expect that Tong Li's nonsense sounded like the truth. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that Qing Biao was crushed to death by the black giant ape that Xiao Han turned into, he might have believed it. But it's actually quite good now, as it saves him the trouble of explaining. After all, the more you talk, the more information will be revealed, and the bigger the flaws will be. Let them guess slowly. Even if the guess is wrong at that time, it will have nothing to do with him. "Brother Fu, what do you think of this matter?" Seeing Nianyan's eyes turning around, Fu Chengji shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It was already like this when I came here. As for Brother Tong's guess, it does make some sense, but I didn't see it, so I can't say much. But what is certain now is that the mutated beasts Qing Biao encountered should not be simple. But have you forgotten that there is another person whose body has not been found? Shouldn't he be the one we need to care about now?" "It's broken, Gaucho," Nianyan exclaimed, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said to Tong Li beside him, "Don't worry about Qing Biao for now. Lao Niu may still be waiting for us to save him. Hurry up and look around here. Are there any traces of him?" Good. Thinking that there was another person missing, everyone did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately spread out to search carefully. And soon, the faces of several people turned ugly. Tong Li squatted beside a pit and said with a heavy face, "Boss Nya, something is not good." Almost all the dents on the ground were made by old cows. He is no match for that mutant beast. According to the current situation, he may be in danger. "Hey, let's do our best to obey fate." Nianyan sighed, his face so gloomy that he almost dripped water, but he still said in a deep voice, "Find a way to find out which direction he went. If possible, it would be best to retrieve his body." "Okay, I understand." Tong Li responded and immediately followed the traces on the ground and searched carefully. On the other side, Luo Lai and Jing Xuemei flew around the messy battlefield, stopping every now and then to look for something. Seeing them like this, Fu Chengji suddenly felt depressed and worried. In the direction close to Baisong Ridge, when Gao Qiu left, there was a very obvious trace left behind. As long as you pay a little attention, you can find it immediately. But Luo Lai and Jing Xuemei passed by there several times and didn't even see them. And Tong Li started searching directly from the place where Qing Biao died, looking at almost every pit, and he was so careful that it was excruciating. No, something is wrong here. Suddenly Tong Li frowned and stopped at the edge of a depression.
Nianyan's
eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "What's wrong? What did you find?" "I can't tell yet, but something about this place feels wrong to me." After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Tong Li continued, "The traces left in this place seem to be too perfect." "You mean Nie Yen glanced vaguely at Fu Chengji beside him, and said in a deep voice, "The traces here may have been artificially arranged. I'm not sure yet. I just feel like something is wrong here, but I can't tell. What is wrong?" "Hey!" Nie Yen sneered, immediately turned to look at Fu Chengji, and asked, solemnly, "I remember you said that when I first came here, in White Pine Ridge, you dispersed a small herd of beasts. I want to know now where you found the small herd of beasts. Can you take me to see it?" "Sure enough, you are still doubting me," Fu Chengji replied, but his heart twitched and he had a bad feeling. He was also prepared for the small beast herd. But due to time issues, only dozens of ordinary beasts were thrown there. But there were none of the mutant beasts that could prompt the formation of the herd. Now that the past has passed, the flaws will be even greater. Originally, he wanted to use the high hills to attract their attention and then lead them in another direction. "Maid, we are in some trouble now." Cursing secretly in his heart, seeing that Nie Yen had no intention of letting go, Fu Chengji had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "Since you insist on going to see it, then come with me." After saying that, he immediately controlled the flying board under his feet and flew deep into the White Pine Ridge. Is there really a tide of small beasts? At this moment, Nie Yen couldn't help but frown, and suddenly doubted his judgment. However, seeing that Fu Chengji was flying farther and farther, he summoned a strong wind and followed immediately. The speed of both of them was not slow, and Luo Lai, Tong Li and Jing Shuimei, who were behind them, all followed immediately. After a while, the white pines under our feet slowly became sparse, and as soon as our eyes were about to fly out of the range of the White Pine Ridge, Nie Yen asked quickly, "Why haven't we arrived yet? How far is it? Come on, it's right in front." Fu Chengji slowed down his flight speed slightly and turned around and said, "If it weren't for the distance, I might have been able to see what killed Qing Biao and even have a chance to save them." "Fuck! What do you call that? A small beast tide?" Suddenly, a roar sounded. Luo Lai pointed to the front with a trembling right hand and cursed with a look of astonishment. "Fuck your ancestors, you want to kill me." With this roar, everyone stopped and stared at the rolling black line in the distance. The sky also turned black. The insects and mutant birds that covered the sky almost blocked the sunlight. Fu Chengji turned around and stared at the endless black line in the distance and cursed in a daze. "Fuck! How could this happen? I'm done for. Now! #C733 Get away from me." Seeing this scene, everyone's face became completely gloomy, and they all understood what this meant. Nie Yen frowned deeply, and a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. At this time, he could no longer care about the small beast tide. After a short silence, he immediately said, "This level of beast tide can only be launched by at least a level 7 mutant beast. Tiancheng should not be able to be defended. You should call people to retreat." "No, it's too late to retreat now. This scale of beast tide should have blocked all the roads to Jing'an, so we should stay and defend it." "What should we do then?" Tong Li trembled inwardly, and his face became completely ugly. Staying in Tiancheng would definitely mean death. Now among the four of them, only he can't fly. If they force a breakout from the air now, the other three will still have a chance of survival. But breaking out from the ground is no different from sending oneself to death. Looking at the beast tide rolling in from a distance, Tong Li's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in surprise, "Look, there seems to be someone over there." At the same time, the sky also brightened, and a flash of lightning fell. Instantly, "Hey, why is this a bit like the lightning strike of the ghost-faced man?" Jing Shuimei immediately flapped her wings and rose more than 100 meters at a high speed, and then immediately shouted, "Boss Nye, that's the black, scaled warhorse. The ghost-faced man is coming. Not good. There is a group of mutant birds behind him." "What did you say?" Fu Chengji's eyes widened, and the flying board under his feet immediately whistled and rushed towards the beasts. And soon, he also saw the familiar figure riding on the black-scaled beast. Swoosh! The black dagger of the treasure level immediately whistled and shot straight at a black vulture above the ghost-faced man's head. Ha! 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 A hoarse cry sounded, and the black vulture seemed to have sensed the danger, and immediately flapped its wings. Boom! But at this moment, a purple lightning bolt instantly hit its head. The next second, a black dagger swept past. With a puff, the black vulture's head and body suddenly split in two, and red blood immediately gushed out. Boom! 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 Then, the lightning bolts fell down like crazy as if they were free. At the same time, the black dagger was like a spirit snake, chasing the purple lightning bolts crazily, passing through the necks of mutant birds one after another. In just over 10 seconds, the mutant birds chasing in the sky were swept away. Ha! At this time, Xiao Han exhaled fiercely, then looked at Nye Yan and others who were flying over, raised his hand and threw a earth spirit pill into his mouth. Then, regardless of them, he immediately rushed to the mutant magpie closest to him, stabbed a sword into its chest, and took out a green beast core.
Em fucking.
Luo Lai flew over, looked at Fu Chengji with a strange expression, and said, in amazement, "If I hadn't seen the group of mutant birds just now, there seemed to be 2 level 5 ones. There was even a macaw with extremely strong defense. You killed them all in less than 20 seconds. Looking at the black dagger flying back with some envy, Luo Lai said, enviously, "This thing is so suitable for us readers. It should be given to you by Xiao Han. Hee. You are asking even though you know the answer." Fu Chengji said coldly. He laughed and continued, "Xiao Han is actually very easy to talk to. He gave me this thing for free. Even my breakthrough to level 6 was due to his help. But you bastards used the wrong method and forced him to death. It won't be so easy to get this kind of weapon in the future." "Hey, we didn't want to kill him." Luo Lai sighed depressedly and continued, "And it wasn't us who did it. Now that I think about it, I want to tear Rongzhe apart alive. That bastard got the news, but didn't tell him immediately tell us. Otherwise, this kind of thing would never happen." "Humph. It's useless to say this now." Fu Chengji snorted coldly, and said, angrily, "If you didn't come, Xiao Han wouldn't die. It's easy for you to say, but this is not something I can decide." Nye Yan slowly approached, staring at the ghost-faced man who was busy on the mutant bird corpse with his bright eyes, and asked softly, "Who is he? Is he the lightning evolutionist hidden in your Jing'an? Why, you still want to take him to Kyoto? Why not?" Nye Yan's eyes flashed and he continued, "Tiancheng is doomed to fail and even Jing'an will be in danger. Shouldn't we give him a better choice?" "Heh." Fu Chengji grinned and chuckled and said calmly, "You can try, but I remind you that he doesn't like you guys." "I don't believe it." Nye Yan's face flashed with some certainty, and he said with a smile, "Today is different from the past. I don't believe that this rolling beast tide can't make him change his mind." As he spoke, a gust of wind rose under his feet, and he flew over immediately. At this time, Xiao Han had also dug out all the beast cores, and ignored Nye Yan who was approaching. He rushed to Fu Chengji's side in a flash and said, directly, "I won't take advantage of you. There are a total of 38 beast cores. 2 level 5, 6 level 4, and the rest are all level 3. We'll each have half." As he handed over the beast core, he immediately said, "Are you stupid? What are you still doing here? Don't you think the beast tide over there is just a show? With Tiancheng's strength, it can be easily stopped." "Of course not." Fu Chengji shook his head and said immediately, "I'm going back now. You should come with me. It's not safe in the wild now. Well, there are too many mutant birds. I have nowhere to hide." Xiao Han whistled and saw the black-scaled beast approaching him. Just as he was about to get on the horse, a figure blocked him. His face sank and he said, unhappily, I've heard your conversation just now. I can tell you very clearly that I'm not interested. Get out of here. Hashtag C734 stupid. With the strength of level 6 and even the ability to kill level 6 evolvers, there is no need to be submissive to these guys from Kyoto. If these guys could not all fly, Xiao Han would be able to smash them all into minced meat with just one dragon pattern magic pill. However, if he really did this, the follow-up would be very troublesome. Moreover, the strength of Kyoto is far beyond that of Jingen, who only has 2 level 6 evolvers, so he can be a little ruthless in words but not in actions. More importantly, with Fu Qingji's pedantic character, he probably wouldn't agree with him doing this. Ignoring Nie Yan's shit-like face, Xiao Han immediately jumped on the horse, gently squeezed the horse's belly, and quickly ran towards Tianqing. The beast tied behind him was still surging. Although he had tried his best to delay it, a beast tide of this scale could not be solved by the power of one person. Da, da, da. The dull sound of horse hooves continued to sound, and Nie Yan, Luo Lai Jing, Xuemei and others also quickly chased after them. Because of the beast tide, no one spoke, and they rushed towards Tianqing at full speed. More than 10 minutes later, a towering city wall appeared in front of them. At this time, dense figures were busy on it, including soldiers in camouflage uniforms, ordinary people, and even some women and children. Look! General Fu is back! Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from the city wall, and then immediately spread to both sides at a very fast speed. Haha! He didn't abandon us. Don't worry or be afraid. We can definitely stop this beast tide. General Fu is now at level 6. He can easily suppress 2 level 6 evolvers. What do we have to worry about? Cheer up and bring up all the ammunition below. Ha, look, General Fu has brought support. Isn't that Master Nie from Jingen? Wow, Master Tong from Shiqing is here too. He is also a level 6 evolver. Although they were thousands of meters away, Xiao Han could still clearly hear the excited shouts from the city wall. And a minute ago, when they hadn't appeared yet, there was a dead silence over there. After all, knowing the news that the beast tide was about to hit, the military must mobilize all the manpower and material resources that could be mobilized in the shortest time. But at this time, Fu Qingji, the top master of Tianqing, never showed up, which would definitely have a great impact on everyone's fighting spirit. Listening to the voices over there, Xiao Han felt very heavy. If it was just an ordinary beast tide with him and Fu Qingji 2 level 6 fighters, there would be no big problem in defending it. But this time, the scale of the beast tide was far greater than before. Even with Nie Yan, Luo Lai, Tong Li, and Jing Xuemei, 4 level 6 evolvers, there was no guarantee that they could defend it. Although most of the ordinary people in Tianqing have moved to Jingen, there are still more than 100,000 people stationed here all year round for the good farmland within a radius of 100 miles. And the number of people who can survive in the end may be less than 1%. Looking at the ordinary people cheering on the top of the city, Xiao Han felt inexplicably sad, and his mood suddenly became heavier. Whether it can be defended or not, Jingen will be very difficult in the next year, he said softly, and he glanced at the wheat that was trampled down. A trace of true energy in his body immediately flowed into the horse brand, and the black scale beast disappeared out of thin air. Although it is known that these wheat will eventually be destroyed by the beast tide, it still makes people want to protect it. The mount disappeared, and Xiao Han landed steadily on the ground. The qi in his abdomen immediately flowed to the meridians of his legs, and he used the gale step. But after running for only 2 steps, he felt a force appear under his feet, dragging his body to the top of the city. General Fu, are you back? As soon as he stood on the top of the city, several middle-aged men in military uniforms came over and said with a serious face, "A few hours ago we suddenly received news from City Lord Jiang that a beast tide was coming. Now everything that should be prepared here is almost ready. But what is the situation of this beast tide? Is it really as serious as the news said? Don't ask so many questions. Just do your best to prepare.
Fu Kingzi.
Looked around and immediately said, Women and children, why did you let them go up the city wall? The beast tide is coming soon. It will not exceed half an hour at most. Let them go down quickly. Then he immediately turned his head to look at Nye Yan, Tong Li and Luo Lai. And Jing Shuimei said in a deep voice, Brother Nye, Brother Luo, Brother Tong, we may have to rely on you more this time. Don't worry about this. Since we have encountered it, we will definitely take action. Nye Yan nodded and replied and immediately said, But if we really can't hold it, we will definitely break through. I can understand, I won't force it. Fu Chengji exhaled lightly and said, solemnly, I just hope that if there is a possibility of holding it, you don't give up here easily. Hey! Nye Yan sighed depressedly and continued, Brother Fu, don't be too stressed. Aren't there many such things? Many times, even if we try our best, we can't change anything. It's a pity that Qing Biao and Gao Qiu are gone, otherwise even if the level 7 mutant wolf came, we might not be able to hold on. Yeah. Fu Chengji glanced at Xiao Han obscurely, and it was not easy to say anything at this time. He could only say with a depressed face, but who would have thought that 2 level 6 evolvers would act together and still get into trouble? If I could have gone there earlier, maybe I could have saved them. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Nye Yan waved his hand and continued, You should make arrangements quickly and see if there is anything else to prepare. Okay. Then you take a rest first. After Fu Chengji finished speaking, he immediately flew into the city. And Nye Yan turned his eyes and said to Xiao Han on the side, Can you take off this ghost face mask of yours? Stupid. For such a request, Xiao Han was too lazy to pay attention to it. He moved and
Chased Fu Kingzi directly.
#C735 warning. What is hidden under the mask is the truest face. Shi Chang spent so much effort to make everyone think Xiao Han was dead. How could he take off the mask so easily? Once discovered, even if Nye Yan, Luo Lai, Tong Li and others can be beaten back, Kyoto will not give up. There will be more trouble later, so it is better to let them not know who they are now. Humph, if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. At this moment, a cold snort came from behind, and then a force acted on the ghost face mask, trying to forcefully remove it. Xiao Han touched the mask with one hand and pressed it on his face. At the same time, his eyes flashed with anger and he said in a cold voice, Mad, you are looking for death. The moment he finished speaking, the left hand with the purple fire thunder ring pointed forward. Boom! Purple thunder suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Luo Lai didn't even have time to react. He was immediately hit in the head and his body suddenly froze. At the same time, Xiao Han also felt that the power exerted on the ghost face mask disappeared. He reached out and grabbed it, and an iron-gray spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whoosh! The next second, the spear shot out suddenly and went straight towards Luo. The sudden attack made Nye Yan's eyes shrink involuntarily, and he immediately waved his palm forward to strike. Amid the howling wind, 2 2-meter-long cyan wind blades condensed into shape in an instant, and they aimed at the iron-colored spears in no particular order and crashed into them. When there was a dull impact, and the head of the gun was immediately knocked a few centimeters, but it still shot straight at Luo Lai. Then there was a click, and it was inserted into the wall made of reinforced concrete less than 1 meter away from him, leaving only the tail of the gun, less than 30 centimeters, trembling violently. Boom! Another bolt of purple lightning shot out, instantly hitting Nye Han and making him freeze. At the same time, an iron-gray spear appeared again in Xiao Han's hand. However, he did not throw the spear, but said coldly, If you want to see who You must have that strength. This is a warning to you. I won't be so easy to talk to next time. After saying that, he jumped off the city wall, chased Fu Qingji in the direction he left, and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Who is this guy? This horse riding is too fierce. Everyone on the city wall saw this scene. Their expressions became wonderful, and they said excitedly, "The Thunder Mage seems to have reached the 6th level. Haha, doesn't that mean that we in Tianqing now have 6 level 6 evolvers? Dear me, my strength is stronger than Jing, and now there are actually 6 level 6 evolvers, and one of them is a Thunder Mage. We will definitely be able to defend against this beast wave." Amidst the excited discussion, everyone looked excited, except for Luo Lai and Nie Yen, whose expressions were extremely ugly. Jing Shuamei on the side saw this scene and asked in a daze, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you move just now? If Brother Nie hadn't taken action, that shot would have poked a transparent hole in your head." "Come? I want to move, but I can't." Luo Lai touched the place on his forehead that was struck by lightning, and said with a gloomy face, "Although the damage of this lightning strike is not high, it has a paralyzing effect. Now I understand why Fu Chengji killed so many mutant birds in less than 20 seconds when he saw the beast tide, including 2 level 5 ones. But this isn't right." A look of doubt flashed across Jing Shuamei's face, and she immediately said, "When I was in Linchuan City, I was also struck by lightning, but my body was only numb, and it had no impact on my strength." "Ah, are you just numb?" Nie Yen repeated, but frowned deeply, and said with a depressed look, "But this doesn't make sense. Are you immune to thunder damage? But I remember when we were helping to defend Tianshui City, you were injured by that thunder eagle." "Well, that's true." Jing Shuamei nodded. A look of thought flashed across her face, and then she immediately said, "Speaking of this, I remembered it. When I met this grim-faced man in Linchuan City, he only had level 3 strength. Looking at the energy response in his body today, it should have reached level 4. Is it possible that it is for this reason that the paralysis effect occurs?" "It's possible." Nie Yen nodded and said softly, "Originally, I was a little doubtful whether this guy could be Xiao Han. But now it seems that Xiao Han is really dead. It's just a pity that we can't bring this lightning evolver to Kyoto. The pressure on Tianshui City is actually quite high. Don't be too anxious. There will still be opportunities in the future." Jing Shuamei comforted her and continued, "He is only at level 4 now. Even in the past, he wouldn't have had much effect. It's better to let him grow up to level 6 safely here. If Captain Xiu hadn't died outside Tianshui City 3 years ago, he would have been able to start breaking through to level 7 by now. That's the only lightning mage who has the hope of breaking through to level 7. "Yes," Nie Yen said with emotion. His eyes slowly turned to the outside of the city, and he whispered, "This damn mutated beast, when will this kind of life end?" On the other side, Xiao Han ignored the shock caused by the 2 lightning strikes to everyone. At this time, he had already caught up with Fu Chengji. Compared with these, finding a way to increase the strength of Tianqing in a short period of time is the most important. Even if there are as many as 6 level 6 evolvers, it is not so easy to defend against a beast tide of tens of millions. And the level 7 mutant wolf that destroyed Zhongqing is likely to be the promoter of this beast tide. If it is really as expected, it will be more difficult to defend Tianqing. Seeing Fu Chengji in the sky looking back with some doubts, Xiao Han immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, I have something to talk to you about. #C736, let's just call it handsome. This is my room. No one should be able to force their way in." Taking Xiao Han, Fu Qingji walked into a rather simple reinforced concrete building and continued with a heavy face, "I still have some things to arrange, so I can't stay here with you." But Li Long will be here later, and it won't take more than 2 minutes at most. You two are familiar with each other. With him guarding outside, you can enter the game with confidence, and no one will come to disturb you. Li Long, Xiao Han whispered, but he didn't know who Fu Chengji was talking about. But he didn't care about this, and immediately asked, "How did you solve Gao Qiu? If he meets Nie Yan, Luo Lai and others, and knows that I killed Qin Biao, it's hard to say whether they will help defend the city next." "I know this, don't worry." Fu Chengji waved his hand, his face serious. He said, "I have locked him up. I will not let him out unless it is absolutely necessary." "That's good." Xiao Han reached out and took out the gaming helmet, nodded and said, "Then, you can go about your business. You don't have to stay with me here. I'm just going in to materialize some things. It won't take too long. You have to think about which evolvers are trustworthy now so that the elixirs and equipment that will be materialized can be distributed later. Materialize as many as you can." Fu Chengji frowned and said in a deep voice, "It's already this time. What's the point of trusting or not trusting? At most, I will distribute the materialized equipment and elixirs so that Nie Yan and the others won't suspect you." "That's fine." Xiao Han nodded and agreed. "I don't know if Tiancheng can be defended yet, and I really can't care about so much at this time." Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, he heard a heavy footsteps 100 meters away, running quickly towards the side, and he looked outside. A familiar figure ran up to him in a blink of an eye. With skin as smooth as jade and a tall and slender figure, he looked like a peerless beauty, but he also wore a mask on his face, so his face couldn't be seen, which made people feel a little sorry. "Hey, why is his chest flat?" He thought it was a woman, but when he walked up to her, he found obvious male features. Xiao Han was a little confused and said, "Fuck, there's even an Adam's apple." At this time, Li Long suddenly froze. His chest rose and fell violently, and he was obviously very angry, but he still said, "I'm a man? Are you blind? Crazy Dragon?" Hearing the familiar voice and thinking about the appearance of Crazy Dragon in the game, Xiao Han laughed and said, "Haha, I didn't expect that you in real life are even more beautiful than in the game. Do you know me?" Li Long was stunned for a moment, but then he roared angrily, "Damn, I call this handsome. Don't use adjectives randomly." "Ha, let's call it handsome." Xiao Han laughed and teased, then immediately put the helmet on his head, and then said with a smile, "Okay, no more jokes. In half an hour at most, the beast tide will be here. I have to get something out of the game. You help me keep the door and don't let anyone in. I will come out within 20 minutes. If there is any emergency, you can also go in and wake me up. When I come out, I will definitely benefit from it." After saying that, regardless of Li Long's reaction, he walked into the room and lay directly on the ground. As the indicator on the blue helmet lit up, Xiao Han quickly lost consciousness. When he appeared in Stormwind again, his face was a little confused. As the searching incident spread on the internet, Han Zhao's identity could no longer be used, but there were still many relationships on it. For example, by Shaoxing, Wantong Agency, Wang Jun, Cheng Meng, Bao Fengrui, and other friends who had a good relationship. For other people, it's fine. There's no loss if we don't contact them. But by Shaoxing and Wantong Agent are a little different. Whether it's collecting information or collecting materials, it takes a lot of time. In order to have more time for cultivation, these tedious things must be handed over to others. But now, he doesn't know which people are trustworthy. Staring at Yu Guang's face, Xiao Han whispered, "This time, the mutant beasts will attack the city, and there must be a great demand for pills. The muscle-growing pills and blood-replenishing pills are simple, and they can be bought from other players. But there are not many Earth Spirit pills that can quickly restore true Qi. This pill can only be refined by myself, and the Earth Element fruit has been used up. Although Yi Qiu has some doubts about my identity, She is not sure yet. Let her help with the search for the earth spirit fruit. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han sent a message to Yiqiu without hesitation and then looked at by Xiaoxing in the friend list, but his expression was a little hesitant. Although the two of them have been getting along well for some time, he is still a little undecided whether to contact him or not. Because if he makes a mistake in judgment, the next person who will come to catch him will probably be a level 7 evolver. At that time, even if he can transform into a beast, he still has a level 7 dragon pattern magic pill and he will not be able to fight back at all. So this time, the choice needs to be extremely cautious and there can be no mistakes. What should I do? Should I trust him? Muttering softly, Xiao Han frowned and thought carefully about what he had experienced since he met Bai Xiaoxing. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, I gave him so many good things, that guy shouldn't betray me. Besides, even if he sold me, the benefits he got might not even be 1% of what I gave him. That guy is not stupid, he shouldn't do such a blood loss business. And I also made them warriors. To a large extent, their future training must rely on me. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. And then he immediately sent a message to Bai Xiaoxing as Moonlight. Hashtag C737 Prepare Supplies. 1. Piaxianglu. Bai Xiaoxing stood in the box and waited anxiously, muttering softly, What on earth is going on? A hole was poked in the heart, and Xiao Han is not dead. Yet, I asked a professional to analyze that picture. It is definitely not a synthesized picture. But that's fine. It really scares me to death. As long as Xiao Han is still alive and can plan an army composed entirely of warriors, there is still hope. Opening the properties panel and looking at the time, Bai Xiaoxing said, anxiously, It's almost 3 minutes. Didn't he say he would be there soon? Crunch. At this moment, the wooden door of the box was opened from the outside, and a strange figure stepped in sideways. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up and he looked slightly excited. But he didn't speak. It wasn't until the stranger sat down calmly that he said seriously, Does anyone else know your identity?
No.
Xiao Han shook his head and continued, I don't know who to trust, so I will only contact you for the time being. This is best. Bai Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, You should not use the identity of Han Xiao again in the future. Moonlight's identity is also not very safe. Don't use it in the future. The next time you go online, please notify me in advance and I will find you a safe identity that will ensure that you will not be discovered. Let's talk about the identity thing later. Xiao Han's face darkened and he continued, I can't care about it now. I can't say whether I can survive until the next time I go online. Have you encountered any danger again? Bai Xiaoxing's expression changed and he asked hurriedly, Or do you think Nieyan Luo Lai and Tong Li don't believe you are dead? No, I'm trapped in Tianqing. Xiao Han shook his head and continued, There is a tide of beasts here. The number of beasts outside the city is almost 7 figures and the number of mutant beasts is no less than 100,000. I'm coming up now just to manifest something so that I can increase Tian.
Chenges combat effectiven.
Furthermore, I want you to help me collect some medicinal materials. If the battle continues to stalemate, the demand for elixirs may be very high. I need to make some preparations in advance. What you need are the materials for refining the Peiyuan pill and the earth spirit pill. Bai Xiaoxing paused for a moment and continued, Don't worry. About this, I have already prepared it in advance. I asked Wantong Intermediary to prepare 300 copies of the auxiliary materials for Peiyuan pill and earth spirit pill. It's just that the blood jade ginseng and earth spirit fruit are too rare, even though we purchased these 2 medicinal materials at any cost. But until now, I have only bought 2 earth yuan fruits. Let me go. You actually bought the Diwan fruit?
Xiao Han exclaimed. Noble.
To believe his ears. You must know that his Earth origin fruit was obtained through 100-fold reward. Without the improvement effect of this talent, he would only get 1 yuan. Condensing fruit. He wanted to refine 2 furnaces of Earth elixir now, but each furnace would take at least 5 minutes to refine, and he didn't have time now. Seeing Bai Xiaoxing's worried look, Xiao Han straightened his face and said, with a smile, I was just talking, you don't have to worry too much about my safety. General Fu from Tianqing knows my importance. So if it really comes to an irreversible point, he will do his best to cover my breakout. Moreover, I am now a level 4 warrior and I already have the ability to protect myself.
Holy shit, so fast.
Bai Xiaoxing's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, How long did it take for you to break through and become a 4th level warrior? Oh, I was lucky too. Xiao Han chuckled and continued, When I have time, I will help you get something to assist your practice. By the way, I also have a recipe for the magic elixir here. Please hurry up and help me collect it. Really speaking, the reason why I was able to break through and become a 4th level warrior was because I used a demon transforming pill. No problem. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes lit up and he said immediately, Send me the recipe and I will have someone buy it immediately. Besides this, is there anything else you want to buy? There is something else. Xiao Han whispered softly, frowning and said, But I just don't know if you can buy it. Ignoring whether I can buy it or not, you have to tell me what it is. Skill book? A skill book that allows people to fly. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he said seriously, In the battle with mutant beasts, if you can't fly, you will really suffer. In perfect world, I think there should be a skill book like this. For example, walking in the air or floating in the air. Once you learn such skills, both your combat ability and your ability to break through will be greatly improved. Okay, I understand. Bai Xiaoxing nodded and said in a deep voice, If there is such a skill book, I will definitely try my best to get it for you. By the way, Wantong Intermediary and I have secretly purchased more than 30 dark gold skill manifestation talismans. Diamond level skill manifestation talismans are more helpless. Even if they are offered at a high price, not many people sell them and only 2 are received. That's good enough. Xiao Han comforted him, but a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said, Let's talk about making money with these materialization talismans later. The situation in Tianqing is not very good. I want to use them to create a group of warriors. Even if they cultivate true qi immediately, they are only level 1, but they are better than ordinary people. Well, I understand. Bai Xiaoxing nodded and continued, These things are originally yours. As for how you want to use them, it is entirely up to you. Wait a moment. I'll take them out now. Hey! Don't leave in a hurry. I haven't finished talking yet.
Xiao Han
Quickly pulled Bai Xiaoxing back and immediately said, I am also a warrior, with level 4 combat power, so I will go to defend the city in a while. Bring the things here. I can't take this cultivation method out. I will let General Fu select some soldiers with good combat skills in a while, and you will give them the skill materialization talismans and cultivation methods. Hashtag C738 Prepare supplies. 2. Seeing Bai Xiaoxing leave quickly, Xiao Han immediately opened the space ring. The legendary equipment, except for a few pieces of armor, a dagger, a spear, and a short sword, the rest have all been given to Bai Xiaoxing. Fortunately, he didn't know where to buy a storage bag, otherwise he couldn't take it all away at once. These things were originally prepared for Wang Jun, Long Jing, and Luo Xiaofei, but they definitely won't be able to use them for a while. Now they have to sell them all. After all, Bai Xiaoxing has collected a lot of things during this period, and the funds on hand are not much. It's still unknown what the situation will be in Tianqing. But no matter whether it can be defended or not, some necessary preparations must be made. Otherwise, once the situation is deadlocked, supplies will become extremely important. If it is because of this reason that the final failure is caused, it will be too tragic. Looking at the remaining equipment in the space ring and the 7 or 8 manifestation talismans emitting precious light, Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Immediately. Then he immediately took them out and pasted the legendary embodiment talisman on them. At the same time, 2 pieces of armor were taken out, one of legendary level and the other of treasure level. Xiao Han also did not hesitate and took out 2 different embodiment talismans and pasted them on. Then he took off his boots and whispered, "Now there is no skill book like treading air step, so I can only manifest treading air boots first." Then another embodiment talisman was pasted on, and when treading air boots turned into a tattoo and printed on his arm, he breathed a sigh of relief. After doing this, he looked at the diamond-level equipment in the space ring. At the same time, diamond-level embodiment talismans were taken out one by one and pasted on the diamond sword and diamond armor. He stopped his actions until half of his arm was covered with blue-gray tattoos, and immediately opened the attribute panel again to check the time. So fast. Has it been 10 minutes? Turning his hand to take out 2 yellow earth element fruits from his backpack, Xiao Han muttered softly, "There are still 10 minutes left, and I should still have time to refine a furnace of earth spirit pills. Once the battle starts, I don't know when it will end. Although I don't like Nye Yen, Luo Lai, and Tong Li, I can't not prepare any pills that can restore their status for them. But I can't give them too much, otherwise they will think Xiao Han is not dead." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately got up and walked out of Piaoxiang building and walked quickly towards Baoji Hall not far away. He is already very familiar with the refining of pills, especially the refining of Peiyuan pills and earth spirit pills. It took less than 5 minutes for the rich aroma of medicine to waft out of the medicine room, and a furnace of fresh earth spirit pills was successfully refined. 8 pills. Just enough to share. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction, and immediately opened the attribute panel and chose to log off. When he opened his eyes again, there was no one in the room. However, outside the room, he could still hear a faint breathing sound, as well as chaotic footsteps in the distance, and even exclamations from the other side of the city wall. "It's only been 20 minutes. Has the beast tide arrived?" Muttering softly, Xiao Han turned over and immediately put away the game helmet on his head. He walked to the door and said immediately, "Call General Fu and ask him to come quickly. It took so long. How many things did you materialize?" Seeing the ghost-faced man walk out of the room, Li Long asked curiously. While dialing the phone, he also looked at his palm. The blue-gray tattoo has covered the entire wrist and even extended to the arm. Knives, guns, swords, daggers, elixirs, and other things were clearly printed on it, which made Li Long's eyes widen, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! How many things did you materialize?" "Heh, not much." Xiao Han chuckled, then turned his palm, and a long sword and a khaki armor appeared in his palm, and then immediately said, "These 2 pieces of equipment are prepared for you." "For me?" Li Long's eyes flashed with joy, and he was about to reach out to answer it, but the call was already connected, so he immediately said to the receiver, "General Fu, the person in your room has come out, and he wants to see you. Now." "Wait a moment. I'll go there now." Neither of them said much. The call was hung up immediately, and Li Long also reached out to take the 2 pieces of equipment, and asked curiously, "What level is this equipment? It seems to be very good. I also materialized a dark gold level longsword in the game, and it seems not as good as this sword. But unfortunately, that sword was taken away by someone else, and I dare not ask for it." "Hee hee. You were talking about Qing Biao." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Don't think about it, this is a diamond-level long sword, much better than your dark gold one." As he said, his palm turned again, and a pill immediately appeared in his palm. While handing it over, he smiled and said, "This beast tide is not simple. Stay alive. This pill can quickly restore the energy in the body. Maybe it can save your life at a critical moment. It turned out to be the Earth Spirit pill. You are. Li Long's eyes widened, but then he immediately closed his mouth, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Although he was not sure, he was at least 60% sure. More importantly, Niayen, Luo Lai, and Tong Li were on the city wall not far away. This guy dared to show up here. While taking the pill, Li Long continued. I was a little surprised before. How did you know me? Now I figured it out. If I'm not mistaken, you have died once in searching before. Hee, you see it but don't say it. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Take the things and get out quickly. But remember to live well. That's all I can help you with. He was not surprised that Guanglong could guess his identity. Since Fu Chengji asked him to watch the door, he must be trustworthy. Otherwise he would have no way to explain why he manifested so many things. Even if others were to distribute these things, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. But in the current situation of Tiancheng, he can't take care of so many things. It's still unknown whether he can survive the first wave of mutant beasts attacking the city. At this time, the sound of whistling wind came from a distance, and Fu Chengji's figure quickly appeared in sight. C739 Prepare supplies. 3. Seeing the figure falling from the sky, Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and pieces of equipment appeared out of thin air, in the palm of his hand, and then were thrown to the ground. However, he still held a piece of armor in his hand and said to Fu Chengji, this is a legendary level gold silk armor. Its protective ability should be pretty good. This is the best equipment I can come up with. If you want to defend Tiancheng, you must protect yourself first. Legendary level protective equipment? Fu Chengji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Why don't you come out with a legendary weapon? This is such a waste. My strength is pretty good, and I'm flexible enough. I don't need this thing to protect me. When we are defending the city later, if you can give Luo Lai a legendary level dagger, his combat effectiveness will be increased by at least 50%. The biggest difference between humans and mutant beasts is that they don't have sharp claws and teeth, which makes it difficult for us to tear through their defenses. Humph. I knew you would say that. Xiao Han snorted and said with some displeasure. How long have you been riding a horse, and you are still like that virgin bitch Jiangxia? No matter how strong the attack is, what's the use? You have to stay alive to have output. If I'm killed by a mutated beast, even if I manifest a goddamn dagger, what eggs will I use? While stuffing the golden soft armor, Xiao Han flipped his palm, and a dagger immediately appeared in his palm, and then continued. This is a legendary level, and it should be enough to deal with level 6 mutant beasts. You will show it to Luo Lai later and tell him this is a diamond weapon. Don't let it slip. Also, this long sword and this long spear are also legendary weapons. Give them to Tong Li and Jing Xuemei. There is nothing I can do about Niayen. Although I can find a legendary level wind staff in the game, I don't know if it is useful, so I created a diamond level 1 staff. Fu Chengji's eyes lit up and he immediately said, I wonder if this thing will enhance the elemental evolution skills. Even if it's only 10%, it's great for us. I know. Xiao Han nodded and continued. Originally, I wanted to manifest more, but in the past 2 days the mutated beasts in searching had strange movements, and the extra manifestation talismans have been given to Jiang. In addition to the Hanqing staff for Niayen, I also manifested 2 more. You can see how they are distributed. These on the ground are all dark gold and diamond level weapons. It's a pity that the tide of beasts came too suddenly. These are the only things I can take out. If it can be delayed for 10 days and a half, maybe I can take out more. This is pretty good now. Fu Chengji raised his finger and all the equipment on the ground flew up, and then he continued. With these things, the strength of evolvers above level 4 will be increased by at least 50%. And when you came to Tianqing this time, you also attracted Nieyan Luo, Lai, and Jing Shuime. If this were not the case, it would be impossible for me to defend it alone. Although it is still unknown whether we can block the first wave of attacks, it is much better than before. Hey, I hope I can keep it. Xiao Han sighed, his thoughts flashed, and a few more pills appeared in his palm, and then he continued. I don't have many Earth Spirit pills, and for the time being I can only guarantee that they will. Everyone has one. But I still have some Qi pills in my hand, although the effect of restoring energy is not very good. It is still better than nothing. I'll give you so many things directly. Don't show off and get them in front of Nieyan, Luo Lai, and the others. It might arouse their suspicion. Ha! I'm not stupid. Fu Qingji smiled and pointed outside. A military green jeep drove over immediately. Then he waved his hand again and stuffed all the equipment suspended in the air into it. At this time, he continued, when the mutated beasts get here, they won't attack the city immediately. I also have time to personally distribute these equipment to everyone. What else have you not given me? If this is all you have, I will leave. The thing is gone. But Xiao Han paused and continued. I have prepared dozens of practice books in the game, but I can't bring that thing out. You pick some soldiers with good strength. They must be soldiers from Stormwind City. Ask them to go to Box 9 of Piaoxiang Building as soon as possible and find a guy named I Love Money, and each of them will receive a copy of the practice method. At the same time, you have to give these people 2 Qi pills each. If everything goes well, it should be possible to cultivate the true energy, and then you will have the strength of a first-level evolver. Creating evolvers in batches? Fu Qingji's eyes suddenly bulged, and he couldn't help shouting, why didn't you tell me about such an important thing earlier? If everyone has the strength of an evolver, why do we need to be afraid of mutant beasts? Humph. What you have in mind is quite beautiful. Xiao Henin snorted and continued. Did you not hear clearly what I just said? There are only a few dozen books on cultivation techniques. Is it possible that you still want to create an army composed entirely of warriors? There are only a few dozen. Fu Qingji's face froze, and the ecstasy on his face disappeared, but he still forced a smile and said, it's good to have a few dozen books, which is better than having none. It's best if you can understand. Xiao Han picked up the lava-cracking gun in his hand and continued. Maybe you don't know yet, the equipment above the legendary level all have skills. The dagger I gave you has 2 skills, one of which is called Nothingness, which can make the weapon invisible. But this skill can only be activated with true Qi. After repelling the first wave of mutant beasts, I will also get you a cultivation method, and you can practice it when the time comes. Now you should hurry up and distribute these things. As he spoke, Xiao Han no longer paid attention to Fu Qingji, and his mind moved again. A black armor immediately appeared in his palm and was put on his body. #C740 Wind rises. Climbing up the wall again, we can see the black lines rolling in from afar, as well as the flying insects and mutant birds that cover the sky. At this time, both the evolvers and ordinary soldiers looked very ugly. Whispering also sounded in the crowd. Lu, brother Lu, help me. My calves are a little weak. This, so many mutant beasts, can we defend it? Don't be afraid, General Fu has returned, and he has brought back 5 level 6 evolvers. Our Tianqing has never been as powerful as it is now. That's right. Follow my brother. Roar, you won't be so scared. If we can't defend here today, even if we escape to Jing'an, we still can't defend it. Hey, since the moment I joined the army, I don't care about this life. Just death. What's there to be afraid of? Because the hearing has evolved to level 4, the sound that can be captured is not only clearer but also farther away. Fear, fear, timidity and other emotions spread among the crowd. However, there were also some veterans who looked at the black line in the distance without fear, and while making bold statements they were also comforting the young people around them, gathered confused, helpless, and panicked young people around him. Crazy Chu, the military called and asked you to return to the camp as soon as possible. At this time, someone under the city wall shouted with a loud speaker, "Motorcycles here, you drive back quickly, and you must report in within 5 minutes. Fuck. What time is it? Why are you still going back to the camp?"
Gekun
Pointed outside the city wall and shouted loudly, "In 5 minutes at most, the vanguard of the beast group should be here. How can I go back at this time? If there is no emergency, wait until this wave is over. Don't talk nonsense, this is a death order from the military. There is no room for negotiation. Do you think I'm kidding you?" The roar sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han could probably guess that this guy, called Crazy Chu, should be the lucky one who was chosen. After he manifests his cultivation method, he will most likely become a first-level warrior. Once he has true qi in his body, his strength will be greatly improved. Immediately, if his fighting skills are strong enough, 20 or 30, ordinary people will not be his opponents. If he has a suitable weapon, he will be able to fight even against a second-level mutant beast. Turning his head to look in the direction where the sound came from, the reluctant figure finally ran to the bottom of the city wall. He rode on the motorcycle that had been prepared long ago and quickly disappeared from sight. The discussion on the city wall continued. Although the old soldiers comforted him, some younger soldiers still showed a trace of panic on their faces. Fuck! What level of beast tide is this? At this moment, someone exclaimed in his ear. The level 7 beast tide that often appears in Liangzhou is not of this scale. This is just a vanguard, and everyone is scared silly. How can they defend the city? Yes, everyone is scared silly. How can they defend the city?
Xiao Han
Repeated with some emotion. His eyes suddenly became solemn, and whispered, "We must give them some confidence. This will definitely not work." The discussion in his ear was still coming, and he could hear that many people were a little collapsed, even if they still insisted on guarding their posts, looking at the rolling black line, the flying insects and mutant birds that covered the sky. Their hearts were full of despair. At this time, if they couldn't do anything, they might not be able to stop the first wave of attacks. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became sharp, and at the same time the true energy in his dantian immediately flowed to his legs, through the meridians in his body, and finally entered the air-stepping boots. On his feet, as he took a step forward, there seemed to be an invisible staircase in the void, supporting his feet and walking quickly out of the city. Who is that guy? What is he doing? How can he leave the city at this time? I don't know. But he is a 6th-level thunder mage. Ha, Lord Niayen over there has also gone out. Brothers, cheer up for me. Such a small number of mutant beasts is not enough for us to fill our teeth. Don't stand there at 12 o'clock. Prepare the poison gas bombs and shoot down all those flying insects for me. Angry roars sounded on the city wall, and Xiao Han's speed became faster and faster. A few hundred meters away, Niayen's figure also rushed out. Bang! 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 The artillery fire in the city also roared, and nearly 100 shells whizzed past overhead. In just a blink of an eye, they smashed into the beast tide. Boom! 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 A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and a cloud of yellow smoke rose from the explosion site. As the smoke spread, the flying insects in the sky fell like raindrops. At the same time, some mutant birds inhaled the smoke, but they were more resistant and did not die immediately. They continued to fly towards this side. Because of their fast flapping wings, the yellow smoke even slowly moved. towards Tianqing. Bang! 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 However, the sound of artillery in the city did not stop, and nearly 100 shells flew out again. As the explosion sounded, the yellow smoke almost formed a line, covering the area of more than 10 kilometers in front. The wind is rising. Suddenly, a roar sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han turned his head to look. At this time, Nie Yen had his arms slightly open, and a light breeze gathered around him, gradually turning into a light, strong wind, and even slowly turning into a storm. As the wind force intensified, the affected area became farther and farther. In just 3 or 5 seconds, a wind belt as wide as 5 kilometers formed in front of Tianqing. Whoosh! 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 The fierce wind made a harsh whistling sound, blowing everything nearby that could be blown away. Bang! 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 The deafening roar of the artillery continued, and nearly 100 shells whistled past again. Boom! 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 Amid the violent explosion, Nie Yen suddenly waved his arms forward and shouted loudly, "All of you die!" #C741 Golden Beetle. As the roar sounded, the biting wind stirred up the yellow smoke in the sky, roaring straight into the tide of beasts. The flying insects all over the sky were falling like raindrops. Bang! 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 The sound of artillery continued, and more gas bombs exploded in the air, releasing large swaths of yellow smoke. Under the strong wind, although the black lines on the ground were not greatly affected, the black lines in the sky suddenly stopped. Quack! Suddenly, a penetrating scream came from the beast's hide. Then there was a flash of golden light, and the flying insects and mutant birds in the sky suddenly dispersed. A golden beetle with a wingspan of more than 3 meters suddenly flew out. The sun shines on it, reflecting the dazzling luster of golden light. Quack! The ear-piercing scream sounded again. The golden beetle's thin wings flapped violently, and the yellow smoke around it suddenly dispersed in all directions. Then, like lightning, he sprinted straight towards Nie Yen, who was several 100 meters away. Although the yellow smoke is extremely toxic, it only targets hundreds of millions of ordinary flying insects. At the same time, it can also cause good damage to some unmutated birds and beasts. But for mutated insects and mutated birds, even if they are only first level, there will be no obvious effect. The biggest function of poison gas bombs is actually to filter out some low-level cannon fodder, thereby reducing the casualties of ordinary soldiers. As for the stronger mutant beasts, bullets and artillery fire are still needed to completely eliminate them. Quack! Amid the ear-piercing scream, Xiao Han's expression changed slightly. Although they haven't fought yet, he has already seen that the golden beetle is a 6th-level mutant beast, and it is also the only 6th-level mutant beast so far. Faced with a large number of ordinary flying insects being poisoned, the golden beetle was obviously angry. Humph! If you want to kill him, you have to get past me. Although Nie Yen still had Luo Lai by his side to protect him, the golden beetle's defense was not simple at first glance. Fu Chengji hasn't come yet, and he still hasn't gotten the legendary Langyu dagger. The possibility of breaking through the golden beetle's defense with just the dark golden dagger floating in front of him was extremely low. Even if he got the Langyu dagger, Xiao Han had some doubts about whether he could break through the golden beetle's defense. Whoosh! At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly sounded. As Luo Lai took a step forward, the dark golden dagger in front of him flew towards the golden beetle at an extremely fast speed like lightning. Quack! Faced with such an attack, the golden beetle ran directly into it without dodging. Maid! I hate encountering things like this. Luo Lai cursed softly, then raised his finger slightly, and the dark golden dagger suddenly swung, pulling out a strange arc and cutting off the wings of the golden beetle. Knowing that he couldn't break through its defense, he certainly wouldn't do this useless effort. If it can't be killed, then make it lose its ability to fly. At least then you don't have to worry about its threat. Quack. Suddenly, the golden beetle screamed. Its wings as thin as cicada wings suddenly retracted, and the golden carapace on its back instantly protected. When there was a crisp impact sound, and the dark golden dagger rolled and flew. Not even a trace of white was left on the carapace that reflected the golden light, and then it suddenly spread out, and its wings as thin as cicada wings continued to flutter at high speed. Between opening and closing, the speed was not affected much. Fuck! Luo Lai cursed angrily, and the mental power in his mind surged out again. He instantly controlled the dark golden dagger and stabbed it towards the golden beetle's eyes with a roar. But this scene made the faces of the soldiers on the city wall suddenly change. It's broken. The defense of that golden carapace is really too strong. If this continues, it will take at least 2 level 6 evolvers to trap it. The first level 6 mutant beast is so strong, aren't the ones after it even more powerful? Shut up. If I hear you disturbing the morale of the army again, I will die. For you. Prepare armor-piercing rounds, 6 o'clock direction. Fire a salvo of 100 rounds. The roar came from the city wall. Xiao Han didn't listen carefully, but he knew what they said. The fighting spirit that had just risen fell to the bottom again almost at this moment, and he couldn't let this state continue. Although there are still many veterans with tough hearts, this time the whole city was mobilized and there were still more recruits. When the sound of impact sounded again, and the golden beetle's claws directly flew away the dark golden dagger. At this time, the distance between it and Nye Yen was less than 100 meters. As for the figure who summoned the strong wind, his face was full of hesitation at this moment, and he didn't know whether he should retreat or not. But once it recedes, the strong wind will dissipate immediately. Subsequently, the effect of poison gas bombs will be reduced exponentially, and the strongest killing effect will not be achieved. Although Tian Cheng's ammunition reserve is not small, it is definitely not enough to face a beast tide of this scale. So Nye Yen didn't want to retreat like this unless he had to. Go on. Leave this guy to me.
Xiao Han roared angrily.
Seeing that the distance between him and the golden beetle was less than 200 meters, he suddenly stretched out his left hand forward. Boom! A purple lightning bolt flashed across a distance of 100 meters and instantly hit the golden beetle, and the pair of wings that flashed at high speed suddenly stopped. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and the true energy in his dantian immediately poured into the lava-cracking armor spear in his right hand. At this time, he didn't know whether the spiritual weapon-level spear could penetrate the defense of the golden beetle, so he simply activated the special skill above cracked armor. A trace of nothingness immediately rose from the red spear tip, and Xiao Han immediately lowered his waist and dismounted, posing a throwing posture, and another true energy poured into the meridians of his arm. As his strength increased greatly, he roared angrily, "Go to hell!" Whoosh! The flaming spear flew out like a meteor, whistling and heading straight for the golden beetle. #C742 retreat. Thunderbolt has a paralysis effect, but because it is only a legendary equipment, it is actually a very weak threat to level 6 creatures. Even if the lightning strike can successfully hit, it will not trigger the paralysis effect. But after successfully being promoted to a level 4 warrior, Xiao Han found that the effect of the thunder strike stimulated by the true essence was more than doubled. Even level 6 creatures cannot be completely immune to the paralysis effect caused by this lightning strike. It's just that the time is slightly shorter, only about 0.5 seconds. But for him, this is enough. The moment the purple thunder was stimulated from his fingers, he had already taken a throwing posture and prepared for a full-strength attack. Less than 200 meters away, the flame spear flew in front of the golden beetle. At the moment of the shot, dang! A crisp collision sound came, and then there was another puff, and the flame spear went in without any hindrance. The next second, it flew out from the other side of its body. Light green sticky blood immediately gushed out of the golden beetle's body. On the city wall, a group of soldiers saw this scene. Their eyes suddenly stopped, and their faces immediately showed disbelief. At this time, the beast tide was still a long distance away from Tianqing. The mutant beast's siege of the city had not officially begun. So everyone on the city wall stared at the three figures in the sky with wide eyes, and some even held binoculars. Seeing the flame spear penetrate the golden beetle's body, everyone's face showed ecstasy, and then they immediately started to discuss excitedly. Fuck! This is all right. Isn't he a thunder master? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the spear? Am I dazzled? There seems to be a flame burning on it. Hey! Such a spear does not exist in reality. In that case, it should be from Perfect World? Haha, no matter where it came from, now we have the spear. No matter what kind of mutant beast it is, we have the possibility of killing it. Waves of excited discussions continued to spread on the city wall, and the morale of all soldiers instantly increased by more than one level. And when they looked at the figure in the sky, the excitement in their eyes could not be expressed in words. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han was also slightly relieved. When defending the city, morale is still extremely important. Once confidence collapses, the will to fight will also be instantly disintegrated. When everyone starts the escape mode, death is inevitable. Given the current scale of the beast tide, perhaps less than 1/10,000th of the total number will survive. At that time, he could only think of a way to break through. Gaga! At this moment, an angry hissing sound rang out, and the fierce and bloodthirsty eyes of the golden beetle immediately looked over. Xiao Han sneered and raised his hand to point again. Boom! Purple thunder flashed from his fingertips again. Seeing the lava cracking, spear flying farther and farther, Xiao Han immediately turned back and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Why don't you take my spear back? Quickly!" Oh! Luo Lai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. His left hand grabbed the flame spear in the air, and his right hand controlled the dark golden dagger and flew towards the wound of the golden beetle. When dealing with this kind of mutant beast with abnormal defense, it is the most troublesome to find the flaw. It often takes a lot of time to grind, and even let the power-type evolvers shatter its internal organs. But this is very difficult. In a battle of the same level, few people can do this. The telekinesis wrapped the flame spear and flew back from a distance at a high speed. Luo Lai wanted to take it into his arms, but he gave up the idea. In an instant, if he really did this, the purple thunder might fall on his head in the next second, and then a spear would immediately shoot from the hand of the ghost-faced man. That guy had a space ring in his hand, and it was unknown how many spears were loaded in it. Boom! Another thunder fell, and the golden beetle, which had just recovered from the paralysis equipment, froze again in an instant. Luo Lai couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and immediately sent the flame spear over. And the dark golden dagger also flew to the wound of the golden beetle at this time. Cry! Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the sky again, and in the beast tide 1,000 meters away, a silver giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 5 meters had already flown over here at a very fast speed. At the same time, there was a green mantis and a red ibis. Fuck! For level 6 flying mutant beasts. While cursing, Luo Lai's eyes suddenly became ugly, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, more than 20 mutant insects and birds flew out from the beast tide in the distance. Just a rough glance, it was found that almost all of them were above level 4. The yellow poisonous smoke was rushed by these flying mutant beasts and immediately spread around, and some even floated into the sky. Fuck! How can we fight this? Luo Lai exclaimed, and immediately shouted in a hurry. Brother, there are too many level 6 beasts. Let's retreat quickly. I'll retreat your uncle. Xiao Han turned around and cursed, and continued, they are all flying mutant beasts. Where can you retreat to? If we don't kill them, we won't be able to escape even if we want to break out. Now that all these guys have rushed out, let's take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill them all. Fuck. That's easy for you to say. I won't go crazy with you. Luo Lai stretched out his hand and took back the dark golden dagger in the distance. At this time, the whistling wind suddenly stopped. He was about to retreat to the city wall, and the figure in black armor in front of him had already rushed straight to the golden beetle without fear. As for the silver giant eagle, the green mantis, and the red-crested ibis, they didn't even take them seriously. Seeing this scene, Luo Lai looked at the figure beside him blankly and asked, stupidly, Boss, what should we do now? Are we going up to die too? #C7431 against 4. Xiao Han had already heard the voices behind him, but he didn't care. Even if he was alone, he dared to go head-to-head with the 4 level 6 mutant beasts that were flying quickly not far away. The purple fire thunder ring is just a legendary piece of equipment, and its consumption of real energy is actually not high. With his true energy reserves as a 4th level warrior, he could activate it 100 or 200 times, just like playing without any pressure. At the same time, there is an iron armor dragon scale shield in the space ring. There is an absolute defensive skill on it. Even if it is surrounded by 4 level 6 mutant beasts, it is still capable of fighting. It's just that the armor-breaking blow just used consumed too much real energy. 1/10 of the true energy in his body was lost almost instantly. Of course, its effects are also very obvious. The golden beetle with a thick carapace was penetrated in an instant. Although it was not dead yet, its combat effectiveness would definitely be affected. But now, all he needs to do is to completely deal with this guy. Boom! Ignoring Nye Yen and Luo Lai behind him, another purple thunderbolt flew out of his hand. With just a flash, it landed on the golden beetle's head. The pair of wings, as thin as cicada wings, started to tremble very fast, and then immediately stopped, and the golden body also fell to the ground at a very fast speed. The distance is less than 200 meters, and if it is on the ground, it will only take 3 to 5 seconds at most. But in the air, although the air-stepping boots gave him the ability to fly, the flying speed was really a bit worrying. Compared with the game, it was not even a bit worse. Phew! The silver giant eagle screamed like a silver lightning, and it only took less than 3 seconds for it to appear in front of you from a distance of 1,000 meters. The distance between the two sides has even been shortened to less than 200 meters. Damn it! This horse riding is too fast. Xiao Han let out a low cry. He originally wanted to kill the golden beetle first, but now he had to give up. The silver claws in front of him were already grabbing at his face. He raised his hand and pointed at the silver giant eagle. Phew! The scream sounded again, and the silver giant eagle flapped its wings fiercely, dodging to the left at lightning speed. Boom! But even though its speed is as fast as lightning, it is still not as fast as lightning. The purple thunder seemed to have a locking function, following the flight path of the silver giant eagle and instantly caught up with it. Crack! Being struck by lightning, the silver figure suddenly froze and fell straight down. Xiao Han's eyes flashed sharply, and a dark golden spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it without any hesitation. But at this moment, a cyan figure suddenly appeared beside him, and its claws, like a sickle, struck out like lightning, when the dark golden spear swirled and flew far away. On the other side, there was a red figure. He opened his mouth and spit out a red fireball which flew over as fast as lightning. Xiao Han's expression changed. He turned over his hand and took out a silver gray shield, blocking it directly in front of him. This was an attack from a level 6 mutated beast, so of course he didn't dare to take it head-on. But in this way, with the armor dragon scale shield in his left hand, there is no way to use Thunder Strike again. What a bunch of cowards! Xiao Han cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do. If Luo Lai had come with him just now, what he threw out would not have been a dark gold spear, but a sharper lava armor-breaking spear. If the 6th level mantis dared to take a spiritual weapon level spear, its sickle-like claws might be gone in an instant. Bang! At this moment, there was a soft sound from the shield. The arm holding the shield didn't feel anything, but he saw sparks shooting everywhere. But this is not a normal-sized shield. Just holding it in your hand covers almost half of your body. The fireball shot by the crested ibis failed to cause any harm to him. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings at a very fast speed was heard. The green mantis had already circled to the other side, and its hesitant sickle, like claws, had also waved over. Damn it! You guys are still watching?
Xiao Han kursed angrili.
At this time it was already too late to dodge, but the true energy in his dantian immediately rushed towards the shield in his hand. At the same time, an iron-gray shield suddenly appeared on his body. When the green mantis attack speed is extremely fast. In less than a second, the sickle can be swung more than 10 times with its claws. Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly threw an earth spirit pill into his mouth, and the Qingyun Ju quickly began to circulate in his meridians. In just one move, 1/5 of the true energy in his body was forcibly sucked away by the shield. If he continues like this, he can hold on for 3 more seconds at most. Seeing that the blue-gray claws showed no intention of stopping, Xiao Han quickly grabbed the shield with both hands. After the real energy in his right hand established contact with the armored dragon scale shield, he immediately took out his left hand, raised his hand, and pointed forward. Boom! The purple thunder struck out instantly and landed accurately on the head of the green mantis, and this also caused its attack to pause suddenly and immediately stop. Quack! But at this time, the golden beetle had recovered from the paralysis effect, and flew towards this side with a roar. The lava armor-splitting gun in his hand had been put into the space ring. Xiao Han's face flashed with ruthlessness, and the true energy in his dantian immediately surged out and poured into his 2 arms in an instant. As his strength increased greatly, he grabbed the edge of the iron-armored dragon-scale shield and waved his hand to smash the golden beetle. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and a stream of green blood immediately spurted out of the wound of the golden beetle, and it also retreated involuntarily. However, the wings as thin as cicada wings suddenly flapped at a very fast speed and soon stabilized its body, and Xiao Han retreated at a very fast speed like a cannonball. But in the sky there was a silver lightning streak, and at the same time, there was a fireball chasing the figure holding the shield. At this time, outside Liangzhou City, thousands of kilometers away, a strong man with a wolf head and a human body was running at a very fast speed. Behind him, a yellow beetle over 5 meters long and a black vulture with a wingspan of over 10 meters were following closely. Far away, there was also a rolling black line and flying insects that covered the sky. While running, the werewolf held up his cell phone and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and contact Kyoto for me. Those bastards in the desert have launched a beast tide again. This time there are for big guys. I can't handle it. #C744 distribute equipment." Tianqing, seeing 4 figures of silver, gold, green, and red in the sky, frantically besieging the Thunder Mage holding a shield, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. The mood that had just been relaxed was immediately lifted again. Ah! Suddenly several screams sounded on the city wall, and some young warriors even closed their eyes with pain on their faces. At this time, the figure in the sky stretched out his hand to stun the silver eagle with a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the shield in his hand also struck the fireball flying at high speed. Bang! In the sky full of sparks, the green figure that had just fallen less than half a meter had already stretched out its sickle-like claws and like Lightning, it was slashing at the figure holding the shield at extremely high speeds. This scene made everyone on the city wall look ugly. They shouted loudly, "Why, Master Nya? Why don't they come up? That's a 6th level Thunder Mage. Are you going to die like this and refuse to save him? Where is General Fu? Call General Fu over quickly. There are not many level 6 evolvers in the first place, but we can't lose one of them for no apparent reason. Fuck. I knew these guys from Kyoto were unreliable. They were afraid of death. But I'm not afraid." There was a roar on the city wall, and a figure suddenly flew out and shouted angrily, "Young Yong, if I can't come back, my wife and children, please help me. Forget it if I die. They probably won't survive. Just let it be fate." The moment he finished speaking, he flew out of the city without any hesitation. At the same time, 3 or 4 figures suddenly flew out of the city wall and rushed straight towards the besieged figure. This scene made Nye Yen and Luo Lai's expressions instantly turn ugly. But they were still suspended in midair with no intention of stepping forward to help. Jing Shuamei, who was on the city wall, frowned slightly, took out a spear and flew it to the 2 of them and asked solemnly, "Boss, are we really just watching like this? Fuck. What else could I do?" Luo Lai cursed angrily and shouted loudly, "The 4 flying mutant beasts are all much faster than us. Can we be our opponents? If you are not careful, you will die here. Isn't that grimace man a bad guy? I already told him to retreat, but that bastard still rushed forward without thinking. Hey, we can't blame him." Jing Shuamei's face darkened, and she sighed. "If you had cooperated just now, you would have had a chance to kill that golden beetle. If I had only known that I had passed by just now, we would have been able to form a 4-on-3 suppression. When the grimace man frees his hands, we actually have a chance to kill them. All due to the paralysis effect caused by the lightning strike. Mater, who knew that guy could be so tough?" Luo Lai cursed, but a trace of regret flashed across his face, and then he said in a deep voice, 3 level 6 mutant beasts came at once. My first reaction must be protect the boss and retreat. Who would have thought that before the beast wave officially attacked the city, the grim-faced man would attack with full force? I have never seen anything like this when I was defending the city in the past. Besides, this guy is only a 4th level lightning evolver. I dare not ride on a horse. Doesn't he know what it's like to defend a city? Fighting outside the city, if you are not careful, you will not be able to come back. And you will not even have a chance to rescue others. Stop talking about this. Let's go up and take him back." Jing Shuamei flapped her wings and said in a deep voice, "That kind of paralysis ability is so important to us. If we cooperate well enough, we might be able to defend Tianqing. Now that the flying evolutionaries have passed, it would be outrageous if we didn't pass. Those level 4 and level 5 mutant beasts are blocked by them. We retreat while fighting. It's easy to bring them back. Then let's go together." Nye Yan's face sank and he continued, "My wind blade cannot break through their defense, can only disrupt the airflow around them and affect their flight speed. Be careful when you fight. Qing Biao is dead and Gao Qiu is probably in
danger.
I don't want anything to happen to you." Snort. Suddenly there was a cold snort, and then he immediately shouted, "It's now time. Either you die or I die. There is no way out. Such a great opportunity is right in front of you, but you missed it because you were afraid of death." "It's not that I'm afraid of death." Nye Yan's face darkened and he said, "Seriously, I just want to leave a useful body and kill more mutant beasts. Instead of being like that grim-faced man who rushes in without caring about other people's feelings. The opportunity was there, but if we stayed at that time, the risk was also very high. It's not that you don't know that there is a big gap between the numbers of us humans and mutant beasts. Every time we fight, we usually have to fight 1 against 2 or even against 3. So every evolver cannot die easily. Maid, what a fucked up world. Fu Chengji cursed angrily, raised his hand, and a staff, a dagger, and a spear flew over immediately. He quickly passed by the three of them without stopping at all, but he shouted, "Take these 3 weapons. They are Xiao Han's last gift to you." It really makes people angry. What are you doing in Jing'an when you have nothing to do? Xiao Han is a very generous person. He can't use all the talismans by himself, so he gave most of them to me and City Lord Jiang. Now, if you come and kill him, you will never get higher-level weapons and equipment in the future. What do you mean, this weapon is legendary? Luo Lai's eyes lit up, and he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the white dagger. At the same time, he chopped at the dark golden dagger in his hand without any hesitation. Yang! A crisp collision sounded, and then a click sounded, and a piece of the knife tip flew out instantly. This scene also made the eyes of the 2 people beside him brighten, and they immediately grabbed the spear and staff flying in front of them. However, Niayen was stunned and whispered, "He gave me a staff. What's the use of it? It doesn't enhance my wind magic. Let's wait until he comes back to ask." Luo Lai waved his dagger and continued excitedly. "Now we are 5 against 4. Let's kill a few first. If we can kill these mutant beasts with flying ability, even if Tianqing can't be defended, we still have a great chance of successfully breaking through. Then kill them." Seeing that Fu Qingji was quickly approaching the ghost-faced man, Niayen put the staff on his waist, immediately raised his hands, and shouted loudly, "Wind! For me! #C745U are finally here." As the roar sounded, the wind elements around Niayen immediately began to gather. Whoosh! 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 In less than a second, the breeze turned into a strong wind, whistling towards the mantis mutant beast that was madly attacking the ghost-faced man. At this time, the sickle-like claws were raised again. Suddenly a gust of wind hit, and the green mantis suddenly moved half a meter to the left, and the sickle-like claws instantly cut into the air. Gaga! With an angry roar, the mantis's light green wings suddenly flapped at a high speed, instantly stabilizing its body. Whoosh! But the next second, the strong wind that blew to the left blew to the right. Again, the rapid change in wind direction made the green mantis unable to make any adjustments in time, and it instantly flew 4 or 5 meters to the right. Bang! At the same time, the ghost-faced man shrank slightly and hid behind the iron gray giant shield. A red fireball instantly hit it, shooting out sparks all over the sky. Then, he swung the giant shield in his hand fiercely and smashed it directly at the flying golden beetle. Boom! Amid the violent collision, both sides involuntarily retreated more than 10 meters. At this time, Fu Qingji had already stepped on a flying board and flew over quickly, but then his face darkened and he shouted angrily, "Those who are less than level 4 all go back to me. Can you intervene in such a battle? If you all run away in a fit of anger, who will protect the soldiers on the city wall?" After shouting away the dozen or so evolvers around him, Fu Qingji immediately looked towards Xiao Han and shouted loudly, "Xiao!" But the next second, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, "Xiao! Foam! That mantis! Give me a lightning strike! Hey, you're finally here!" Hearing this voice, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "If those cowards hadn't run just now, the golden beetle would have died. It's good that you're here now. Kill all these guys for me." As he spoke, the true energy in his body immediately poured into the purple fire thunder ring, and at the same time his left hand suddenly pointed forward. Gaga! Although the green mantis had tried its best to dodge, it was still hit by lightning in an instant, and its body froze and fell downwards. But this time it was slightly different from the previous one. Whoosh! A black dagger instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters, and with a puff, it drilled into the tail of the green mantis. Gaga! The severe pain forced the mantis mutant to recover from paralysis and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The sickle-like claws stretched towards its abdomen without any hesitation. The next second, half of its tail was cut off in an instant. But even so, it still did not die, but rushed towards Fu Chengji fearlessly. At this time, a silver lightning also rushed over there. Be careful, it's very fast. More than 200 meters apart, the thunderstrike had no way to hit that far. Xiao Han only had time to remind him, and then he shrank his body and hid behind the shield. Bang! The fireball hit the shield again, making a dull sound and shooting out sparks all over the sky. At the same time, a golden light also came quickly. Xiao Han seemed to have expected it. He held the armored dragon scale shield with both hands and swung fiercely. Boom! A dull roar sounded, and he raised his hand and pointed again. The moment the thunder shot out from the fingertips, the golden beetle was immediately frozen. Xiao Han didn't even have time to attack and immediately shouted loudly, "Come over quickly. Leave the golden giant eagle to me. Don't worry. Leave the golden giant eagle to me." At this time, Jing Xuemei had already flown over. At the same time as she shouted loudly, a gust of wind suddenly formed around her. The snow-white wings flapped violently, and with the help of the power of the gust of wind, the speed instantly climbed to the extreme. Holding a long spear, he flew towards the giant eagle. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han finally relaxed a little, and the true energy in his body immediately poured into the air-stepping boots, chasing the golden beetle. Jie, goo goo, chirp. But before he could get close, a group of mutant flying insects and mutant birds rushed over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, more than 10 feathers of various colors shot over, and there were even 4 or 5 ice cones mixed in. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed angrily. Although he had a treasure-level armor on his body, could not protect his whole body. He could only shrink his body and hide behind the iron-armored dragon scale shield. But he was not idle either, and stretched out his hand and pointed again. Boom! Less than 100 meters away, the golden beetle was hit again. While it was frozen, a white dagger had already rushed to the wound with green mucus with a whoosh, gaga. But a hissing sound suddenly sounded, and the golden beetle suddenly turned over and forcibly recovered from the paralyzed state. Dang! The white dagger hit the golden shell heavily, making a crisp sound, leaving a deep dent on it and rolled out. Fuck! This guy is resistant to lightning. Luo Lai cursed angrily. His face suddenly looked ugly, but he immediately controlled the white dagger and shouted loudly, "I can't deal with this guy. I'll leave it to you. The defense of that crested ibis is not strong. I'll kill it." Fuck you! Xiao Han cursed and then shouted, "Slaughter, can you catch up with it? That guy is as smart as a monkey, always hovering 300 meters away. Leave the golden beetle to me, you go and kill those level 4 and 5 flying mutant beasts for me." Okay, Luo Lai responded, turned around and left without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the wind became fierce again, and there were even more than a dozen 2-meter-long green wind blades in the air, flying straight towards the flock of birds. And a few hundred meters away, a crystal blue spear had already collided with a silver claw, making a crisp sound. Cry. At the same time as the eagle screamed, Fu Qingji on the other side suddenly waved his fingers, and a black dagger, like a ghost, had already flown to the side of the green mantis. Break it for me! The treasure-level dragon-tooth dagger instantly hit the sickle-like claws. With a click sound, the black dagger paused for a moment, then swept across the blue-gray claws, instantly cutting a cut more than 20 centimeters deep on. Gaga! The green mantis made a painful hissing sound, but it had no intention of retreating. Its light green wings vibrated rapidly, and it quickly flew towards Fu Qingji. Whoosh! But at this time a gust of wind blew, instantly causing its body to tilt, and The speed dropped sharply. The 3 level 6 flying mutant beasts were instantly suppressed. Gaga! This scene annoyed the crested ibis 100 meters away. It roared angrily, and its red wings suddenly spread to both sides. Dense orange-red fireballs suddenly appeared out of thin air, with a number of hundreds, and even the surrounding air immediately became scorching. #C746 Wolf Howl. The sudden change made everyone's face change. Luo Lai, who had just rushed towards the mutant birds, also retreated faster than when he left. The elemental attack of the 6th level mutant beast is not something that human skin defense can withstand. Perhaps Qing Biao and Gao Qiu can withstand such an attack. But Nie Yen, Luo Lai, Jing Xuemei, Fu Qingji and others can't. Although their body defense is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is not much stronger. When fighting, they are most afraid of this saturation attack. Quack! The angry cry rose and sounded, and nearly 100 fireballs suddenly split into 2. One flew towards Jing Xuemei, who was fighting with the silver giant eagle. The other flew towards Fu Qingji, who had cut off a claw. Retreat! Nie Yan's face suddenly changed, and his hands suddenly grabbed towards Jing Xuemei and Fu Qingji, and then he pulled them hard to his chest. Whoosh! The strong wind suddenly whistled around the 2 of them and blew madly towards Tianqing. Jing Xuemei reacted very quickly. She flapped her white wings fiercely, and took advantage of the wind to instantly increase her speed to the extreme. In just a flash, she flew out of the attack range of the fireball. But Fu Qingji stood there against the strong wind without any intention of leaving. The green mantis has extremely strong vitality. Even if its abdomen has been cut in half, it has no great impact on its combat effectiveness. The same is true for the golden beetle. The green hole on its body is still gushing green mucus. If a human is injured by a penetrating wound as big as an egg, even if he does not die, he will be disabled. But as insects, their vitality is extremely tenacious. If we don't kill them now, it will be even more difficult to kill them after they recover. It's not easy to achieve such a result. If he retreats now, he will not be willing. Stop! While roaring, Fu Qingji's right hand suddenly stretched forward, and a silver light flashed in his eyes immediately. The ethereal power of thought immediately surged out, and his palm clenched fiercely. In the sky, 40 or 50 fireballs flying at high speed were all fixed in an instant and then suddenly collided together and merged into a larger fireball. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed angrily. His eyes suddenly widened, and then stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Boom! Another purple thunderbolt instantly fell on the head of the green mantis. Go! Almost at the same time, Fu Qingji's right hand also pressed down suddenly, and the huge fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter was smashed at the green mantis. Gaga! The mantis, which had some resistance to lightning, immediately broke free from the paralysis effect. But before its wings could flap, another purple electric light crackled and hit its head. Even if it had some resistance to the paralysis effect, it was not completely immune. When struck by lightning, the body inevitably stiffened for a moment, and a fireball emitting scorching heat instantly hit it. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a burnt smell accompanied by the aroma of barbecue immediately spread all around. Oh, the general is mighty and invincible! Crazy and neat cheers immediately came from the direction of the city wall, and all the soldiers cheered loudly, and morale also rose steadily at this moment. The general is mighty. Tianqing is invincible. The general is mighty, invincible. The general is mighty. Tianqing is invincible. Amid the cheers, Fu Qingji had no intention of stopping. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Come here!" As his right hand grabbed forward, his mental power instantly spread to 300 meters away. Quack! A frightened and angry cry sounded, and the neck of the crested ibis seemed to be grabbed fiercely by an empty palm. Then Fu Chengji drew his right hand to his chest, and the red figure was pulled over directly. Fuck! An enhanced version of the dragon-catching hand? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but stare with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Not far behind him, Luo Lai's 2 eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets, and he roared in astonishment. Fuck! How is this possible? That's a level 6 mutant beast. Even if it is an elemental beast, its physical strength is not too strong. It is impossible to catch it directly like this. And it was caught directly from 300 meters away. It has just broken through to level 6, and it is so perverted. I am also a level 6 mind reader. Why can't I even catch a level 5 mutant beast alive? Amid the roar of Jie Sili, Luo Lai watched Fu Qingji pull the crested ibis in front of him, and with a wave of the black dagger he instantly cut off its head. Cry. The silver giant eagle let out an angry cry, as if it wanted to save it, but a purple thunder boom instantly fell on its head. In less than 3 seconds, the 2 level 6 mutant beasts were killed. At this time, the calls on the city wall became more enthusiastic, and everyone's faces were flushed with excitement, cheering wildly. The general is mighty and invincible. The general is mighty and invincible. The general is mighty. Tiancheng is invincible. Amidst the shouts, Nie Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he whispered to himself, how is this possible? Didn't he just break through to level 6? With his current strength, he has almost reached the peak of level 6. After a little settling, he will be able to impact level 7. What kind of elixir did Xiao Han give him to have such an effect? Fuck. I must report Wang Gang, that bastard, when I go back. Why did he send us to Jing'an for no reason? And Rong Zhe, that dog day, I really want to tear him apart alive. If this kind of elixir is taken out, the probability of those evolvers stuck at the peak of level 6 to successfully break through will at least increase to more than 50%. At this time, no one knew the regret in Nie Yan's heart. No one knew the resentment in his heart, and no one knew his self-blame for Xiao Han's mistaken killing. In the sky, the bodies of 2 level 6 mutant beasts fell helplessly downwards. A woo! Suddenly a wolf howl sounded, and the surging beast tide suddenly became agitated. Moo! Roar! Howl! The roars rang out from the beast tide. A pitch-black bison, a 5-meter-long tiger, and a blood-red horse with horns on its head ran out from the beast tide one after another. On both sides of them there were black wild dogs with 2 heads, cockroaches, as big as tanks, and centipedes that were more than 30 meters long and thicker than a bucket. #C747 Crimson Horse. The black beast tide is surging faster and faster. But even so, at their current speed it would take at least 3 or 4 minutes to officially launch an attack on Tiancheng. But this is just ordinary beasts, and does not include stronger mutant beasts. As the green mantis and the red ibis were killed, the king in the depths of the beast finally let out an angry howl. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 level 6 mutant beasts suddenly rushed out of the beast tide. Damn it! Why are there so many level 6 mutant beasts? Fu Chengji roared angrily. His face suddenly turned livid, and he shouted in a deep voice, Xiao Feng, cooperate with me and kill that golden beetle first. Good. Xiao Han responded, immediately took off the purple fire thunder ring on his left hand, brought it to the index finger of his right hand, then took out the lava armor cracking gun, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Boom! The purple thunder followed the tip of the gun and instantly hit the golden beetle 100 meters away. At this time, a black dagger flew towards him and struck the joint between his head and body with a dang sound. Call out. Seeing more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts running from a distance, Luo Lai's face instantly turned ugly, but he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stretched out his hand and the white dagger immediately cut into the golden beetle's wound under the control of his mind. A few hundred meters away, the silver giant eagle roared angrily, flapped its wings suddenly, and turned into a silver lightning again, flying over at top speed. But this time the target has become Luo Lai, who is wearing leather armor. Obviously it also knows that the other two guys are too strong and they may lose their lives if they are not careful.
Come closer.
Seeing that Jing Shuimei was already flying towards us, but it was still some distance away and there was no way to stop it, Xiao Han immediately shouted, "As long as it dares to come over, we will kill it first." Boom! Another lightning strike fell and the black dagger flashed, hitting the same spot again. Click! The sound of the carapace cracking was heard, and the dragon-tooth dagger instantly penetrated along the wound, and the green viscous liquid inside immediately spurted out. At this time, the silver giant eagle flapped its wings, suddenly turned around, and faced Jing Shuimei, who was flying towards her. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's face flashed with coldness. He raised his hand and struck again with lightning. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly shouted, "I'll leave the golden beetle to you. I'll stop those guys on the ground." At this time, the bloody horse with horns on its head had already rushed over at the lead. If he is ignored, the soldiers on the city wall will not be able to stop him. Even the city wall made of reinforced concrete may be directly knocked out of a large hole. If the city wall is knocked down, a tide of beasts will immediately surge in. No matter how many evolvers there are, they can't stop tens of millions of beasts from massacring ordinary people. Continuously input the true energy of the empty boots, and it will be taken back immediately. And Xiao Han also fell directly to the ground. Thousands of meters away in the direction of the city wall, a figure also jumped down. As soon as he stood firm on the ground like a cheetah, he pulled out an afterimage and rushed towards the battlefield at high speed. Call, call, call. Amidst the howling wind, 2-meter-long wind blades stirred up the birds in the sky. Even some mutated beasts with weaker defenses had been cut into pieces. Seeing this scene, Luo Lai's eyes flashed. He instantly retracted his Long Yu dagger and chased after the grimace man. Free falling from a height of 100 meters, Xiao Han's speed became faster and faster. Seeing that the distance to the ground was less than 10 meters, the true energy in the Dantian immediately poured into the air-tapping boots again, and a floating force was immediately generated in the soles of the feet. Chirp! At this time, the bloody horse neighed, and a bloody light immediately shot out from the sharp corner above its head. Snort! Xiao Henin snorted. A disdainful smile immediately appeared on his lips, and he raised his hand to block the armored dragon scale shield in front of him. This legendary shield has been tested in battle just now. There was no way to deal with the 6th-level golden beetle, and it didn't even leave a trace on it. It is still unclear what type of attack the bloody light is, but with the defense of the armored dragon scale shield, it will definitely not be able to harm him. With such confidence, although he was still in midair at the moment, he rushed directly towards the bloody horse. It's not his character not to fight back when he's beaten. Bite! There was a soft sound, and a strong force immediately spread from the shield to his arm, causing him to take half a step back involuntarily. During the flight, the blood-colored light turned into a blood-colored ice crystal and hit the armored dragon scale shield hard. Holding the shield in his left hand and the lava armor-breaking gun in his right hand, Xiao Han immediately pointed forward. Boom! The purple thunder immediately followed the tip of the spear and shot straight towards the bloody horse. When I wore the purple fire thunder ring on my left hand, I couldn't use the thunder strike skill while holding the shield. But now, after switching to my right hand, it becomes much smoother. The lava armor-breaking gun is also a metal object which does not affect the release of skills and does not even reduce the accuracy at all. Chirp! The sharp horn on the forehead of the bloody horse once again shot out a bloody light, and at the same time it instantly condensed into a bloody ice crystal. which hit the lightning with a pop sound. Click! The blood-colored ice crystals exploded instantly, and the purple thunder and lightning disappeared without a trace. Oh my god! It can be like this! Xiao Han was a little surprised, but there was no sign of frustration on his face. On the contrary, because his feet had already landed on the ground, his running speed suddenly soared. A man and a horse walked towards each other, and the distance of 100 meters was reached in an instant. Chirp! A neighing sound was heard, and the blood-colored horse's head drooped slightly. The sharp horn on its forehead, like a spear, stabbed over. Instantly, at the same time, there was a blood-colored light flowing on it. Humph! I won't compete with you in strength. Seeing the blood-colored horse directly hitting him, Xiao Han quickly dodged to the left, and at the same time a bolt of lightning shot out from the spear. In his hand, Luo Lai, Nieyan, Jing Xuemei and others were all nearby, so he didn't dare to use beast transformation. With only the strength of a 4th-level warrior, if he was hit by the blood-colored horse running wildly, he might be knocked away in an instant. When the strength is not as good as the opponent choosing to go head-on with, it is something that only a fool would do. If it weren't for the purple fire thunder ring and the iron dragon scale shield, as well as his strong physique with the ability to transform into a beast, he wouldn't even be qualified to stand here. Boom! The close-range thunder strike, even if the blood-colored horse wanted to dodge, it was too late. The moment the purple lightning fell, it inevitably stiffened for a moment, and the spear in Xiao Han's hand stabbed forward without any hesitation. #C748 Ouch! In the sky, a treasure-level dragon-tooth dagger emerged from the body of the golden beetle, and light green blood flowed out of the wound along with the internal organs. But even so, the golden beetle still did not die. Buzz! 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 The wings as thin as cicada wings flapped at a high speed, and turned and flew towards the direction of the beast tide. Humph! You still want to run? Fu Chengji snorted coldly, and his fingers trembled slightly. The black dagger immediately turned into a stream of light, shaking off the green body. Fluid on it and also cut through the wings. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking sounded, and the golden beetle also circled and fell to the ground. However, Fu Qingji did not intend to let it go. While extending his right hand, he also raised it slightly. The golden beetle's falling trend stopped immediately, and a black dagger immediately flew over at lightning speed. Yang! As if the sound of metal collision sounded, the dragon-tooth dagger accurately cut the connection between the golden beetle's head and body. However, its defense is very strong. Even the equipment of the treasure level could not cut it open, but only made the cut on it bigger. Yang! 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 Seeing that the golden beetle was still struggling, the black dagger flew up, fell down, flew up again and fell down again. The violent collision sounded continuously. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, there was a crisp sound of click, and the golden head bigger than the basin suddenly fell down and smashed straight to the ground. Fu Qingji breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took out a dilling pill and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he waved his fingers lightly, and the body of the golden beetle immediately flew towards Tiancheng like the bodies of the green mantis and the red ibis. There is a level 6 crystal core in the body. If it is eaten by other level 5 mutant beasts, there is a great chance that it will be promoted to a level 6 mutant beast in the next 1 or 2 months. At the same time, whether it is an evolver or a beast, as long as they absorb the energy inside, they will also have the opportunity to advance. It's just that the probability is slightly lower. But even if the success rate is only increased by 10%, it is worth trying for the level 5 evolvers and beast men. So of course, these 3 corpses cannot be abandoned. Turning his head to look at the silver giant eagle Jing Xuemei, with the assistance of Nieyan, is still fighting with it, but it should be impossible to kill it. And those mutant flying insects and mutant birds below level 6 have already been killed by the wind blade. Even if there are still some who are not dead, they have fled far away. Feeling that Nie Yen and Jing Xuemei can still handle it, Fu Qingji immediately turned his eyes to the ground and looked at the figure holding the iron giant shield. Boom! Purple lightning emerged from the tip of the gun, instantly knocking out the colorful tiger. But before he could stab it, the tank-like cockroaches rushed over, and the black-scaled beast roared, and immediately carried the figure wearing black armor on its back and flashed more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a blue wolf also rushed over and waved its claws to grab the black-scaled beast. Sizzle! A sharp friction sound was heard, and sparks even appeared on the black scales. 3 blood-colored scratches appeared on the calf of the black-scaled beast. On the other side, a pitch-black bison also roared and rushed over. At this time, although Luo Lai wanted to go over to help, he was already entangled by the blood-colored warhorse. Blood-colored ice crystals pierced the air and whistled to drive him away. More than 300 meters away from the battlefield, there was a centipede as thick as a bucket, which also stopped Tong Li, who came to help. Although the legendary longsword could break the hardshell, the damage caused was almost negligible to the huge body. Gaga! Amid the roar, even a black dung beetle with a body length of more than 10 meters rushed towards Tong Li. Seeing this scene, Fu Qingji's face darkened, but then he whispered, "Tong Li is very fast, he should be able to protect himself. If Xiao Han doesn't go to help, he won't be able to hold on for too long. It's a pity that I can't use the beast transformation now, otherwise after taking a black pill, the fate of these mutant beasts will not be much better than that of Qing Biao." Thinking so in his heart, the telekinesis immediately acted on the flying board and rushed to the most intense place of the battle. At this time, Xiao Han was confused and endured the siege of more than 10 level 6 mutant beasts. Fuck! Why are these guys staring at me? While cursing, he instantly heard the sound of whistling from the sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The true essence immediately poured into the horse brand and collected the black scale beast. Immediately afterwards, the true essence poured into the air boots again, and then he took off and flew directly out of the encirclement. Then he looked up at the silver giant eagle 1,000 meters away and whispered softly. Fortunately, all the flying mutants were killed, otherwise it might not be so easy to escape. Moo! Roar! Woof! Seeing that the target being besieged actually flew into the sky, all the level 6 mutants raised their heads and roared. How about, which one should be killed first? At this time, Fu Qingji flew over and asked in a deep voice, "We should find a way to kill more mutants as quickly as possible. The more level 6 mutant beasts we kill, the less pressure there will be on the city wall when the beast tide comes. We have less than 3 minutes left now. With Tianqing's strength, there is not a single level 5 evolver. The possibility of stopping such a beast tide is less than 10%. I know. Just do your best and leave it to fate." Xiao Han's face sank, and he said coldly, "Kill the 2-headed wild dog first. It is the smallest and its defense is not very strong. As long as you cut off its 2 heads, it should be killed immediately. As for the tank-like cockroach, it should be more difficult to kill than the golden beetle just now. Let's leave it for the end." "Okay, I think so too," Fu Qingji responded, and the dragon-tooth dagger floating in front of him immediately whistled and shot towards the 2-headed wild dog. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and the red spear instantly pointed forward. A woo! But before the true essence could flow into the purple fire thunder ring, a deafening wolf howl sounded from the beast tide in the distance. Moo! Ah! Roar! Followed by the roars of more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts. Then they immediately turned around, no longer caring about the figure in the sky, and ran directly towards Tianqing. #C749 Who did this horse riding? Armor-piercing shells ready. 11 o'clock. 100 rounds in a volley. Seeing more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts running wildly, the people on the city wall were a little panicked, but then someone shouted loudly. The cannons placed in the city raised their muzzles and adjusted the shooting direction. The soldiers on the side unloaded and loaded the shells skillfully. Bang! 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 The next second, a violent roar sounded almost at the same time and nearly 100 armor-piercing shells whizzed out of the city. At this time, although there was panic on the faces of the soldiers, no one took a step back. When facing mutant beasts, fear is inevitable. But everyone knew very well that they had no way out at this time, and they had to fight for their lives to get a glimmer of hope. And now Tianqing is much stronger than ever. If it can't be defended today, no city within 1,000 kilometers can be defended. Boom! 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 A violent explosion sounded, and nearly 100 armor-piercing shells, at least 1/3 of them, fell on the cockroach-like mutant beast. But such an attack still failed to penetrate its shell defense, and it couldn't even stop it. Kill it first. Suddenly a roar sounded above the cockroach, and then a black figure chased over at a high speed, and a purple thunder suddenly fell while the red spear stretched forward. Boom! But the paralysis effect did not take effect. The cockroach, which was comparable to a tank, was still running wildly with 6 black long legs, covered with barbs. Less than 100 meters behind it on the left, there was also a black bison with its head lowered and a pair of black horns on its head, running straight towards the city wall. Ignore it for now. Kill this old cow for me. Another figure chased after him on a flying board, shouting anxiously. Cockroaches can't knock down the wall, but this old cow can. If it hits it, it will directly knock a hole. We must leave it outside the city. Otherwise, when the beast tide enters the city, Tianqing will be completely finished. Okay. Xiao Han responded, and seeing that the thunderstrike failed to work on the cockroach, he didn't say any more nonsense, and pointed his spear. Again. Bang! Locked by the thunderstrike, there was almost no possibility of dodging, and a charred mark immediately appeared on the back of the black bison. The paralysis effect appeared, and its limbs suddenly stiffened, and it fell straight down. But under the action of inertia, it still didn't stop. Whoosh! At this time, a black shadow appeared as fast as lightning, and with just a flash, it appeared in the eye socket of the black cow and stabbed into it fiercely. Moo! With a roar, the black bison instantly broke free from the paralysis effect, and immediately threw its head to the side. Bang! The horn of the bull accurately met the black dagger, making a sound like metal hitting metal. As the dragon-tooth dagger rolled out, a deep dent was left on the black horn. Xiao Han landed on the ground with both feet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately charged. Boom! While charging, another purple thunder flashed from the tip of the gun. It took him less than 3 seconds to rush to the side of the black bison at a distance of 100 meters, and the lava armor-breaking gun immediately stabbed forward. Woof! Suddenly a wild dog rushed out from the side, biting the gun shaft, and a red flame immediately appeared in the other head. The temperature in the air immediately rose, and a hot fireball flew towards him. Fuck! While cursing, Xiao Han reacted very quickly, waving his left hand and smashing the shield. Bang! Together with the flying fireball, it hit the head of the two-headed wild dog fiercely. But even so, the lava-cracking armor gun in his right hand was still bitten tightly and could not be pulled out at all. Swish! At this time, a black light flashed in front of his eyes, and the head biting. The spear was cut off instantly. At the same time, a voice shouted in his ear, "Be careful!" The black bison had stood up from the ground, and the black and white pupils even had a wisp of blood. The spotted tiger not far away also rushed over. However, a cunning look flashed in the eyes of the blue wolf, and it stayed 200 meters away and did not come over. But a black and yellow leopard passed by it. Even farther away, there was a black wild boar with half-meter-long white fangs also running towards this side. Fuck. It's so King frustrating. He didn't dare to use the beast transformation. It was too late to fly into the sky. Seeing the black bison rushing over, he could only lower his waist and block the iron-armored dragon scale shield in front of him. Bang! As soon as he took a defensive posture, a huge force was transmitted from the shield to his shoulders. Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he flew up, uncontrollably. At this time, the tiger suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Roar! A violent roar sounded immediately, and then a milky white gas ball immediately sprayed out of its mouth. At the same time, the black and yellow leopard rushed over from 200 meters away in less than 2 seconds. The long white claws also grabbed his neck. Get up! Suddenly, a roar sounded in the sky, and then Xiao Han immediately felt a force acting on his buttocks, lifting him up and flying directly into the sky. Whether it was the milky white gas mass or the sharp claws flashing with cold light, they all passed by him by a hair's breadth. Ha! After exhaling lightly, Xiao Han's face looked a little ugly. When he was fighting the golden beetle head-on before, although his strength was slightly inferior, it was not much different. But being hit by the black bison, the feeling was completely different. Perhaps only after the beast turned into a violent ape could he have the strength to fight it. Moo! Seeing that big guy rushing towards the city wall again, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with hesitation. Boom! But at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded more than 10 kilometers away, and then a mushroom cloud immediately rose up. The shock wave visible to the naked eye immediately spread around. A woo! The howl of the wolf, accompanied by the blinding light, also came from that direction. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions followed, and the same mushroom cloud rose again. At the same time, 3 silver-white missiles with raging flames at the tail flew straight towards Tianqing. Fuck! Where did the nuclear bomb come from? The true energy poured into the air-stepping boots, and Xiao Han was suspended in the air in a daze. His face turned completely ugly, and he cursed angrily. Who the hell did this? Are they going to wipe out Tianqing completely? #C750 Tactical Neutron Bomb. Ouch! Angry wolf howls sounded, and the overwhelming tide of beasts suddenly dispersed in all directions, while more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts also hurriedly ran to both sides. Boom! 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 3 more mushroom clouds rose up, and in the dazzling light, most of the beast tide disappeared in an instant. The shock wave spread around, killing all the surrounding beasts almost instantly. But there were still some powerful mutant beasts that withstood such damage and fled around like crazy. The frightening beast tide also dissipated at a speed visible to the naked. The shock wave of the nuclear bomb dissipated thousands of meters away from Tianqing and finally passed over Tianqing like a strong wind. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, "No, what kind of nuclear bomb is this? Why does it feel like it's not very powerful?" A neutron bomb. A tactical neutron bomb with a yield of 5,000 tons. After the beast tide receded, Nye Yen immediately flew over and said in a deep voice, "The lethality of the neutron bomb is within a controllable range, so it is perfect to use it to deal with the beast tide. However, its weakness is also very obvious. It is only extremely lethal to ordinary beasts." 1,500 meters away from the center of the explosion, even the second-level mutant beasts cannot be killed. As for mutant beasts above level 4, they can only be hit directly. How do you know so much? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned his head and looked over and asked with some surprise, "Do these 6 neutron bombs have something to do with you?" "Well, it does have something to do with me." Nye Yen nodded and continued, "Although I did not issue the order, this tactical neutron bomb was fired from an aerospace vehicle. And I just got a call, and I'm going to take people out of here soon." "Leave." Fu Chengji's expression changed and he said quickly, "Although this Beast tide has temporarily receded. It should come back soon. If you leave now, what will happen to Tiancheng, what will happen to Jing'an, and what will happen to the tens of millions of ordinary people? Hey! Nie Yen sighed and defended softly. I know it's a bit unkind to leave like this, but there's nothing I can do about it. The mutant beasts in Liangzhou have also attacked the city. They are more ferocious than ever before. Now there are 4 7th-level mutant beasts. The news coming from Kyoto says that the number of mutant beasts above level 6 will be at least 3 digits. Compared to Jing'an, Liangzhou is more important. If the beast tide in the west is allowed to merge with the beast tide in the north, there will be no place for humans in our entire Yanhua land. Is it so serious? Fu Chengji's face darkened, and he immediately couldn't say the words to force them to stay. He is actually very clear about the current situation. Although there are many mutant beasts in the south, the living conditions there are pretty good, so those mutant beasts have no plans to move north yet. Besides, with the demon city blocking it, there should be no danger for the time being. But the situation is different in the west and north. The climate environment has become increasingly harsh in the past 10 years, so the mutant beasts are trying to move south and east. If Liangzhou is captured by mutant beasts in the desert, it will affect Jing'an sooner or later. At this critical moment, it seems like they should be let go. But those few wolf howls that came from the distance just now, if nothing unexpected happened, should have come from the 7th-level mutant wolf. Now that the beast tide has started, it will not retreat easily. Once all 4 level 6 evolvers left, Tiancheng would only have 2 level 6 combatants left, namely him and Xiao Han. No, there is another Gauchio who is locked up in the dungeon and still doesn't know about the mutant beast attacking the city. But even if he is included, there are only 3 6th-level combatants. If we really let them go once the retreating beast tide attacks again, it will be impossible for Tiancheng to hold on. Even if the 7th-level mutant wolf never takes action, they still can't defend it. There are nearly 20 level 6 mutant beasts. This is the strength shown from the beginning. If the fight continues, who knows how many more there will be. Once Tiancheng is captured, Jing'an will not be able to defend it for long. With Zhang's strength alone, even if he has strong recovery ability and has treasure-level equipment, how long can he last when faced with the siege of as many as 20 mutant beasts of the same level? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour? What's more important is that once these guys are allowed to leave, even if the people in Kyoto know that there is a tide of beasts launched by 7th-level mutant beasts, they probably won't come to support them. The importance of Liangzhou is much more important than Jing'an, which is in the inland area. Thinking of the consequences of Nie Yen, Luo Lai, Tong Li and Jing Xuemei leaving, Fu Chengji's face darkened and he said slowly, "Aren't there a total of 10 of you here this time? There are 4 people in the aerospace vehicle, so it should be able to drive back. If the 4 of you stay, it's still possible to defend Tiancheng. Although the situation in Liangzhou is more critical, just 4 more 6th-level evolvers can't completely reverse the situation. I know, but I'm afraid that won't work." Nie Yen shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Compared to Liangzhou now, it is actually safer here. But the order from Kyoto is just like this. I have no ability to refute it. And when you come to Jing'an this time, although I am obviously the one who makes the decision, you should wait for Master Shogu to come down and have a good talk with him." As he said that, Nie Yen stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" Amidst the ear-piercing howling of the wind, a silver-gray aircraft was flying rapidly towards this side from a distance. Nie Yen was silent for a moment and continued, "Tiancheng's side is probably unable to be defended. Although the city defense on Jing'an's side is better, it is still too weak after all. Now there is a beast wave breaking out here and in Liangzhou. I believe you understand Kyoto's decision even if I don't tell you." On the phone just now, Mr. Wang Gang said that evolvers and beast shifters above level 4 can go to Kyoto together if they are willing. Brother Fu, you are almost at the peak of level 6 now. You'd better come with me. When we get to Kyoto, there are more resources there, and it will be easier to break through level 7. Also, Brother Xiao, although you are only a 4th level evolver, you can exert a 6th level combat effectiveness. You will definitely be trained in Kyoto. Come with me. I won't leave. A look of pain flashed across Fu Qingji's face, and he said, decisively, there are tens of millions of ordinary people here. Are they just abandoned like this? Hey, what can I do if I don't give up? Nie Yen sighed and said in a deep voice, even if the Kyoto side wants to save them, they no longer have the extra strength to support this side. Don't be too busy refusing. Think about it carefully. Call out, call out, call out. At this time, the harsh howling of the wind passed overhead, and the aerial vehicle roared towards the abandoned airport in the north of the city.